Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 351, Chapter 356. Royal Palace, Wakanda. What have you decided, my king? Ramonda asked her husband, who had a thoughtful look on his face. He had finally finished reviewing everything they have found about the Tesseract. They have also investigated Leviathan, and they were very worried after they have seen everything about that madman. This wasn't the first time when Leviathan was being discussed in Wakanda. They suspected that Leviathan was responsible for killing Clow and taking the vibranium from him. Leviathan shows up around the world from time to time. They were able to scan his suit and they found that it was made up of vibranium. Yes, it was different from the vibranium they possessed, but it was still vibranium. That is why Leviathan was their prime suspect. They haven't made any moves on Leviathan until now, because they were not sure how to nullify his powers. They have found out that Leviathan could ignore the X gene suppressors. Even though they were arrogant about their tech, they weren't stupid. No matter how strong vibranium was, it was still metal. They have finally finished reviewing Leviathan's deeds, and everyone inside the throne room reached only one conclusion. Leviathan, or Itsuki Ryo, was simply a madman with zero morality. They simply can't imagine what kind of terrors Leviathan would cause with the power source of Tesseract in his hands. The problem is we don't know what kind of retaliation we are going to face from Leviathan. Leviathan has ignored us until now, but if we involve ourselves with this war, then we are asking for his attention, one old-looking elder spoke in a shaky tone. Murmurs broke out in the room after that. Some agreed with the elder who had spoken up, but a lot of them disagreed too. The murmurs were quickly silenced when an elder decided to speak up. I think we should participate in this war. I understand that Leviathan is strong, but our long-range weapons can defeat him. After all, he is still a human, the elder said with a serious look on his face. But we don't even know the full extent of his powers. He can disintegrate things by simply waving his hand. One of the elders raged loudly, and finally everyone started to shout their own opinions. Silence, their king's commanding voice rang throughout the throne room, successfully silencing everyone. Everyone in the room was now looking towards the king. We are going to participate in this war. If Leviathan and his army of metahumans are left unchecked, then they will become a threat that we could never hope to defeat. The king said in a grave tone. He has taken this decision after a lot of thinking. He was proud of his technology, but in front of raw power, it could do only so much. He had already seen, in front of Leviathan, their technology was completely useless. He would have never dared to oppose Leviathan like this, but he wasn't going to be alone. They might succeed in defeating Leviathan. POV Nat. After returning from this other dimension, I was already ready to leave once again. I had something important to do. I could simply ignore this, but I need to do this. Only after this will my debt be completely paid off. I took a deep breath and a portal appeared in front of me. I entered the portal without a second thought. I appeared in front of a farmhouse in Missouri. This was my third time coming here, quite a nice place if I have to say. I could sense two people inside the house, one child and one adult. The adult seemed to be pregnant. A small smile appeared on my face. I walked up to the door and knocked on the door. No one answered the door. I could already feel the fear rolling from the woman. I knocked once again. I could hear muffled voices from inside. I finally used my telekinesis to open the door and entered the house. The woman was in the kitchen while the kid was hiding upstairs in some kind of wardrobe or closet. I finally arrived in the kitchen. The woman was holding a telephone in her hand, which she dropped when she noticed me. I could clearly see the fear in her eyes. She had a double-barreled shotgun in her other hand, which was immediately pointed in my direction. "Hello, Laura," I said with a smile, and I simply pulled back a chair and sat down. I didn't even bother with the shotgun pointed towards me. "Why are you here?" "I have already called Clint and he is already on the way," the woman said with quite some venom in her voice. "Do you really think I am worried about that, Laura?" "You won't believe me, but I didn't come to hurt you," I said and leaned back in the chair. "Then why are you here?" Laura spat out with some worry in her voice. "I have come here to warn you. You might not know about it, but there is going to be a war," I said in a serious tone, and she looked completely confused. She slightly lowered her gun, but it was still pointed in my direction. I had already talked with Ryo about this and he had simply shrugged. His exact words were, "To be honest, I don't care if they know that I am preparing for the war or not. This is going to be the last fight one way or the other. If they continue with the war, then it will be easy for me to kill them, and if they stop the war, I will simply kill them one by one," he said in an indifferent tone. "War? What war?" Laura almost screamed with a worried look on her face. The World Security Council had decided to declare war against Leviathan and Elysium, I said, and Laura finally sat down opposite me. While dropping the gun, she looked at me intently. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked me while she kept looking at me intently. "If the war happens, Leviathan will slaughter everyone without reservation. I simply wanted to tell you that you should stop Clint," I said and stood up. "You treated me like a friend, so I came to tell you about this," I said, and a portal appeared in front of me. "Goodbye, Laura. I hope that Clint listens to you. I said and entered the portal before she could say anything else. POV Rio. I can't believe how Namuri transformed this whole place, I said while looking around. Yes, nothing beats this. I can't believe that we have a roof above us. Ororo said while leaning on my right side. Yes, Namuri used the solar circuits of this pyramid to recreate this. It is still natural sunlight, but just imagine it coming through pipes, Jean said while swimming in the water. After returning from that dimension, I decided to spend my day with Ororo, Jean, and Nat. But Nat told me that she was going to meet Laura Barton so that she could warn her about the war. I wasn't bothered by it, to be honest, not like it would matter in the long run. So, after Nat left, the three of us decided to relax in Namuri's sacred garden. Yeah, I know what it sounds like, but it is her golden pyramid. I shouldn't have expected anything less from that depraved pervert. So, here we were relaxing in the huge swimming pool. The whole place was surrounded by trees, flowers, and beautiful vines. Just as Jean mentioned, the sunlight here was natural so trees and flowers could be grown, but there was something else too. The three of us were completely naked. The girls wanted to go skinny dipping. Aurora was leaning by my right side, while Jean was swimming around. After returning from the outer world, Hela said that she was going to look for Fenris. I feel somewhat bad for Hela. What are you thinking? Aurora asked me when she noticed that I was lost in my thoughts. Nothing urgent. I said with a smile, and she nodded her head. I simply wanted to get this war over with. It has been going on for too long and I could already sense the Mind Stone was coming towards Earth. It could mean two things. Either Thanos had decided to send some grunt like Loki if he had survived to see what is happening, or he is coming on his own. I wasn't bothered by it. If it was Thanos, then I would kill him before he could arrive on Earth, but I will decide later if it is someone like Loki. Jean was finally done with her swimming and she came beside me and leaned on my left side. Ah, this is life. What do you think about Hela? All of a sudden Jean asked me. Well, that came out of the blue. She is a friend. I trailed off and Jean simply glared at me along with Aurora. Rio, you don't need to act stupid. Tell us, what do you think about her? This time it was Aurora who asked me. I decided to think for a few moments. Well, she is strong, funny, beautiful, and deadly. To be honest, I don't know enough about her. It might seem like I have spent a lot of time with her, but I haven't. I told them truthfully. There was no need to hide it. You know, you should pay more attention. After all, she is clearly interested in you, Jean said with a smirk while wagging her finger in front of me. Is that right? I haven't noticed it. How do you know? I asked Jean, who simply smirked and shook her finger in front of me. A woman likes to keep her secrets, and only a woman can understand a woman, Jean said with a grin and started to trail kisses down my collarbone. My breath slightly hitched. True, but we should be doing something productive, don't you agree, Jean? Aurora asked with a playful grin on her face. Yes, we should do something productive, Jean said and moaned. Productive? How? I asked them with a confused look on my face, making such to finish the act on my part. I don't know, maybe teach a certain someone about female biology, Jean said, and I looked even more confused. Oh, then education shouldn't be igno. Before I could finish, Aurora sealed my lips with hers. Chapter 352, Chapter 357. POV Namuri. A lot of things are going on around the world, and to be honest, I don't like it. It should be me who should be causing all this chaos around the world, but it isn't me, and I hate the fact. Maybe I should add my own twist to this. Yes, that will work like a charm. Now, what should I do? I don't know how long I have been dwelling in my thoughts, but nothing popped into my mind. I have been playing with my new powers. Well, technically the powers weren't new, it was simply my latent powers. Having Rio's D would have helped me to think clearly. Now, I have to do with the next best thing. I conjured a glass and axioed fire whiskey from my drink cabinet. I poured myself a generous drink and kept the bottle on the table. I chugged down the whole glass in one go, and after a few seconds, I burped. A huge ball of fire escaped my mouth, but I wasn't bothered by it. I poured myself another glass and I got up from my throne with the glass in my hand. I walked towards the glass wall so that I could look down on the city. I took a small sip from my glass and nodded in satisfaction. After killing off the hand leaders, my business increased drastically. Alexandra Reed owned a lot of financial businesses. I was taking care of those businesses now. Murakami owned a chain of nightclubs and brothels. All of them are now owned by yours truly. As a woman, should I feel bad for the women in brothels? Yes, but should I stop them? No, after all, it is business. I took another sip of my drink. I wonder what Luna was doing now. She has been quite busy since I bought her the news channels. All of them are to be transformed into Quibbler news channels. Controlling the media is also important nowadays. A lot of money has been flowing in from the weapons company I own. Only a few months ago, I engulfed the whole Hammer Industries, and Justin Hammer could only look from the sidelines while I absorbed his company with a bitter look on his face. I wanted the Stark Industries too, but Obadiah Stane has been causing me a lot of problems. He has been quite a thorn in my side, but I will take care of him pretty soon. After all, I have found out about his pesky deals with the Ten Rings terrorist organization. I took another sip from my glass and twirled the drink for a couple of seconds. Stark has also been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, like the deal he made with S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 days ago. I didn't like the fact that he went behind me to make the deal when I am a board member of Stark Industries. I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard someone knock on my door. Enter. I trailed off and the door opened with a click and my secretary walked in with loud taps of her heels. I always wanted to have a secretary, pity it isn't Rio, though I don't mind much. After all, roleplay sex exists for a reason and sometimes Rio agrees to play the role of my secretary. What's up, Susan? I asked Susan. Yes, Susan Storm is my secretary. Well, she isn't my secretary to be exact. She simply lost a bet with me, so she has to act like my secretary for a week. She had made a bet with me saying that magic and technology couldn't mix together, but I had easily proved her wrong. According to her, science was based on proven facts while magic is a mysterious art, which defies the laws of science, so, two opposite things shouldn't match in harmony. The bet was rigged from the start, but I had never said that the bet was fair. You shouldn't be drinking at this time of the day, and you have a scheduled meeting in Oscorp at 11:30 a.m., Susan said and gave me an annoyed look. I waved my hand and checked the time. It was 10:48 a.m. now. I should be going. Thanks for the reminder, you are a nice secretary. I can give you a permanent position of yo. Before I could finish, Susan cut me off. In your dreams? Susan spat and I clicked my tongue in disappointment. Susan, I have told you multiple times that I only dream about Rio. As a good secretary you should remember that, I said with a smug grin on my face. Yes, and stop drooling, Susan deadpanned and I chugged down my whole drink and the glass disappeared. I picked up the bottle with magic and returned it to the drink cabinet. Bye. Susie, take care of the office when I am away. I said while waving my hand at Susan, and before she could say anything. I was in my personal garage. I quickly entered my car and drove out of the building. I turned on the music and raised up the volume. I was driving while humming the songs. All of a sudden the traffic thinned up quite a bit. This isn't something usual, at least not this part of the city and not at this time of the day. Finally a guy came into my vision. He was standing right in the middle of the road. The man was wearing a mask on his face, quite natural with COVID and all that, and he was dressed in complete black. Is he a spec ops? He had something in his hands, but I knew it was a weapon. After all, I am not stupid and I can recognize an attack like this from a mile away, and this guy wasn't subtle. Is that a freaking grenade launcher? Nope, no way in hell that I am going to let someone destroy my precious car once again. Alter, take care of him before he can fire that thing. I screamed inside my mind. He, your wish is my command, Queen. Alter let out a sinister laugh and I felt her leave my body. POV Alter. Ah, the Queen has finally given me a mission, and it has been quite some time since I have killed anyone. As soon as I was out of my Queen's shadow, I rushed towards the attacker. Slowly I started to come out of the attacker's shadow. He had already dropped the grenade launcher and I could see a knife heading straight towards my neck. I simply raised up my arm and parried his knife attack, though I agree that his reflexes are quite good. I am pretty sure that he isn't a normal human. One of his hands was made up of metal. With that hand, he punched towards me and I simply grabbed his fist. He is strong and fast, but he isn't strong enough. I backed up my feet and kicked between his legs with my full might. The man simply lurched forward and his hands instinctively went towards his crotch. No matter how strong a man is, there is always a dangling weak point. I grabbed the man's head and smashed my knee on his face. I grabbed his face and pulled it up. Legilimens, I simply dived into his mind. Ah, the man's name is James Buchanan Barnes, our hero, Captain America's best friend, but unfortunately, he was caught by Hydra and then they brainwashed this poor sod. I threw him to the side of the road. After all, Queen's car was about to pass through here. I slowly approached the Winter Soldier. He was in no condition to fight someone like me. I gently turned him around and I licked my lips in anticipation. I placed my foot on his spine and grabbed both of his hands. His metal hand was trying to fight on its own, but it was pretty weak. Slowly I started to pull and the ancient soldier under my feet started to scream. A loud snap was heard and with that, his legs stopped moving. It was something simple. I snapped his spine. Everything is based on technique. If I had placed my foot in the wrong position or if I would have grabbed his hands in the wrong position, then I could have torn off his hands. The ancient brainwashed soldier was lying on the street while whimpering. I nodded my head in satisfaction and decided to clear the other teams that Hydra had sent after my queen. POV Namuri. A lot of memories rushed into my mind from Alter. I quickly sorted through them. Pity. I could have used that Winter Soldier, but no crying over spilled milk. Alter has already made him a cripple and he wasn't someone valuable. Looks like Hydra has finally started to connect the dots. Alexander Pierce wanted to get me off the board even before the war started. Now what should I do with that fool? Alter is already going nuts with the other teams they have sent after me. It would be better if I didn't do anything at this moment. The situation is quite volatile now and the war is about to start. I will deal with Alexander Pierce at that time. After all, leaders being assassinated during the times of war isn't something new. Ugh. I groaned in annoyance and opened the gloves drawer. I pulled out a hentai manga and started to read it while driving. Yes, I haven't tried the position with Rio, but can I be the flexible? Hee hee, only one way to find out. Chapter 353, Upgrades. POV Rumi. Yesterday I learned something important. Physical power isn't the answer to everything. Having speed is good and advantageous, but it can't guarantee your win. Yesterday when I went into my overdrive, I was much faster and stronger than Hela, but I still lost. Even though I lost to her, I wasn't angry at her or jealous of her. It only meant that I had a new objective in front of me. She soundly defeated me with just technique, and I have heard that hand-to-hand fighting is not her forte. I wonder how strong she would be if she used swords, her main weapon. This strengthened my determination even more. I needed to get stronger. Hela has told me that she is continuously growing stronger as a goddess of war and death, and people are always dying, which also increases Hela's strength. Only Rio and Hela can give me a challenge. I wonder if Hela would agree to become my sparring partner or not. With that thought in my mind, I finally found Hela. She was sitting under a tree nearby our house while playing with a long dagger. She had already noticed me and decided to speak up. "Good morning, Rumi, have a seat," Hela said and patted the ground beside her. I took her offer and sat down. "Can I ask you for a favor?" I asked her bluntly. There is no need to beat around the bush. "What kind of favor, if I may ask?" Hela asked me, and she stopped playing with the dagger in her hands. "If you won't mind, then I would ask you to become my sparring partner," I told her without wasting any more time. Hela stared into my eyes intently for a few seconds until she burst out laughing like a maniac. Sure. I was also getting bored. Fighting a stronger and faster opponent is really nice, Hela gushed out while releasing her battle intent. There was a scary glint in her eyes. For a moment I felt that I was going to drown when she released her battle intent. It was a lot heavier than yesterday. "Come on, let's go," Hela said and got up. I followed her example and pulled myself up from the ground. I know that I am going to be in a world of pain, but you can only break your limits through pain. POV Rio. How long has it been since we have been here? I asked myself and waved my hand in front of me. Several digits appeared in the air and I grimaced. It was already morning in Elysium. It was a stupid mistake of mine. I simply forgot to stop the time when I was starting my biology class with Jean and Aurora. Well, it wasn't a big deal. It's not like we couldn't go on without some sleep, and currently, it was night in here. I wonder if Nat is already back or not. "Come on, we need to hurry or I am going to be late for my job," Jean said hurriedly. We only noticed the time when Jean's coffee alarm went off. "Jean, don't be a spoilsport like that, come back." Aurora whined, but I agree with Jean. We need to leave. Well, it has been some time since our class had ended, because I didn't want to overwork Aurora and Jean. Aurora. Jean is right, we should leave. I also have some things to do back in Elysium, I said, and Aurora reluctantly agreed to leave. "Jean, is it possible for you to take a leave today?" I asked Jean, and after thinking for some time Jean simply nodded her head. "I can have a break as long as there isn't an emergency, but we have been working hard since Eric brought those kids. Give me an hour and I will return," Jean said as she finished dressing up. We had already taken a bath after finishing our class and we were simply lazing after that. She pecked me on the lips and used her unique form of teleportation, and with a burst of flame she was gone. "I hate that everyone other than me can teleport on their own," Aurora grumbled with an annoyed look on her face. "Well, she can teleport. I guess I have to train her. After all, I have the law of lightning and it is pretty much similar to her current body constitution. Come on, Aurora. I will show you some lightning tricks. You can already control your lightning, right?" I asked, and she nodded her head like a little girl. She immediately stood up and started to get dressed. Following her example, I also started to get dressed. As soon as we were done, I used my space powers and the two of us found ourselves outside of our house. That was pretty smooth. I didn't even feel anything. Aurora nodded her head with an approving look on her face. I knew that she hated both apparition and portkey. Flash step was much more comfortable, but it couldn't be compared with my space powers. "I am glad that you liked it. Now show me what you have learned about your powers," I said with a serious look on my face. Before I could teach her anything, I needed to see how much she knows about her powers. After all, I can't teach her anything too hard, it would simply waste both of our time. After that, Aurora showed me what she has been working on and I was kind of disappointed. She isn't trying to learn anything new, she was simply using her old attacks, but now that her body was upgraded, her power output was much more. But unlike before, she didn't have to wait for the clouds to gather, she could shoot out lightning from her own hands. But I guess I can't blame Aurora for something like this. After all, there was no one to teach her. She trains with Rumi, but Rumi can only give her physical training and hand-to-hand combat experience. Well, Rumi can teach magic too, and Aurora had learned a lot from her. I guess I should have helped Aurora sooner, but I wasn't exactly free. Okay. I have seen enough, you can stop now. Now, try to coat your hand with lightning like this. I said and coated my own hand with lightning. Aurora watched my hand intently and started to practice. I pulled out my phone and texted Fleur, asking her to meet me in front of the house in 50 minutes. It took Aurora a minute, but she was finally able to coat her hands and legs with lightning. As soon as she understood the principle, it became easy for her. Fuck this shit. I was able to do this after training for a whole month. I call it hacks. But as a teacher and lover, I was proud of her. Now, extend the lightning to create a blade like this. I said, and a lightning blade formed on my hand. She needed to master the basics before I could teach her teleporting. Aurora nodded her head like a diligent student and started to form a lightning blade just like I had shown her. I sat down while she was practicing and kept watching her progress patiently. It took me 2 weeks to form a stable blade. It took her 32 minutes to finally form a blade, but calling it a blade would be stretching it too far. Well, her progress is much faster than me though. You need to perfect the form of the blade. If you can imagine it in your mind, then it will help, but stay constant with the design, and your blade isn't stable, it won't be able to cut anything before it disperses, I pointed out, and Aurora carefully listened to all of them. She dispersed the blade in her hands and started to practice once again. The rest of the time quickly passed away, and it was Fleur who showed up first. She gave me a peck on my lips and decided to stand beside me. Seeing her like that, I also stood up and both of us kept watching Aurora trying to form a passable lightning blade. After a few minutes, Jean also arrived with a flash of flames. Aurora, keep practicing. I will be back shortly, I said. Aurora nodded her head in understanding. Then I led both Jean and Fleur inside the house. I took them to the room where I have been keeping the artifacts. I entered the room and found that Luna was already there swaying in a chair. The three of you are right on time. Luna beamed at us with a high smile on her face. Ah, okay, I said in an unsure tone. I didn't know how to react to this, so I simply decided to ignore it. Jean, Fleur, tell me, what do you feel from the fire? I said while pointing towards the eternal flame. Eternal flame. Jean mumbled under her breath. The phoenix must have told her. If the two of us absorb this flame, then it would help us a lot. Jean continued in a trance. I can feel a lot of power in those flames. All of my instincts are screaming at me to absorb those flames. Fleur mumbled and started walking towards the eternal flame. Jean was also doing the same. Both approached the artifact and stopped in front of it. Jean and Fleur looked towards each other and both of them nodded their heads with a determined look on their faces. Both opened their mouths and started to swallow the eternal flame. Damn. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting that they would put their hands inside the flames. My dumbass never imagined that they would literally swallow the flames. The two of them kept swallowing those flames hungrily. The flames finally started to diminish and the eternal flames were finally extinguished. Both Jean's and Fleur's bodies started to glow. Jean was glowing with a red glow while Fleur was glowing orange. Both of them were soon engulfed with red and orange flames respectively. The flames were giving off a lot of power, but we couldn't feel any heat. Even the clothes on their bodies were completely intact. With a wisp of greenish-black smoke, Hela also arrived. Slowly the other girls also arrived. Even Namuri arrived. I would have asked her how she knew, but she would say something stupid like pussy senses, so I decided to ignore her. Astral phoenixes started to form behind both Jean and Fleur, red for Jean and orange for Fleur. "Oh, so beautiful," Luna cooed from beside me. I kind of agree with her, and I noticed that the other girls also unconsciously nodded their heads. After a few minutes, both phoenixes trilled loudly, and with a bright flash both phoenixes disappeared into their bodies. Wow, that was some upgrade. Chapter 354, Prelude of the War. Montefiore, New York. Nick Fury was standing outside the looking glass while he was intently looking at the men inside. He thought that maybe the facts would change if he glared hard enough. Alas, he failed. "So, Agent Coulson, how did this happen?" Fury growled in an irritated tone. "We don't know. For whatever reason, the CCTV cameras of that area were intentionally turned off, so we don't have anything." Agent Coulson finished with a frown on his face. Fury didn't like this. "So, have you confirmed this man's identity?" Fury asked, and Agent Coulson nodded his head. "Yes, I know it might be hard to believe, but that man is the one and only James Buchanan Barnes," Agent Coulson said in a dramatic tone, and Fury simply rubbed his temple in annoyance. "This can't be happening at this moment." "What is his condition?" Fury asked curiously. "This could be an asset for him." "Physically, very bad. Someone decided to break his spine and cripple him, but Stark says that he could fix it with his metal armor. The doctors have also found that he is physically enhanced, but they would need time to conduct more tests," Agent Coulson said. This made dark lines appear on top of Fury's head, but he still nodded his head in understanding. "Mentally, we don't know. The doctors are saying that there are signs of extensive brainwashing, but they would need to conduct more tests to confirm anything," Agent Coulson said with a grim look on his face. He was a huge fan of Captain America's best friend, so it was an obvious reaction for him. Fury looked completely stoic, but he was anything but stoic inside his mind. He was raging inside his mind while thinking about scenarios. It wasn't every day when you find a brainwashed old war hero. Fury took another glance towards the man lying inside the room, and a wild thought appeared inside his mind. If Barnes was still alive, then there was still a chance that Captain was alive. After all, they have never found the body. They had to stop the previous search for Project Pegasus. But Fury was sure that the World Security Council would happily agree with his proposal. After all, they will be getting a super soldier if everything was right. At worst, they would be getting Captain's corpse that could be used to boost morale for the upcoming war. Agent Coulson, keep me posted. I have to arrange a meeting. Fury said cryptically and walked away, and Agent Coulson simply nodded his head. Fury arrived inside his office and took out the interdimensional pager given to him by his friend. All this time he has been contemplating if he should activate it or not. Now he had finally made up his mind. He finally activated the pager. With that, Fury laid back in his seat and put down the pager on his table. He had to arrange the meeting now. Just like Fury had thought, the World Security Council agreed with his proposal after some arguments, so he immediately dispatched several teams to find the wreckage. Coulson was obviously the leader of all these teams. 2 weeks had passed just like that, but they have finally found the wreckage, and along with that they have found Captain's shield. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy with Captain, the rest of the world was rigorously preparing for the war. Wakanda had already made their official statement saying that they were going to participate in the war. Naval fleets were already being dispatched around the island of Elysium, but for whatever reason, they haven't seen any reaction from Elysium or Leviathan. New York Sanctum, Earth Zeta 71. It has been a year and a couple of months since they have been trying to create a pathway to the other dimension so that they could get back the Infinity Stones. Finally, all of their preparations were complete. So, are you sure about this, wizard? We won't end in some kind of apocalyptic world, right? Carol Danvers asked with an unsure look on her face. She only received a blank stare as her answer. Don't be like that, Danvers, everything will be fine, Thor said in a cheerful tone. Loki simply made a face after hearing his brother's cheerful voice. Everything aside, the suit looks really badass. Tony, you never disappoint me, my friend, Peter Quill gushed out with an odd look on his face. Everyone in his group simply rolled their eyes. Okay. I am activating the pathway. Strange said loudly, and everyone became completely silent. A few sparkling magic circles appeared in Strange's hands, and the next moment, all of them found themselves inside the mirror dimension. The mirror dimension was acting weirdly, and all of them were floating inside the mirror dimension, and all of a sudden a dent started to form in the sky of the mirror dimension. The dent kept increasing until a funnel formed in the sky connected to another mirror dimension, but on the other side, they could see the moon's surface. Slowly they started to be dragged towards the funnel in the sky, and only after a few seconds they were inside the funnel. All of them felt an immense amount of pressure on their bodies. After some agonizing seconds, they found themselves sprawled on the moon's surface. All of them were groaning and moaning due to pain. It took them a few seconds to collect themselves. Slowly they started to pull themselves up from the surface of the moon. Vision. Vision, what happened to you? Please answer me. Vision. Wanda's hysterical screams were heard out, which seemed to bring everyone back into reality. Throughout this whole time, Strange seemed to be frowning. He had lost connection to the Time Stone. He could no longer feel its power. The Eye of Agamotto was completely powerless now. Wanda finally raised up her head and stared right into Strange's eyes. What happened to Vision? Wanda asked dangerously while her eyes narrowed on Strange. I think that Infinity Stones have stopped working, though I don't know why. Strange told her truthfully. There was no reason to hide anything now. Wanda started to release her power while glaring at Strange. You killed him. Wanda said dangerously, and red miasma started to form around her hands. A/N, from now on, I am going to add 2 at the end of the names of the people who arrived from Earth Zeta 71, this will make it easier for us to differentiate between the counterparts. You are saying that these pesky insects killed me? All of a sudden a cold feminine voice was heard throughout the place. This stopped Wanda from attacking Strange, who had already prepared magical circles in his hand. Yes, I have said before that your counterpart was much weaker than you. A male was heard throughout the place. Who are you? Show yourselves, cowards. Thor screamed, and lightning crackled around his body. Did you hear the big words from that insect? I am truly ashamed for my counterpart, though. The female voice spoke once again, and slowly a tall female dressed in a skin-tight greenish-black armor. The whole group immediately recognized the woman. Hela. Both Thor and Loki uttered out her name with a horrified look on their faces. They would have already attacked Hela, but from her aura alone, they could easily conclude that this Hela was a lot stronger than the Hela they have fought. Another man slowly appeared beside Hela. The man was dressed in crimson battle armor. The whole group immediately recognized Leviathan, but before anyone could do anything, the whole group, they were 40 in numbers including Vision, and all of them were surrounded by a blue cocoon. Ah, please, there is no need to be violent. You see, I kill anyone who tries to be violent with me. Now, all of you are grieving from the loss of your friend. I don't want to cause you more pain. Leviathan said with a serene look on his face. Some of them even believed that he was telling the truth. But we can always arrange something on a later date. Leviathan was cut off when Hela cleared her throat. Leviathan gave her a look and turned back towards us. As you can see, this lady here had decided to call dibs and as a gentleman. I won't argue with a beautiful lady. Leviathan continued spouting his bullshit and the whole group was enraged, but because of the blue cocoon surrounding them they couldn't do anything. Well, let's get this over with. Leviathan said and waved his hand and Vision's lifeless body floated into his hands. All of a sudden red miasma started to surround Leviathan and his eyes immediately shot towards Wanda. She looked murderous, and her whole body was surrounded by the red miasma. Some people simply never appreciate your goodwill. Leviathan said and pointed his finger towards Wanda. Everyone could see that Wanda was trying her best but Leviathan wasn't affected by her power. Crucio. Leviathan mumbled and the blue cocoon surrounding Wanda disappeared. She immediately dropped to her knees and started to scream like a banshee. She started to roll on the ground due to the immense pain she was feeling. The whole group from Earth Zeta 71 was horrified to see a scene like this. Only after a whole minute, Wanda stopped screaming. She was once again surrounded by the blue cocoon. Leviathan picked up Vision's body and ripped out the Mind Stone and threw away Vision's body as Thrash inside a portal. Leviathan nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face and then his eyes zeroed in on Strange and the next moment, he had the Eye of Agamotto in his palm. Strange was horrified to see that but he couldn't do anything. Leviathan crushed the Eye of Agamotto and picked up the Time Stone. Strange was stunned still when the spell he had put on the Eye of Agamotto didn't affect Leviathan. Leviathan looked towards us and his eyes landed on Charles. It is nice to meet you again, Charles. Well, I would have liked to stay here and chat with you guys some more but I need to go, so ciao. Leviathan said while waving his hand and a portal appeared in front of him. Both Hela and Leviathan entered the portal and the blue cocoon surrounding the group from Earth Zeta 71 finally disappeared. Chapter 355, Luna's Machinations and the Mind Stone. POV Luna. A/N. I decided to do Luna's POV for the second time, the most difficult character in my fanfic. Wish me luck. Oh, so, Rio took the Mind Stone from that red man. He also got another Time Stone. This leads to two possibilities. He will go after the reality stone of our own universe or he might go after the reality stone from another universe. A/N, please vote for this, if you want Rio to collect the reality stone from this universe or another universe. If you like the universe, comment then he will take the stone from this universe and if you like the other universe, then he will take the stone from another universe. I heard a loud growl from my side. I looked up and saw Fenris was trying to reach towards my pudding cup. Down, girl. You can't eat pudding, it will hurt your tummy. I will get you some ice cream, I said trying to placate my new pet. Well, Hela didn't need to know that and she was also going to be family, so, I am sure that she will understand. I put another scoop of pudding in my mouth. Ah, marvelous, this is life, pudding is the best. Ice cream comes right after that. Fenris barked trying to tell me that my worries were unnecessary, but I decided to blissfully ignore her. Fenris finally gave up and started to whimper in disappointment. Sorry, girl, but there is no share of my pudding. I said in a sing-song voice while patting Fenris's giant head, seeing that Attila came and cuddled with me from the other side. She softly hissed. I know what you want, don't need to be jealous of your furry sister, I said while looking towards Attila and I started to pat her giant head too. Now, I need to move forward with my plan. I have hidden my plan very well, no one knows about it and with my powers doing something like that is very simple, hee. No one knows what I have been planning for so long, even Namuri and Rio have no idea about this. No one noticed how I manipulated each one of them on my whims to get what I wanted. Only a few words were enough for Namuri and she was already trying to take over the world economy. Only a few words to Rio and he was already destroying governments. I didn't even need to bother with Momo and Fleur, they were already doing what I wanted with them. It was so easy that it wasn't funny anymore. Now, I can finally have what I wanted. Pudding domination. I have always dreamed of creating the perfect pudding and now it is possible. I will simply disguise one of the factories Namuri had bought me as my personal pudding factory. Rio will be destroying governments so they would never bother with what I am doing in my factory and Momo and Fleur can make me the high-tech machines. I will finally be able to fulfill my dream of creating the perfect pudding. Just you wait. I can already see you in my visions, my perfect pudding, and as I am not a bad girl, I will obviously allow Rio, Namuri, Momo, and Fleur to taste my perfect creation. I will also give them a lot of love, then they will finally see the glorious ways of pudding. POV Rio. Hee. I had already noticed their arrival because of my future sight and I also knew that they were bringing 2 more stones for me. 2 weeks have passed since Namuri's brief meeting with the Winter Soldier. She had obviously told me about the incident after coming back home. Throughout these 2 weeks, I have been continuously training Aurora. She had learned a lot but she still has a long way to go before she can teleport using her lightning form. She can already move extremely fast but moving extremely fast is not teleporting. I was also training with Hela and Rumi from time to time in these 2 weeks, and it has helped me a lot. I haven't grown stronger or anything but my insight has improved a lot. I won't gain all the power in one day. Well, I could, after I finish absorbing the stones, but that is a completely different matter. At first, I wanted to go and greet the invaders of our reality on my own, but Hela said that she wanted to see the people who killed her counterpart. She wanted to see if these people could give her some challenge, but she was sorely disappointed. She said that she has never been so ashamed in all of her life. I could only smile wryly watching her rant like this. This was a completely new side of her personality. I would have killed her with my own hands if she wasn't dead, yeah. Hela was still ranting while looking really annoyed. Hela took a deep breath and calmed down herself. Were they really so weak? Rumi asked curiously. After leaving the moon, both Hela and I directly came to our training spot and found that Rumi was already there, patiently waiting for us. Yes, they were, but you can't decide anything by their individual strength. After all, they like to fight in groups. Their strength also grows if they have a good enough incentive, I said with a grin on my face. To be honest, I wanted to kill them right then and there, but Hela and Rumi were really looking forward to a good fight. That is the only reason I took Vision's body and crucioed Wanda. I gave them an incentive. When the Avengers formed in the original movie, it was only because Loki killed Phil Coulson. After all, they needed something to avenge. Even though I didn't kill Vision, I am pretty sure that these guys will twist the facts inside their minds to make me the bad guy. Something like, if he hadn't taken the Space and Soul Stone then we wouldn't be here. Because of him we have to come here. That is why Vision died. It was because of Leviathan. It is pretty obvious to guess what they are going to think because their whole group is filled with people who think that they are doing everything for the greater good. After all, they gave themselves much more credit than they deserve. After dealing with Dumbles, I can pretty much understand how these kinds of people think. Everyone would think that I have taken Vision's body for vibranium, but to be honest, it is simply scrap metal to me. As soon as the war ends, I will take every ounce of vibranium from Wakanda. It would be reparations for the troubles they are going to cause me in the war. They made their own bed, now they must lie in it. So, that is why you took that tin can? Hela asked while raising her delicate eyebrow. Yep, that will give them a big enough incentive to try harder. They will also blame me for the tin can's death, I said with a shrug, and Rumi looked really excited at the prospect of strong opponents. I could already see stars in her eyes. Though Hela looked at me with an unsure expression on her face, but after a few seconds, her usual expression surfaced on her face. Well, no matter. I am still going to kill them all. Are you sure that they can't return to their own reality? Hela asked me, and I simply smiled. Don't worry, their pride won't allow them to return without avenging their friend, I said with a gentle smile on my face, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. By the way, how did you cause that woman so much pain? Hela asked me with a curious look on her face. He must have used the Cruciatus curse. Before I could speak up, Rumi decided to answer my question. Hela looked even more confused after hearing Rumi's words. I contemplated for a few seconds before I found myself in front of our library. I pulled out a thin book from the shelves, and once again I was in front of Hela and Rumi. I opened the book and searched for the Cruciatus curse. When I finally found the section on Cruciatus curse, I handed the book to Hela. She accepted the book with a curious look on her face. She quickly read through the text and a sinister grin appeared on her face. This is a really marvelous spell. This is a perfect spell for my arsenal, Hela said, and started to chuckle like an evil villain. Though I would need to try out the spell. After all, my emotions are going to be a factor here. Maybe I could modify the spell to work without emotions, Hela muttered and grinned evilly. That would be really nice. I have used this spell for so long that I can simply manipulate my mind to create the hate inside my mind, and the hate disappears as soon as I am done. Mastering a clemency to such levels obviously has its own perks. Rio, aren't you going to absorb the stones? I was really interested. Rumi asked, and I finally pulled out today's haul. I haven't forgotten about them. After all, they are an aspect of my own power. I retracted the armor from my hand and grabbed the time stone. With a green glow, I absorbed the time stone. Like the last time with space stone I have taken from Nimrod, I didn't get any new powers, but I felt my powers grow by several folds. When my powers finally stopped increasing, my eyes zeroed in towards the mind stone. I grabbed the mind stone and my hand started to glow yellow. After a few seconds, the glow finally subsided and I could feel various changes happening inside my mind. I got both telepathy and telekinesis. A/N, it is the mind stone. What did you expect from it? Neither Loki nor Thanos were able to access these two powers of the stone. I could control people's minds. That was given. After all, Loki did it by touching people's chests with his scepter, but on a much larger level. Like if I wanted all the beings of all the galaxies inside my range to bow and pray to me, then they would happily do so. But someone with mental defenses might not be affected, and I will lose control over a being if someone hits their head. Then I would have to put them under my control once again. I can also shoot energy beams out of my hands and eyes now. I always wanted eye beams. The voices inside my head were getting really irritating. Like Rumi was thinking about the power I was releasing. Hela was also thinking around similar lines, and she wanted to get into my bed, so, like a gentleman, I turned off my telepathy. I need to train my powers. I needed to train my telepathy before anything else. Only one more stone to go before I can absorb the ego stone. I wonder what I will gain after gaining the ego stone. Now, I can also feel the infinity stones of other realities, or the realities that are the closest to me. It could be anything. Now it is time to get the reality stone. Chapter 356, Avengers Assemble. The Moon. How is Wanda 2? Charles 2 asked in a grim tone. I don't know, to be honest. The scans show that her whole nervous system was on fire. Kitty 2 finished with a sigh. Danvers 2, do you know what kind of power Leviathan was using? Captain 2 asked with a frown on his face. I can't say for sure, but I think he was using the powers of the space stone, but I can't be sure. All infinity stones have their own energy signatures. I didn't sense any of those energies from him. What about your sensors, Stark 2? Carol Danvers 2 asked while looking towards the men inside the red and gold metal suit. Nothing, he was using some kind of spatial manipulation technique. Jarvis said that the power Leviathan used is 99% similar to the powers of the space stone, but it is contradicting since he said that there was no energy of space stone, Stark 2 said, looking at a huge holographic screen in front of him. I think he had somehow managed to copy the powers of the space stone on his own. I know what I am saying is nigh impossible, but it could be possible, Strange 2 said slowly with a solemn look on his face. I also agree with what Strange 2 said. Jarvis also said that it is quite possible, Stark 2 chimed in from the side. Forget all that shit. First, tell me what the hell are we going to do now? Logan 2 spoke up in an irritated tone. Yes, but we can't go in blind now. We came here for 2 stones while underestimating the enemy and we lost 2 more even though they are useless now, but Leviathan might have a way to make them work. We can't be sure of anything now, Lady Sif 2 said with a serious look on her face. I completely agree with her brother, we need to think this through. I didn't sense anything from the Leviathan guy, but Hela, she is in a league of her own. Our Hela 2 would be a joke in front of her, Loki snarled with quite some venom in his voice. I understand what you are trying to say, brother, but we simply can't leave after what just happened. Fighting Hela would be difficult, but we will come out victorious, like we always have, Thor 2 said with a determined look on his face. After hearing Thor 2's words, Loki simply cursed and walked away. Thor 2 is right, we can't allow this Leviathan or whoever this guy is, to walk all over us. We have faced even worse enemies, remember Thanos? Peter Quill 2 said and pulled out his gun in a dramatic manner. Thanos didn't have someone like that woman in his army, dumbass, Rocket 2 said and started laughing loudly. I am Groot. Groot 2 said with a defiant look on his face. Oh, you better not take that tone with me. Quill 2 said with a serious look on his face, but both Groot 2 and Rocket 2 started laughing loudly and Groot kept making fun of Quill 2. Everything aside, we can't go back, not without the stones. If we leave the stones here, then we are condemning our own reality, Banner 2 said while working on his computer, and a lot of agreements were heard. Leviathan has also destroyed the pathway between our worlds. It would take me at least 8 months to complete the array once again. Strange 2 finally dropped the last bomb and everyone was horrified after hearing that. A day in this world meant a month in theirs. Nearly 2 decades would come to pass in their world when they would finally be able to return. Sir, can I say something? Peter Parker 2 asked politely. He was the youngest in the group, so he always respected the oldest members of the group. Peter 2, how many times do I have to tell you that we are not in a class? Stark 2 said while rolling his eyes. Snickers were heard from all around the group. Shut up, you guys. Can't you see that he is nervous? Don't mind them, Peter 2, you can speak freely like Stark 2 said, Aurora 2 said with a gentle expression on her face. Peter 2 nodded his head and looked around. Ahem, as you all know that Nimrod came to this reality by using the space stone of our reality, so if we can get the space stone of this world then we would be able to return to our world much sooner. Peter 2 finished and everyone was giving him blank stares, but after only a few seconds, all of them started to praise the kid. Peter 2 blushed after hearing the compliments. That's a good idea, kid. Logan 2 said while patting Peter 2's back. After a few moments, everyone seemed to calm down. Leviathan is much worse than we had imagined. Stark 2 said and enlarged his holographic screen. He was finally able to hack into the SHIELD servers so that he could collect all the information about their enemy. Stark 2 pulled up files after files and kept showing everyone. They saw how Leviathan threatened the world and how he killed people without any remorse. Some of them already had unshed tears in their eyes. Charles 2 has been shaking his head with a disappointed look on his face. The mutants had a conflicted look on their faces. They saw how the mutants of this world have been living peacefully. They also wanted to join this Elysium, but this went against their ideals, or the ideals they have been taught. They could never accept condemning the normal humans in such a manner so that they could live peacefully. Humans needed to be protected. Guys, someone is coming. Banner 2 said loudly, bringing everyone out of the trance. I know who is coming, Danvers 2 said with a smirk on her face. After a few seconds, a feminine figure surrounded by a yellow glow approached the whole group. Danvers 2 approached the figure also slowed down and the 2 women met in midair. Hello, myself of this dimension, how are you? Danvers 2 asked with a huge grin on her face. The woman in front of her simply shook her head in disbelief. Oh shit. Carol Danvers aka Captain Marvel of this reality stared at the woman who looked exactly like her while gaping like a fish out of water. She didn't even register that this woman mentioned something about another dimension. POV Carol Danvers. This is somewhat unbelievable, but not impossible. Crackpot theorists have always been raving about parallel universes, and now I have proof about their existence. My counterpart said that she wanted to meet Fury and help in the war efforts. I don't even know what is going on. After receiving Nick's signal, I decided to clean my schedule. It took me 2 weeks to deal with my matters. There has been a lot of chaos lately. Ronan has also returned to his master. I wonder what that mad titan is planning now. But Nick would have never called me if it wasn't an emergency, so I was finally returning to Earth. I heard from my counterpart that the humans are going to war against someone called Leviathan. She also said that they want to join the war efforts. I wonder how strong this Leviathan is. They came to our dimension so that they can fight this Leviathan. Even that mad titan would find it hard to fight this whole group. This is going to be overkill. I am quite sure of it. I finally arrived in front of the SHIELD headquarters, so I stopped. I looked back towards the whole group. All of you guys wait here, let me greet him first, I said, and everyone nodded, but someone came forward from their group. I think he said his name was something Strange 2. You won't mind if I accompany you, would you? Strange 2 said with a smile on his face. I knew what he wanted. He didn't trust me and he wanted to be present when I meet him. I have no problems with it. Knowing Nick, he would already be wary of them even if I don't tell him anything. SHIELD headquarters, New York. Fury was pouring himself a drink with a high grin on his face. He had finally received some good news. They have found Captain America, and not only that. Captain America was alive. According to the reports, Captain America didn't even age 1 day since he was frozen. This was going to be a huge turning point for their war efforts. As soon as Captain America wakes up, he was going to use Captain America as a rallying point. Everyone knows about Captain America's deeds during the Second World War, and a lot of people would join the army so that they could just fight beside Captain America. Hello, Nick. Fury heard a feminine voice from the direction of the window, and Fury was already pointing his gun towards the window. Motherfucker. Fury muttered and pointed his gun towards the man in spacesuit beside his friend. Fury finally lowered his gun. Since the man was with his friend, he decided to lower his gun for now. Nick, how have been? Carol said with a smirk, and Fury released a tired sigh and shook his head. Quite bad, I guess, Carol said wryly while looking at her friend. So, what is this emergency you called me for? Carol already had some idea, but she still wanted to hear it from her friend's mouth. Why don't the two of you take a seat? Fury said with a sigh. Both Carol and Strange 2 sat down. Strange 2 thought that this was the best chance to speak up. My name is Dr. Stephen Strange 2, nice to meet you, Director Fury. I along with my whole group wants to support your war. Strange 2 trailed off so that Fury could draw his own conclusions. Why? And what kind of enmity do you have with Leviathan? As soon as Fury heard the man's words, he was already on guard. He wanted all the support he could, but before that, he wanted to have all the information he could get. He has taken several important artifacts from us, we want them back. Strange 2 said cryptically. Fury wasn't happy with the answer, but he knew that this was the best he was going to get at this moment. So, what is this group of yours called? Fury asked curiously and raised his non-existent eyebrows. We are the Avengers. Strange 2 said with a small smile on his face. Chapter 357, The Reality Stone. POV Aurora. It has been 2 weeks since Rio had started to train me. I was over the moon when he said that he was going to train me. I might have sounded like a fangirl, but I always wanted to get trained by my Rio. He has always been giving me some pointers from time to time, but getting actual training from him is much different. Well, I can't blame him though. He was always busy with something, and if he was free by any chance, then he would be spending his time with one of us. To be honest, sometimes I feel really bad that I am sharing with other girls, but Rio is a real treasure. He is an alpha. My alpha, and women has always flocked around strong men. Ha. I released a huge sigh and pulled myself up from the ground. I need to continue my training or I won't be learning anything new from Rio. I have learned a lot in these 2 weeks. I was finally able to make perfect blades, and it took me 3 days. After that, Rio showed me the lightning whip. Creating a lightning whip was really easy after I have perfected my lightning blade, but maintaining it was a pain in the ass. It took 8 days to completely master it, though my lightning whip was much weaker than Rio's. He said that it was because of the difference in our raw strength. After that, he showed me the lightning armor. I was immediately entranced with the armor. I have been trying to form my own lightning armor since then, but till now, I have yet to make any notable progress. Rio said that it took him 1.5 years to finally master the lightning armor, so I shouldn't rush myself. It has been 2 days since Rio has been busy with his own training. After absorbing the Mind Stone, Rio has gained telepathy, and he needed to gain control over his telepathic powers as soon as possible. Jean was able to give him some pointers, but she couldn't do much for him. Both of their telepathic powers were quite different. Actually, Rio didn't want to hear our thoughts, especially Namuri and Luna, Who knows what goes inside that depraved pervert's mind, and Luna is kind of self-explanatory. Luna can see everything and Rio said that he didn't know if his brain could handle all that information. Luna said that there was a chance that he would fry his brain. After that, Luna quickly explained how her brain was different from ours. Momo, Fleur, and Jean were really interested in that topic, the three of them even took notes. According to Luna, her brain was like a gateway, a multiversal hub to be exact. She can watch all the realities of this multiverse, but she could only see some pictures and small visions of other multiverses from time to time. To put it simply, her brain acts as a server. Her brain lacks the ability to store any kind of memory. We were quite surprised to hear that her brain only contains her personality and memories of the life she had lived up to this point. Everything other than that was on the server. Instead of memory banks, her brain had a lot more processing power. Her brain had more processing power than all of us combined. Even though she didn't have any memories of the visions inside of her brain, she could always access any of these memories at any time as she was always connected to this so-called server. That is why she didn't have any memory problems, and that is why if someone tried to enter her mind, then they will end up frying their brain because their brain wasn't connected to this so-called server. Well, enough of that. Now I should resume my training. I could already coat my hands and legs with lightning, but covering my whole body was really hard. I don't think that it would take me a year and a half, but this was definitely going to take months. POV Rio. It has been 2 days since I have absorbed the Mind Stone, and I have reached the conclusion that telepathy is really annoying, especially around someone like Namuri. That is why I would turn off my telepathy whenever she was nearby. I still have a very long way to go before I can completely master all of my telepathic powers, but I was finally able to get a grip over my telepathic powers. Now, at least I won't be entering someone's mind by accident. Yes, I would still be hearing people's thoughts from time to time. So, I have decided to keep my telepathy turned off around other people until I have mastered it completely. I know that someone might say that I am being stupid, but they have no idea about how disgusting thoughts a person can have. Now, it is finally time to take the reality stone, or the ether as it is still in its liquid form. With that simple thought, I appeared on a dark exoplanet residing at the very edge of our universe. The planet wasn't completely dark because of a giant red sun. There was a giant hole on the surface of the planet, and after taking a look, I jumped down and gracefully landed on the floor. I could see a giant pillar in front of me, and slowly, I approached the pillar. There was a small gap in the pillar, and I could clearly see a dim red glow coming from the crack. I stopped in front of the pillar and placed my hand on the pillar. Hakai, I mumbled, and a purple glow surrounded the pillar. Only after a second, the whole pillar was disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind a floating red liquid. I retracted the armor from my hand and placed my hand inside the liquid. My body started to absorb the liquid like a sponge, and as soon as I finished absorbing the liquid, my body started to glow red. After a few seconds, the glow finally diminished and everything went back to normal, but the power coursing through my body was anything but normal. I don't know how much time has passed, but my powers had finally stopped increasing. This time I got only 1 power after absorbing the stone, but I was more than satisfied with it. After all, I gained control over the very fabric of this reality. In other words, I could bend the reality. But there were some rules which I couldn't break, like I didn't have the power to create a soul, or bring a soul back to life. There was a way around it. I needed to create a body, and after that, place the soul inside that body using the powers of the soul stone, and after that, I needed to use the power of the reality stone to change the reality, and the person is alive. Resurrection 101 is complete. To be honest, I think that Thanos was simply a fool. He had the reality stone and he used it to create illusions. He could have simply changed the reality. Maybe he was unable to access the reality-bending powers of the reality stones and could only create illusions. I can also create illusions, but why would I do that when I can bring my illusions into reality? I could also feel the ego stone now. It was in a different dimension. It must be the Ultraverse. Should I go now, or should I go back to Elysium? I think I should head back to Elysium so that I could tell the girls and maybe bring them with me if they want. Now, I was so strong that I could erase this whole universe with no effort. I could erase half the universe with just a thought. No dramatic snap is needed. For now, let's go back. Once again I was standing right in front of my house. My teleportation powers are OP. Before I could enter the house, Luna appeared in front of me with a beaming smile on her face. She leaned up and pecked me on the lips. "So you got the last stone?" Luna asked with a huge smile on her face. "Yes, but you have already seen it, right?" I asked her, and Luna nodded her head like a woodpecker. For a second I was worried that she was going to break her neck. "Then you already know that I came back to invite all of you, right?" I asked her, even though I already knew the answer, and once again she nodded her head in a very excited manner. "Okay. I guess I am going to call the other girls now," I said in an unsure tone, and Luna simply shook her head. "No need. I already knew that you were coming to invite us, so I already told them, and here they come." Luna finished after a pause, and Namuri was the first one to arrive, followed by Dora and Momo. After only a second, Hela and Rumi arrived, followed by Aurora, and Nat Jean arrived a few moments after that along with Fleur. Now that the whole family is here, we can go, Luna said with a serious look on her face, but all of a sudden a look of realization appeared on her face and she slowly turned her face towards Hela. Don't worry, soon you will also be a part of our family, Luna said with beaming smile on her face. No one was sure how to react after hearing something like that, so we didn't, we simply kept giving her blank stares. Chapter 358, Rio's Sword and the Ego Stone, POV Rio. Luna, that wasn't nice of you, you shouldn't reveal someone else's secret, Momo pointed out with a stern look on her face, and Luna nodded her head in agreement, but the look on her face was a completely different story. She looked really proud after revealing the secret. Don't worry, Momo. I am completely fine with it. I have no problem with Rio finding out about my feelings in such a manner. It is nothing to be ashamed of, Hela said proudly while looking towards me. I already know about her feelings for me from Jean and Aurora, and to be honest, I haven't decided anything. I don't hate Hela, in fact, I like her. She is proud, strong, beautiful, and very dangerous. There isn't anything to not like. Hela, is it fine if I have some time before giving you an answer? I asked her and she smiled. I wasn't being indecisive, but I simply wanted to return to my former glory before accepting her. Obviously, I was going to accept her. There was no way I am going to reject an amazing woman like her, and I always like to tread in dangerous waters. I have no problems with that, Hela said while nodding her head, and an ethereal green sword formed in her hands. The sword looked quite dangerous, and she started to approach me with the sword in her hands, though I didn't think that she was going to attack me, so I simply stood where I was. Image here. She finally stopped in front of me and placed the tip of her sword in the ground and kneeled down like a knight. From now on, your enemies will be my enemies. You will simply need to point me towards your enemies and I will present you their heads, so, allow me to become your sword. Hela spoke up proudly. She was staring right into my eyes. I could see the determination in her eyes. Shit. I wasn't expecting this. I might look completely stoic on the outside, but I was freaking out inside my mind. I noticed the other girls gasped when they heard Hela's words. I had never imagined that Hela would do something like this. I guess she still thinks of herself as a weapon since Odin trained her to be like that since she was born. Hela was still kneeling in front of me waiting for answers, so I gathered back my wits and stared into her eyes. I accept, I said with a determined look on my face. Hela slowly stood up and looked into my eyes, and a small smile appeared on her face. Thank you. Hela said softly, and her sword dispersed into thin air. She placed both of her hands on my cheeks, and before I could ask, she pecked me on my lips, and both Hela and I were surrounded by a green glow. The glow disappeared after a few seconds. From now on, your wish would be my command, Hela said seriously and backed away. Suddenly, a disturbing thought appeared inside my mind and I grimaced. Hela noticed that and she also grimaced. Please, don't think something so disgusting. This ritual would have worked even if I have touched your hand, but I wanted a kiss, Hela said with a somewhat disgusted look on her face. So, that's how it is. I decided to check the changes inside me and found that there was a connection between Hela and me. Through the connection, I could send her messages and orders, and I could even force her to follow my commands. I wasn't going to do that ever, and there was no way that she could break the connection. I decided to test the connection. Hela, how were you able to break the connection between you and Odin? I sent her a message. I didn't. Death broke the connection between us. She can also break the connection between us. Hela's voice was heard inside my head. I could have always done this with the powers of the Mind Stone, but I still need to master my telepathic powers. Hela, have you told Death about this? I asked her aloud. Yes, you don't have to worry about that. She said she didn't have any problem as long as I can finish the job she gives me. Hela said with a smile, and I nodded my head in understanding. Finally, the other girls surrounded Hela and started to congratulate Hela. I am really glad that they are fine with each other. The girls finally finished congratulating Hela. Girls, are you finally ready to go? I asked, and all of them nodded their heads. Don't get me wrong, but where are we going? Dora asked while raising up her hand. I rolled my eyes after seeing her antics. We are going to get the final stone, the Ego Stone. I said, and all of their eyes started to shine. I waved my hand and a portal appeared in front of us. All of us slowly entered the portal and the girls gasped because of the lack of air, but none of them had any problems staying alive without air. Are you girls okay? I asked. Yes, for whatever reason we were able to speak in space completely fine. It must be because of some Marvel multiverse mechanics. We were floating in front of a frozen burning planet. I don't know how something like that is even possible, but sometimes planets are very bizarre. A/N, in the comics, the Ego Stone wasn't shown to have a specific location, so I decided to create this scenario for simplicity and think of the planet as Gliese 436b. The whole planet is made of water, but the surface is on the fire all the time. We are fine. Luna said in an excited tone and teleported away. Only after a second she returned with her sketchbook in her hands. Okay. I said with an unsure look on my face and turned towards the other girls. They also nodded their heads, though Dora seemed to be pouting. I hate space. Dora whined and continued pouting. Shush, in space you don't have to worry about tripping, Luna said with an innocent smile on her face. I could already hear the gears turning inside Dora's head. She looked really thoughtful until a look of realization came to her face. Yash. I am going to live in space from now on. Air can get buggered for all I care, Dora finished with a serious look on her face. Okay sure, I said with an unsure look on my face, and once again I turned my eyes towards the burning planet. Okay. I am going. You guys can wait here if you want, even though that measly fire can't harm any of you, I said, and the girls agreed that they're going to stay here. Best of luck, Rio. Luna said and pecked me on the lips. That was a flag right there. Soon the other girls also followed Luna's example and started kissing me while wishing me luck. Soon, I ended up with a total of 9 flags. Hela finally approached me, and this time it was me who took the initiative and pecked her on the lips. She also wished me luck and I finally appeared on the surface of the planet. The fire didn't even bother me in the slightest, and I was still trying to ignore the 10 flags that the girls have raised. I started to walk towards the Ego Stone. The planet was made up of solid ice, and the ice was on fire, and the ice wasn't even melting. Even the strongest metals from Earth would melt in this fire, but antimetal was not from Earth, originally. From now on, if anyone says that water or ice can't burn, then I'm gonna smash their face on this planet. I finally arrived in front of a giant hole. The hole was made by some kind of meteor. I could sense the Ego Stone at the bottom of the hole. I finally jumped down the hole and landed inside a crater. My eyes were immediately on the fist-sized sky-blue orb. I didn't need to be a genius to figure out what that orb was. Without looking anywhere else, I approached the Ego Stone. I held my breath in anticipation, and I was finally standing over the Ego Stone. I kneeled down and slowly grabbed the Ego Stone, and with that my whole world went black. With the girls. This universe is quite different than ours. I wonder how Earth looks like in this dimension, Momo said with a thoughtful look on her face. I am pretty sure that it would be interesting, but I find this planet to be more fascinating. Don't you want to find out why the frozen planet is burning without melting? Fleur asked Momo, and Momo immediately nodded her head in agreement. It has been some time since Rio has landed on the planet. Isn't this taking more time than usual? Nat asked, and all the girls became slightly worried. Luna, is he going to be fine? Namuri asked with a slightly worried look on her face. I don't know, but I know that this is going to be his hardest fight. Let's wait for him, Luna said cryptically. The innocent look on her face was long gone. She knew that there could be only 2 outcomes after this, but she decided not to tell the other girls about this. Being omniperceptive is not easy. Chapter 359, Doubts, Preparations, and the Ego Stone, 2. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Loki 2 was walking through the offices like he owned the place. He has been doing this for quite some time. The SHIELD agents would have stopped it, but unfortunately for them, they were unable to see the Asgardian god of trickery and mischief. Thor 2 would have also noticed his brother missing if he wasn't busy making plans with the others. Loki 2 used this chance to look around so that he could get more information. He knew that something wasn't right. SHIELD has been trying to hide something from them, or they simply didn't know. The latter seemed to be improbable. All of a sudden Loki 2 paused when he found a tip of a sword touching his neck. Sif 2, you shouldn't scare me like that, and please remove such a sharp tool from my throat. I feel uncomfortable if sharp things are pointed towards me, Loki 2 said with a grin on his face. What are you doing, Loki 2? Sif 2 was quite used to Loki 2's antics, so she wasn't bothered by his rant. You wound me, Sif 2. I might not be the pinnacle of honesty, but I can be trusted, Loki 2 said with a serious look on his face, but he only received a blank stare from Sif 2. Fine, ruin my fun, but it was at least worth a try. Sif 2, haven't you found something odd about these people? Loki 2 asked, giving up all his pretense, but Sif 2 didn't react, and she still had the stoic look on her face. Sif 2 remained stoic like that for a few moments until she released a defeated sigh. Yes, for starters, I think that they are trying to use us, and secondly, these people don't even know what they are dealing with. Sif 2 said, pulling back her sword. She also had her doubts. She knew that this Fury was trying to use their group for the war, but she didn't have any problems with that if they could get back their stones. No, the problem was something else. The real problem was their lack of information. They have seen Hela accompanying Leviathan, and this Hela was much stronger than the Hela 2 of their world. From Charles 2's group they knew that Leviathan also had the Phonics force under him, and Fury thought that they could defeat such a group. And that wasn't the last of their problems. Their own group believed that they could defeat this Leviathan guy simply because they have previously defeated cosmic entities in their universe. So, what have you found, Loki 2? Sif 2 asked Loki 2, who simply shook his head in disappointment. They don't have any information regarding Leviathan's group. There are some vague mentions of someone named Fox, but it is quite vague. Either these guys don't know what they are dealing with, or they are simply trying to hide it from us. Loki 2 said with a frown on his face. Have you checked those boxy contraptions? Sif 2 asked while pointing towards a computer and received a glare from Loki 2. Do you really think that I would know how to operate these contraptions? Loki 2 growled out, and Sif 2 simply shrugged. We can ask that kid to do it for us. He is always trying to impress the adults, Sif 2 said after thinking for a few moments. Yes, that could work, let's get that kid. He must be following Star 2 like a lost puppy, Loki 2 said while nodding his head, and both Loki 2 and Sif 2 went to look for Peter Parker. Elysium. What are we going to do, Eric? Raven asked while looking really worried. They were being surrounded by fleets from all the sides. They knew that the barrier made by Momo and Fleur was quite strong, but they didn't know how long that barrier was going to hold it. We fight. There is nothing else we could do, we simply can't throw away our freedom, Emma said with a serious look on her face. Of course I am not saying that we should give up. I am simply asking him about our next course of action. Raven pointed out, while both Emma and Raven were having an argument. Eric was simply thinking. Raven, Emma, give the order to power up the defenses, reroute the power needed from the residential areas but don't cut the power from the infirmary, Eric ordered, and both of them nodded their heads in understanding. Eric, have you heard anything from Rio or anyone from his group? Emma asked, and Raven also looked quite interested in the question. No. Natasha had left me a message saying that they are going out. Regardless of that, we will fight. We can't keep depending on their group, and we still have some time till the war starts, so we can wait, Eric said, and both Raven and Emma left his office after nodding their heads in understanding. POV Rio. I found myself inside a sky blue room, though I could only see the floor and the roof and floor extended into nothingness. I have been waiting for quite some time. I heard someone's voice from behind. I turned around slowly to find a man. The man is quite a bit taller than me, probably around 9 feet. The man was somewhat different from me, but we also shared some similar traits. Nemesis. The name popped inside my head. I had already noticed that I couldn't access any of my powers. I see that you have already recognized me. I could have never imagined that my soul would merge with a pathetic mortal soul. The man said in clear disgust. But I must thank you for collecting all the stones for me. I have tried to take over other people's bodies, but their bodies and minds crumbled after some time. The man, no, Nemesis continued to monologue. So, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for bringing me my body. Nemesis continued, but I simply burst out laughing. I know that my situation is not good because I can't access my powers, but it is a similar case with him too. I might not have my powers, but I still have my senses. A/N, both Rio and Nemesis are simply just consciousness of their beings at this moment, so they don't have any powers other than their natural body powers. Did you really think that I came here to hand over my body? I asked between my laughs. Nemesis simply kept glaring daggers at me, and I could clearly see the veins popping on top of his head. You don't know the consequences of mocking me yet, mortal. I would have sent your soul back into the reincarnation cycle, but now, I will simply erase your soul, Nemesis growled out and launched his fist towards me. I raised my left hand so that I could redirect his fist but failed due to the force behind his punch. His right fist landed on my left shoulder and I felt like being hit by a freight train. Damn. That's strong. I yelled inside my mind and wrapped my left hand around his extended right arm and twisted it with all the force I could have mustered. Nemesis yelled out in pain. Just from his punch I knew that he was a novice. He might be strong, but he doesn't know how to fight. He kicked in my direction and I quickly backed off when I noticed his kick. Getting hit by his kick won't be good for me. As soon as his feet landed on the ground after missing me, I planted my foot on his foot with all the force I could muster. Erfk. You dare, mortal, he thundered out, but that was all he could do as I landed a left uppercut under his chin. He spat out black blood from his mouth and fell back on his ass with a flattened foot and a broken chin. Before he could catch his breath I slammed my foot on his face. He flew back some meters due to the force behind my kick. I quickly rushed towards him and while I was about to reach his head, his right hand slammed on my chest. Don't underestimate me, mortal. Nemesis mumbled out and I felt like my lungs were on fire. I can't allow him to land another blow on me like that. While limping he pulled up his giant body, but I attacked towards his left hand and slammed my foot on his left elbow. A loud snap was heard and Nemesis dropped to the ground while screaming. I wrapped my hand around his neck and grabbed him in a blood choke position. Image here. His left hand was completely useless, so he tried to pull off my hands using his right hand, but I didn't let go. Seeing that my hands weren't budging, his right elbow slammed on my right side of the ribs and I heard several snaps. A burning sensation rose up from my chest, but I didn't let go. His elbow slammed into my ribs once again and some more cracking sounds were heard. I spat out blood from my mouth and I was surprised that my blood was also black, but I didn't allow him to escape my chokehold. His elbow kept slamming into my right side and now I was pretty sure that my ribs were turned into powder. I kept spitting out blood from time to time, but I kept choking him. This is the most painful fight I ever had. Slowly his blows started to lose power and finally his right hand went completely limp. I changed the position of my hand slightly and with a slight twist, another loud snap was heard. Nemesis was dead. With a lot of difficulties I moved his body away from mine. My vision was blurry and I knew that I was going to pass out, but it was impossible to stay awake. As soon as I closed my eyes, I found myself back in the real world and all of my injuries were gone. I gasped due to surprise when I noticed that the ego stone was no longer in my hands. Just as I noticed that, foreign memories started to flow into my mind. Billions of years of memory flowed into my mind. I felt like my head was going to explode. I grabbed my head tightly and passed out with an anguished look on my face. Chapter 360, Hidden. Please read this. A/N. Now, I know that a lot of you seem to be unsatisfied with the fight, but there is a reason that I have to do fight in such a manner. Reason 1, Nemesis was simply a speck of his original being and he didn't have any of his powers since the power of destruction was stored inside his soul, which was absorbed by Rio, and all the other aspects of his powers were the Infinity Stones, also absorbed by Rio. Reason 2, I had to remove Rio's powers so that they could fight because Nemesis didn't have any powers and Rio could have simply killed him by waving his hand. Now, you might say that I removed his physical powers too, but that is because his physical powers also come from the latent energy he absorbed from the Leviathan soul. Now, I understand that you think that the fight was dull, but if you have been reading this fanfic from the start then you would know that this is the closest MC ever came to being defeated, so, Luna wasn't wrong. And the readers who are worried about Rio being influenced by the memories, you don't have to, nothing will change. He will have his mind powers so he can stop being influenced by those memories. POV Rio. I found myself sitting inside an office and a blue-skinned man with golden marking and wings sitting behind the table. I immediately recognized the man from my memories. Ikagen, I muttered under my breath and a smile appeared on his face. What am I doing here? I asked him curiously and he simply smiled. Now that I have all the memories, I think that fight between Ikagen and Nemesis was a complete waste of time. It was Nemesis's fault. Nemesis was a true god who was born due to the laws of the Omniverse, but Ikagen was different. He was an ascended god. He was once a mortal just like me and he was able to comprehend the laws of creation. It took him nearly 1,000,000 years to ascend, but he succeeded. Nemesis didn't like that fact. For him, it was an insult, an ascended god equal to him in powers. That was the reason for their fight. Yep. I know, pretty stupid. Now that I have all the memories of my past life, or Nemesis's life, I can recognize all of them. I remember when I found Ardit, she was still immortal at that time. She had just finished slaughtering off a whole race just because she didn't like them, and she tried to kill me too, and I decided to spare her because I thought she was amusing. She vowed to follow me and she has been with me until I was killed by Ikagen. Ardit had only followed me for 1,000,000,000 years, and that is when we found an injured Hydra drifting through the space. I was interested in the Hydra, so I decided to keep it and heal it. That Hydra came to be known as World Devourer Hydriana after 1,000,000 years. Even though I have been with Ardit for so long, nothing happened between us because of her preferences. The three of us went on a killing and destroying spree for billions of years. That is when the laws of the Omniverse created Godzone. She wasn't strong like me, but she came to fight us. When she was about to die after fighting me, she told me that she was made by the laws just like me to stop us from destroying everything. So, I spared her and asked Hydriana to heal her. I understood what she meant to say. Too much destruction isn't good, so I stopped. Only Ardit continued to spread evil, and it wasn't a problem because she wasn't doing anything directly. That is when Ardit came to be known as the origin of evil, Ardit. Only after a few years, I came to meet death, infinity, and eternity. They were the concepts of the Omniverse. They were introverts, or neets, whatever you want to say. They didn't want to meet anyone, though death changed through billions of years. Though after getting killed, she reformed as a completely changed person. Eternity and infinity were still the same, introverts. While Ardit was spreading evil through the Omniverse, Godzone was trying to erase her evil through good. That is how she came to be known as Ultimate Salvation, Godzone. Slowly the other gods also ascended, and some were created by the laws of the Omniverse, so notable ones were Mira, the previous leader of the Light Faction, Seven, the battle maniac of the Light Faction, and finally, Dust, the crusader of Light Faction. Godzone could have easily gotten the leader position of the Light Faction because she was the strongest among them, but she didn't like all those management stuff, so she declined it. There was no Dark Faction or anything at that time. All of us were scattered throughout the Omniverse, doing our own thing. The Light Faction gave the three of us a wide berth. They knew that messing with any of us wasn't good because even if they band together, they wouldn't be able to defeat me. After a few billion years, I finally decided to form our own merry band, the Dark Faction. I know that the name could have been better, but you can't blame me. It was all Nemesis's fault. The evil and destroyer's gods slowly started to gather under my banner. That was when Ikagen ascended and I went nuts. Well, Nemesis to be exact. Before I went to fight, one last god named Extinction joined our group. After that, I went to fight Ikagen. We fought for thousands of years until our Nemesis was finally killed. Though Ikagen didn't leave scot-free, he was also severely injured. He was still strong, but now I was clearly stronger than him. Didn't I say that I will meet you once again after you finally absorb the Ego Stone? Ikagen said with a smile. From Nemesis's memories, I knew that he wasn't a bad guy. In fact, he was one of the nicest gods I knew. Oh. So, I hope you don't have hard feelings for the last time. To be honest, I don't give a flying fuck that you are an ascended god, I said, and he simply laughed out loud. You are going to bring a lot of changes in the Dark Faction. They are always so dark and gloomy. It looks like they are oozing death aura. Death has been bugging me about that for quite some time, Ikagen said while laughing. I wasn't sure how to react, so I simply nodded my head like a sage. So, what happens now? I asked him. This was an important question. You can have the chief god positio. Ikagen started to say, but I simply cut him off. Nah. Too much work. I will simply relax with my girls. I said while waving my hand, and he simply smiled after hearing my words. So, I will be going. They must be really worried about me, I said, and he nodded his head. Oh, by the way, Ardit and Hydriana might come to meet you. After all, you have seen their past and you were kind of family to them, and please don't allow Ardit to sacrifice all humans. Ikagen said with a wry smile on his face, and I simply nodded my head. I already knew that the two of them will come to meet me as soon as they can. By the way, where are they? I asked while raising my eyebrow. I have sent Ardit on a mission and Hydriana went with her because she was bored. I bet that Ardit is having quite some fun torturing a god. He caused me a lot of problems. Ikagen said while shaking his head, and I simply nodded my head in understanding, and waved at him. With a simple thought, I was back on the frozen and burning planet. I had already finished absorbing all stones in Marvel Multiverse, and I could feel that I had reached my previous glory. I have also gained back my divinity, the divinity of destruction. I had used my mind powers to remove the influence from Nemesis's memories. I have also gained omnipresence. It would have been impossible to control, but Nemesis's memories helped me. I am currently present everywhere in the Omniverse. I have already found out Ardit's and Hydriana's location but decided to leave them for now. Now there is only one thing left to do. My whole body started to pulse with a purple glow surrounding my body, and the whole planet started to shake. With the girls. Luna, it has been several hours since he has gone. Is he fine? Momo asked in a worried tone, and that is when the whole planet in front of started to shake. They sensed the amount of power coming from the planet, and all of them were terrified by the amount of power. They knew that it was Rio's power, but they had to back away for their own safety. Hela came in front of the girls, and a green astral shield formed in front of them. So much power, mortals would simply die after looking at him. Hela said with an odd look on her face. The whole planet started to crack under the pressure of the raw power, and all of them heard a loud heartbeat. The heartbeat started to increase with each passing second, and the planet finally exploded and a loud roar was heard. Hela's shield cracked due to the force. Slowly a beast emerged out of the rubble of the destroyed planet, and all the girls already knew that it was Rio. Image here. Do you think I can tame it? He looks so cute. Luna beamed with a huge innocent smile on her face, and everyone facepalmed after hearing her words. Chapter 365, The Leviathan of Destruction. Chapter 361, Divinities. POV Rio. I had noticed that the whole planet collapsed simply due to the pressure of my raw power. I reined in my power because I knew that the girls were nearby and I didn't want to hurt them because I was flexing. Slowly I transformed into my Leviathan form, and I couldn't stop myself from letting out a small roar. The planet under me had already collapsed. I finally appeared in front of the girls, all of them looking at me with complete awe in their eyes. In my Leviathan form, I could not speak normally, and this is where telepathy came in. I have always used my telepathy to communicate when I was in my Leviathan form. I have already noticed the changes in my body, in my Leviathan form, instead of 2. I had 4 arms in total. 2 arms were coming out of my back, while I also had 3 sets of wings behind my back along with multiple tails. Controlling all of these new limbs would have been hard if I didn't have Nemesis's memories. Nemesis's memories were really priceless. I have gained absolute control over my telepathy along with all the aspects of my power. So, do you like my Leviathan form? I sent a telepathic message to the girls. You look quite scary in that form, but I don't mind it. But why can't I feel your power any longer? Momo thought inside her mind. She is already curious like a typical researcher. That is because I am reigning in my power for now. The pressure of my raw power might be too much for you girls, and I don't want to hurt any one of you accidentally. I sent my words inside her mind, and she simply nodded her head in understanding. Ah. MHNN, I am so wet. Punish me, master. Namuri screamed out inside her mind in between her pants, and I simply decided to ignore that depraved pervert for now. Ooh, you look quite scary. You don't eat poor and pure goddesses like me, right? Though I won't mind if you eat me up in a sexual way. Dora mumbled inside her mind, and we have another pervert in here, so I ignored her too, at least for now. You have become really strong. I will be aiming for you from now on, Rumi declared inside her with clear determination in her eyes. No worries. I will be patiently waiting for you to reach my level, I said genuinely, and sent the message inside her head. I wasn't mocking her, and I would be really proud if she reaches my level. Do you have any specific race? How does it feel to have new limbs? Jean shot off several questions like that in quick succession. I had to send calming emotions into her mind to calm her down. I am a Leviathan, that's all I know, and I don't feel odd after getting all these new limbs. I have gained back my old memory, so controlling these limbs isn't something new for me. I sent my words telepathically inside her head, and she nodded her head with a smile. You look really majestic and scary. I don't even know how strong you are at this moment. I would never get enough of you. I am really glad that I fell in love with you, Aurora declared in a somewhat dreamy tone inside her mind. I have no idea how to answer that, but I think that this will work. I know. I sent the words telepathically into her mind along with the scenes of our lovemaking. It worked like a charm when a pink tinge appeared on Aurora's cheeks. I simply cannot express my feelings in simple words. Now, I am really glad that I made the pact with you, Hela mumbled inside her mind with an odd look on her face. Her query wasn't urgent, so I ignored her for now. Because of our special connection, she was still able to sense my power. Can you give me one of your scales? I want to see how hard it is. I have read in storybooks that scales of a majestic beast could be very useful. Fleur's words resounded inside her mind. That wasn't an outrageous demand, and I also wanted to know the properties of my scales. Later, I sent a telepathic message inside Fleur's mind. From Nemesis's memories I know that my scales are really strong, but I don't know how strong. After all, he had never bothered with something like that. I don't know what to say. A few years ago, I didn't even know that there were gods and beings like you, and I was a completely normal human, Nat said inside her mind while she had a wry smile plastered on her face. Then you don't need to say anything, just remember that I love you and you aren't alone, you have a lot of sisters. I spoke inside her mind. Nat always wanted to have a family, that is why I used those words to bring back her smile. You look cute, can I have a ride? Luna asked cutely with an innocent smile on her face. She found me cute. I don't know what to say, so I simply lowered my hand. Luna beamed at me with a huge smile on her face and climbed on my hand. The other girls also started to demand a ride, so I also picked them up in my hand. I carefully brought them close to me so that they don't get blown away. I used my space powers and formed a space barrier right in front of them, and I let out a loud roar, and this time I didn't hold back. The whole galaxy was shaking due to my roar, and everything around was disintegrated due to the pressure of my raw power. Even the sun of this solar system was disintegrated into nothingness. A huge portal opened in front of me and I flew inside. The portal closed right behind me. I appeared right outside of our own solar system along with the girls in my hand. The girls were having a lot of fun. I entered the solar system, and once again I had to rein in my powers, or I will simply collapse this solar system due to the pressure of my raw power. Now that I have some time, I decided to tell the girls about my power. Currently, I possess 6 divinities. 5 of them are very minor, as there are other gods who have the major divinities of these aspects. My minor divinities were 1. Divinity of space. 2. Divinity of time. 3. Divinity of mind. 4. Divinity of soul. 5. Divinity of reality. Basically, the aspects represented by the Infinity Stones, but the Power Stone simply contained my raw power and it didn't have anything other than that. Now my major divinity was pretty obvious. It was the power of destruction. Due to the absolute control I had over my divinities, I wasn't going to create any problems in the lower worlds when I used them, and Marvel was a higher world, so there wouldn't be any problems. I wasn't like Ardit, Hydriana, Gotzone, or Lars, who had to seal most of their powers before coming down on a mortal plane. My control was much better than them. Though it would be really good if I didn't use my major divinity in the Marvel world. It won't cause any problems, but it is better to be on the safe side. But if needed, I could use it from time to time without collapsing the world, and to erase and kill humans. I didn't even need to use my major divinity. I could kill humans with a simple thought right now. I finally passed by Jupiter, and I was 7 times bigger than Jupiter at this moment. Thankfully, I could turn off my own gravity field, or it could have been very problematic. There wasn't an on-off switch. I simply bended the reality according to my wish. We finally appeared near Mars, and I placed the girls on the surface of the red planet. That was because I sensed Thanos' location in the Andromeda Galaxy. He was currently making his way towards Earth, and his ship was much faster now. He must have gone nuts when the Mind Stone disappeared from his hands. With a simple thought, I turned back into my human form and landed in front of the girls. I was dressed back in my anti-metal armor. Why are we stopping here? Jean asked me curiously. The other girls also seemed to be quite curious. Looks like I would have to take a detour. Anyone up for a fight? I asked, and 2 hands were immediately raised in the air. It was Rumi and Nat. After a few moments, Hela also raised her hand following their example. She thought that raising your hand is necessary to participate in a fight. Okay, I said while looking towards the 3 of them. Then my head turned towards the other girls. You girls can wait here, or you can go back to Elysium, I said, and the girls looked at each other, and after a few seconds, it was Luna who decided to speak up. We would like to return to Elysium, Luna said with a smile, and the other girls nodded their heads in agreement. A portal appeared beside the girls. All of them engulfed me in a group hug, and after some time they finally separated from me, but not before giving me a peck on the lips. All of them quickly entered the portal while waving at me. The portal closed and only the 4 of us were left of Mars. So where are we going? Nat asked me with a raised eyebrow. That isn't important. Will I face strong opponents? Rumi asked me while dismissing Nat's question. That's something inconsequential. Are we going to face an army? Hela asked with a vicious grin on her face while dismissing Rumi's question. Starting from Nat, we will be going to the Andromeda Galaxy, I said while looking towards Nat. Then I turned my head towards Rumi. Yes, you are going to face strong opponents. Then, I finally turned my head towards Hela. Yes, we are going to face an army. I answered all of their questions. Nat simply nodded her head in understanding while Rumi cheered after hearing my answer, and Hela simply started to release her bloodlust. Another portal appeared beside us and all four of us entered the portal. Oh make. Thor threw his Stormbreaker towards Thanos, who just tried to stop the weapon by launching a beam from his gauntlet. The beam was powered by the 6 Infinity Stones, but the power wasn't enough and Thor's Stormbreaker dug into his chest. Thanos dropped to his knees. Thor landed in front of Thanos and placed his hand on the back of the Stormbreaker, started to push the blade into Thanos' chest. I have told you that you are going to die for that, Thor said and continued pushing the blade. Thanos screamed due to pain and started to pant. Thor leaned down to hear Thanos' last word. Thanos pulled up his head and looked into Thor's eyes. You should have gone for the head, Thanos said and raised up his gauntlet-clad hand. Thor turned completely pale. No. Thor screamed, but he was unable to stop the snap, but both Thanos and Thor were surprised that nothing happened. Thanos snapped once again, but nothing happened. He turned around his hand to see that the Infinity Stone had gone missing, but before he could do anything he screamed in pain when Thor pulled out the Stormbreaker from his chest. Why? That was all Thanos could say before Thor split his head into two like a fruit. Thor looked down at the corpse and spat. I went for the head, Thor said and walked away from Thanos' dead body. Chapter 362, Swirling Doubts and for Entertainment, I. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Peter Parker too was looking through the files on a computer with a deep frown on his face. A few hours ago, he was approached by Lady Sif too. She asked him if he could help her with something. He immediately agreed to help her, but he found that Loki too was also involved. At first, he was quite reluctant to help out Loki too. After all, he had heard and read about Loki too's mischief, but after hearing their request he finally relented. He agreed that they did have a point and they were really lacking a lot of important information about Leviathan and Elysium. That is what brought him here. At first, he had thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't trust them and that is why they were reluctant to give them the full information, but when he started to look through the files, he was unable to stop frowning. Loki too had told him that he had checked everywhere but he didn't find much information regarding Leviathan in the documents. This shouldn't be possible. S.H.I.E.L.D. was really going into a fight completely blind. This was the pinnacle of stupidity according to Peter too. Yes, he understands that Leviathan must be stopped, but that doesn't mean that you to go in guns blazing without a solid plan. Peter too had thought that Stark too would have noticed this problem, but apparently, no one else other than the three of them had noticed this problem. This was really problematic. Was it simply because of arrogance or was it something completely different? So, did you find anything, Peter too? Sif too asked Peter too while leaning beside him. Yes, Peter too, tell us, what did you find? Please don't tell me that you didn't find anything, Loki too asked in a mocking tone. Sif too simply glared at the men. Loki too raised up his hands in the air, showing that he surrendered. Sif too snorted and turned towards Peter too. That is the problem. I haven't found anything. It's not because they are hiding it from us, but it is because they simply don't have that information, Peter too said with a disgusted look on his face. Oh, that is why Fury wants us to initiate the attack. Loki too said with a thoughtful look on his face. Fury had mentioned a few times that he wants them to initiate the attack, that way they will be able to keep Leviathan busy while they attack Elysium. Looks like he wants to sacrifice us. Sif too said with clear disdain in her voice. We need to warn the others about this, Peter too spoke up hurriedly and Sif too also agreed with him, but Loki too stopped them. No, before telling the others. I want to talk with this Dimension Sorcerer Supreme, she might be able to give us some information, Loki too said, and both Peter too and Sif too were immediately alarmed. Why? Sif too growled out angrily. Don't why me, you dumb woman, it is clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to sacrifice us, and from those mutants, we know that she is quite friendly. Loki too said, and Sif too had to agree with Loki too on this point. But what if she tells Leviathan? Peter too asked in a worried tone, and Loki too simply shook his head. Don't worry about that. I don't think he will do anything to us. He could have killed all of us on the moon, but he didn't. Loki too said, and Sif too also nodded her head in agreement. With that they decided to visit the New York Sanctum so that they could meet the Ancient One of this universe. POV Rio. The four of us appeared near a giant blue star, and Nat kept around looking curiously. Nat, don't get me wrong, but I am going to give your powers a slight boost. This is going to be helpful for you, I said, and Nat nodded her head. I touched Nat's face and purple veins started to appear on her face. Nat gasped for breath, but she didn't remove my hand from her cheek. Only after a few seconds, it was over and I pulled back my hand. I don't feel a lot different, Nat said after she finished checking for the changes. I gave you a small boost using my power. The power will slowly fade away from your body, but you will be able to get stronger on your own. In other words, I simply unlocked your potential, I said, and Nat nodded her head once again. It is better to get stronger on your own, or it won't mean much, Hela said while looking towards Nat. Humans have a lot of potential, but there is also a huge problem with them, their humanity. When I first arrived in Midgard, I saw humans picking up boulders with bare hands, Hela said with a serious look on her face. She didn't need to continue the story, all of us understood what she meant to say. I understand. I get it. Nat said while nodding her head. I raised my hand to get their attention. You can discuss all of that later, your entertainment is already here. I said, and several giant ships appeared in front of us. All of these ships were traveling via warp drive, but I forcefully pulled them out of the warp drive. I could sense the screams and curses come from the inside of the ships. Without saying another word, I dropped those ships on a nearby planet. Dropping them in the sun would have ruined our fun. It was a giant planet, somewhat equal to Jupiter in size, and it was the fifth planet from the sun. The planet looked like a gas giant from the above, but it was due to the storm clouds. Have fun, girls. I will keep an eye from the above. I said, a small smile on my face, and the three of them nodded their heads in understanding. They slowly started to descend towards the planet. Hela was supporting both Rumi and Nat, as they had no idea about how to maneuver inside space. POV Rumi. I can't stop myself from shivering in excitement. I was having some problems when I entered the atmosphere. Hela noticed this and pulled me towards her. Nat was being surrounded by a purple aura that must be protecting her from the heat. The three of us could finally see the surface. We could see red lightning bolts dropping from the clouds. These lightning bolts were much stronger than what we had back on Earth. This added much more to my excitement. This planet wasn't human-friendly at all. The three of us finally landed on the ground, creating a giant crater. Are you two okay? Hela asked us. Yes. I am fine. I said while looking around. Nat also confirmed that she was okay, so Hela walked out of the crater and started to look around. We also followed her example and looked around for the ships. The ships were really too big to be missed. We could already see a lot of activity around the ships. Oh, it's Thanos the Mad Titan, though I like to call him an idiot Titan, Hela said while looking towards the ship. When I was sealed, he was just starting his army, the Black Order. I have to agree that he has grown up quite a lot, Hela said with a grin on her face. You are simply excited because you are getting to slaughter such a huge army, that is why you are praising him. I deadpanned, but Hela didn't seem to react to my words. Instead, her grin became much wider. Ignore the minor details, they should be glad that they are going to be killed for my entertainment, Hela said with a proud look on her face. Fuck. She is serious. I don't think that they are going to be glad. Nat said dryly while pointing towards the army of black monsters heading towards us. They must have noticed us while we were talking. Oh, they will be glad. You don't have to worry about that. Hela said with a sinister grin on her face and jumped towards the horde of black monsters with two swords in her hands. Ha ha ha. Hela's laugh resounded through the whole area. Even though we were surrounded by loud thunders, she started to massacre the monsters with a huge grin on her face. Looks like we should get busy too, I said while looking towards Nat. Yep. Nat said, and both of us jumped towards the horde of monsters. I landed within a huge horde of those black monsters. I was already using my armament hockey because we weren't on Earth and I didn't need to hold back anything. The black monsters immediately noticed me among their ranks and lunged towards me so that they could rip me apart, but that is not happening. I balled my fist and landed a punch on the black monster who was about to reach me. The black monster was completely obliterated, but the shock wave of my punch kept traveling and obliterated hundreds of those black monsters before disappearing. This isn't enough. I slammed my knee on a nearby monster and everything behind the monster was obliterated up to miles. When the shock wave finally subsided, the monster I had kicked exploded. Only a second ago I was surrounded by their horde, but there is nothing left of them now. That is when a loud roar was heard. It wasn't anything like Rio's, but it was still a roar, so I looked up and found a giant flying Leviathan. I was immediately incensed. That thing is an insult to Rio. With that thought I jumped up towards the sky and slammed my foot on its head. Its head was obliterated into nothingness while the storm clouds above us were cleared due to the force behind my kick. I heard a lot of similar roars. I looked around and found similar creatures. I guess Hela was right. This is fun. Chapter 363, For Entertainment, 2. With Thanos. He was heading towards Earth along with his whole Black Order and Ronan's army. He didn't trust Ronan completely, but until now Ronan hadn't betrayed him. That is why Ronan was still alive, and having a sacrificial pawn in his hand in the time of need is really good. All of a sudden, the gem of the scepter cracked and stopped glowing. A huge frown appeared on Thanos' face and he carefully picked up the scepter to check it. He was completely taken aback when he found that the Mind Stone was gone. How? Did someone steal the stone using space powers? Thanos had no idea about what happened and he had no clue. Thanos had the scepter with him for all this time, so he was pretty sure that it wasn't anyone from his children who stole the stone. For now, he had only one clue. He knew that he might find something on Earth, so he commanded to increase their speed. His children had been really worried when they saw him worried like that. They had never seen Thanos worried. That is when they were forcefully pulled out of warp drive. Thanos has no idea who could do such a thing, but before they could do anything they were dropped on a planet. Surprisingly, their ships were mostly intact. What's the damage? Thanos asked calmly. Sire, the ship is completely intact except the engines. We are receiving similar reports from the other ships too, Ebony Maw, one of his children answered him. That is why when the ship started to shake. Thanos noticed the lightning bolts dropping on his ship. His ships were a beacon for these lightning bolts, but it would be fine. His ships were strong enough to withstand a little bit of bad weather, but someone still dropped him here, after destroying their engines. Thanos had no idea who would do such a thing. Yes, he had a lot of enemies, but none of them were strong enough to do something like this, a cosmic entity. A question appeared inside his mind, but he shrugged it off quickly. After all, cosmic entities were quite flashy. Father, our sensor have picked 3 life signs approaching our ships. Luphamoid Nebula, one of his daughters spoke up, pointing towards the screen. The screen was enlarged and Thanos saw 3 women, but his eyes narrowed on the woman in the middle. Hela, Odin's daughter, Thanos mumbled with a frown on his face. How can she be here? Thanos asked aloud with a bewildered look on his face. It has been thousands of years since the last time he had heard about that insane warmonger. How can she be here? Did Odin release her? Did she kill Odin? Questions like this swirled inside Thanos' mind while his frown deepened. He wasn't scared of Hela after all. He had never faced her in a battle, but he had heard stories about that woman. Even if some of them were true, then it would mean a lot of trouble for him. Thanos was brought out of his thoughts when a shockwave shook their whole ship. Impossible. His children stuttered out, looking towards a silver-haired woman. The woman was obliterating his army with simple blows. Thanos already knew that he wasn't a match for that silver-haired woman. Who released the Black Order? Call them back, Thanos yelled out hurriedly. He didn't know how dangerous Hela was, but now Hela would become stronger due to the army. She was the goddess of death and war, and she will keep growing stronger if she is in a war and beings keep dying around her. My sire, that's the initial threat response team, Ebony Maw stuttered out, and Thanos simply waved him off. I don't care, call them back. Thanos almost screamed out. Ebony Maw immediately commanded the Black Order to return, but it was too late. The silver-haired woman had just obliterated one of the Leviathans and she was already heading towards the other Leviathans. POV Hela. Ha ha ha. I kept laughing while slaughtering the Black Order. I simply couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud. I have missed this for thousands of years when I was sealed away. I couldn't stop myself from cursing Odin inside my mind. I craved this for so long only because of that foolish coward. But on the other hand, I can't bring myself to curse him too much. If he hadn't sealed me, then I would have never met Rio, the most amazing man I have ever seen. I have lived for thousands of years, but I never became interested in a relationship. Asgardian men were completely bland. Outside Asgard, everyone was scared of me. They would bow in front of me so that I would spare them. Disgusting. I wanted a man who could stand tall against me. It didn't matter for me if he was weaker than me, but I wanted my men to have a backbone. But I never met someone like Rio until I was sealed. Rio came into my life as a surprise. Even though I was Death's avatar, I knew that there was only a small chance that she will send someone to save me. After all, beings like her can't interact with the mortal plane. That is why she has an avatar. I had thought that I would never get released until Odin dies, but Rio came and saved me. At first, I was simply grateful towards him for saving me and I respected him for his strength, but slowly it started to turn into love. It started to happen when I noticed that he wasn't disgusted with me. All of a sudden I stopped when I noticed that the numbers of the Black Order monsters have decreased quite a lot. Rage bubbled inside me. I knew that someone had ordered them to return and currently they are going back towards the ships. I felt a being coming towards me, so I decided to wait. Slowly a silhouette appeared in my vision. It was the idiot titan with idiotic objectives, Thanos. He was bringing his sword with him, so he wants to fight. A loud boom resounded and shook the whole surface of the planet. Rumi had just destroyed a spaceship. Thanos gave a glance in that direction and then he continued to approach me. I don't have any quarrel with Asgard. That was the first thing he said. I simply snorted. Like I give a fuck. I said with clear disdain in my voice. Thanos frowned and pointed his sword towards me. Then why are you attacking me? Thanos asked me and I simply grinned. Obviously for my entertainment. I said and lunged towards him with my swords in my hands. Thanos didn't even have the time to frown because he had to back away because of my sword thrusts. I could clearly see that Thanos was a good fighter. No. Scratch that, he was one of the best fighters I have ever faced. His fighting style was much superior to both Rio and Rumi. Sparks flew when our swords collided. Even with such a huge body, Thanos was really fast. Ha ha ha. This is it, Thanos, you don't disappoint me. Let's keep fighting like this. I yelled out while laughing. It has been ages since I had faced an opponent like him. Rio was different. He lacked technique and he had defeated me through brute strength and speed, and his powers were much superior to mine. Thanos didn't say anything and kept swinging his sword, but a scowl appeared on his face and his scowl kept deepening as the fight kept going on. Let's turn it up a notch. I said in an excited voice, and my swings and thrusts started to become much faster and stronger. POV Nat. From the side of my eyes, I noticed Hela and Rumi having fun. Rumi was obliterating the army with her blows while Hela was laughing like an insane maniac while massacring the army. I didn't have fetishes like theirs. When Rio invited us for a fight, I immediately knew that he was going to face a lot of enemies or he wouldn't have asked something like that. I simply wanted to decrease his burden, so I had raised my hand. I also wanted to see what aliens were like, so that's that. The only aliens I have interacted with until now was Hela, and she didn't look like an alien. To be honest, it kind of ruined the fun for me, and that is why I was here slaughtering the army. I wasn't strong like the two of them, but I did have some powers, so I made 2 swords for me using my molecule manipulation power while I was continuously killing off the monsters using earth spikes. I was using my molecular manipulation to create spikes out of the ground which impaled those monsters and killed them. I noticed that the numbers of these monsters had started to decrease, but I didn't bother with it. From the corner of my eyes I noticed a purple giant approaching Hela. She is the strongest among us, she can take care of herself. For now, I decided to pay attention to my own opponents. 2 women were slowly approaching me. One of them had green skin similar to the Hulk, but she was quite slim and lacked muscles, and the other woman had blue skin with a lot of robotic parts on her body. I stood completely focused on the 2 of them. I didn't want to get surprised. They didn't say anything and neither did I. All 3 of us knew that we were going to fight, but none of us made a move until the blue-skinned woman pulled out some kind of a gun. Chapter 364, The Endgame Revised. POV Rumi. I finally finished slaying off the 4th Leviathan. That is when I noticed that the other Leviathans were retreating. Yeah, like I would allow something like that. I landed on the ground, and as I was about to jump towards the retreating Leviathans, I was interrupted by a flying axe. I started to look for the rude person who dared to interrupt me, and my eyes finally landed on a monster. It looked somewhat similar to that abomination I had fought a few years ago. It grunted while walking towards me. Well, I guess that is the best it could do. With a sigh, I simply lunged towards the tall monster. The monster noticed my lunge and brought down his axe. I simply grabbed the axe with my hand. The monster looked at me with a confused look on his face, but I didn't give it any time to react and punched towards his chest with my other hand. My hand went through his chest like I was cutting butter with a hot knife. I looked at the monster weirdly while I pulled my hand out of its chest. With a confused look on its face, the monster died. I looked towards my hand, which was now covered in purple blood, and a frown appeared on my face. I had thought that his chest would be more durable, that is why I went for his chest. A/N, Rumi killed Cull Obsidian. If you can't remember him, then here is the picture. I scourgified my hand. I didn't want to have its blood on myself and lunged towards the nearby ship. Even when I was interrupted by that monster, I have followed those flying monsters. The last one has entered the ship. I landed in front of the ship. Now, how the hell do I enter this ship? I didn't know where the entrance for human-sized beings was, so I simply decided to punch a hole through the ship's body. I slammed my fist and it went right through. I adjusted my hand for some leverage and ripped apart a huge hole. It worked. I thought while tilting my head and entered the ship. I am going to have a lot of fun. With that thought, I started to kill anything within my sight. Obviously, the monsters tried to fight back, but it was simply useless. I continued killing those monsters when I finally arrived in the engine room. I might have hit something which I shouldn't have. The whole ship exploded, and after a few moments I walked out of the fire looking towards the other ships. I noticed 4 life signs approaching me. 3 of them was men, while the last of them was a tall blue-skinned woman. One of the men was carrying a hammer. He was somewhat stronger than the others, but not by much. I started to walk towards the group, and one of them threw some giant rubble in my direction with his hand gesture. I quickly dodged them and flash-stepped the man who threw the rubble at me. He was the most dangerous among the whole group with that power. My fist smashed on the back of his head and it popped like a balloon, splattering the rest of the group with his brain matter. "You will pay for that." The woman screamed hysterically and attacked me, but before she could reach me, the man with the hammer smashed in her head. The woman's body dropped to the ground completely lifeless. The last man turned towards the man with the hammer with a betrayed look on his face. "Trait." That was all he could say before I landed an uppercut under his chin. His head was completely obliterated into nothingness and his body dropped on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Then my eyes zeroed in towards the man with the hammer. "I am not your enemy. I am ready to swear my loyalty to you," the man said while bowing his head. I snorted internally. Do I look like an idiot? He betrayed his ally so that he could please me. What kind of loyalty can I even expect from a man like him? People like him are the worst. How about no? I asked and kicked towards him. The man didn't even get to react before his whole upper body was obliterated due to my kick. I spat in disgust and walked away towards the other ships. A/N, the first person killed in this group was Ebony Maw. Then Proxima Midnight tried to attack Rumi, but she was killed by Ronan. Then Rumi killed Corvus Glaive. Ronan tried to swear his loyalty to Rumi, but Rumi killed him at last. If you don't remember them, then here are the pictures. POV Nat. They didn't say anything and neither did I. All 3 of us knew that we were going to fight, but none of us made a move until the blue-skinned woman pulled out some kind of a gun. She fired some red kind of shot and I had to raise up a wall made of dirt using my molecule manipulation. That was just the beginning. They started to fire their guns in my direction. The wall slowly crumbled, so I used my molecule manipulation power and created earth spikes where they were standing. Both of them jumped away to dodge the spikes, but I sent the remaining wall hurling towards the green-skinned woman. The woman let out a painful grunt and dropped to the ground when the broken wall hit the woman on the side. I was about to impale the woman with my earth spikes, but I had to dive towards the ground when several shots came hurling towards me from the blue-skinned woman. One of the shots had grazed my arm. It was really painful, and I rolled around and stood up and started to hurl earth spikes towards the blue-skinned woman using my telekinesis. The woman nimbly dodged the attacks, and I had to stop when the green-skinned woman started to fire towards me. Those guns were really dangerous, so I had raised up a wall between us. I looked towards my injured arm and it was still healing. A huge explosion blew apart the wall, but I wasn't bothered by it. I used my mental manipulation power and stopped them from dodging, and hurled the rubbles of the wall in their direction. The rubble smashed on their bodies and both of them were hurled backwards. I started to walk towards them. My arm was completely healed now and I decided to finish the job, but I stopped when the green-skinned woman started to beg. I wouldn't have stopped normally, but she wasn't begging for herself, she was begging for the blue-skinned woman. Apparently, they were sisters. But I didn't let my guard down. After all, it could be a ploy to get me distracted. "Please, spare my sister," the green-skinned woman continued. I used telepathy to see if her feelings were genuine or not, and her feelings were really genuine. "What are you doing, Gamera? Father will kill us," the blue-skinned woman snarled with quite some venom in her voice. "No, he won't. This is your chance, Nebula. You can be free from him," Gamera said while pointing towards the other part of the battlefield. From the corner of my eyes, I found that Hela had the giant lying in front of her feet. "Impossible. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to help me? What are you planning?" the woman named Nebula asked Gamera suspiciously. Gamera simply shook her head. "Isn't it obvious, sister? I love you," Gamera said with tears in her eyes, but Nebula snorted in disdain. "Don't you dare lie to me. All of this," Nebula snarled while pointing towards her own body, "is because of you." Nebula said, pulled herself up from the ground. Gamera was continuously shedding tears and she also stood up from the ground. I felt really awkward. I didn't want to be a part of their family drama, but there was nothing I could do. I also have a sister and I can't interrupt this scene. Gamera walked up to Nebula and handed her a gun. Nebula looked at her sister with a confused look in her eyes. "I am sorry for everything you had to go through. If you want, you can kill me and get your revenge. Believe me, I won't hate you," Gamera said with a soft smile on her face and backed away from Nebula. Nebula immediately pointed the gun towards Gamera, looking completely incensed. Her hands started to shake and she kept looking at the gun intently for a few seconds, and from one of her eyes, tears started to roll down. Nebula threw away the gun and pulled Gamera into her arms. "All of these years, I simply wanted to be recognized by you, sister," Nebula said, and Gamera hugged her back and both of them started to bawl out their eyes. Seeing such a sweet scene in front of my eyes, I could feel that my own eyes were getting wet. "Nat, you can't cry, you are a strong woman," a part of me screamed inside my mind, but this scene was enough to make a strong woman cry. I retorted inside my mind and tears started to fall from my eyes. POV Hela. "You disappoint me, though I can't blame you much, you have entertained me for long enough," I said in clear disdain while looking down at the idiot titan in front of my feet. His whole body was littered with cuts, most of his armor was gone and he was also missing an arm. I had overestimated him. As soon as I started to attack him without holding back, he started to lose ground. Soon cuts started to appear on his armor. After some time his armor was mostly gone and cuts started to appear on his body. He was currently panting in front of my feet while crawling away from me. I kicked him on the side, he flew back a few meters and rolled around to face the sky. I quickly approached him so that I can look down on him. This feeling of superiority never gets old, though I can't deny that it wasn't fun while it lasted. "Is this how I am going to die?" Thanos asked with a melancholic look on his face. "It's always sad when they stop fighting back. I want them to squirm and keep trying until I drain their lives from their bodies. I want to see their despair right before I end their lives, but when they stop fighting and struggling, everything becomes bland. When I kill them, then I only see acceptance in their eyes instead of despair." "Yes." Suddenly I heard a male voice from beside me. I already knew who it was, so I didn't move, but I was curious. "Do you mind if I kill him?" Rio asked me, and I simply nodded my head in agreement. I wouldn't enjoy killing him, he had already given up. I decided to continue slaughtering his army, so I jumped towards the biggest ship. Thankfully Rumi has gone towards the other ship. POV Rio. I looked down towards the battlefield from the sky. Rumi cleared up the storm clouds. I should thank her at a later date. I kept watching how the fights proceeded. Rumi quickly breezed through her enemies, and I can't believe that Ronan tried to swear loyalty to Rumi. I also saw the sisters' reunion and Nat crying along with them. Well, what can I say? Family dramas are just like that. Hela was about to kill Thanos, and that is when I decided to make my move. I appeared in front of Hela and asked her if I could kill him, and she simply nodded her head and went towards the biggest ship. I looked down towards Thanos and kneeled beside him. "Hello, you must be wondering about my identity, but you will never know," I said with a smile and pointed my finger towards him. Crucio, only after a few moments. Thanos started to scream his lungs out due to the pain. After a minute I stopped, to be honest. I simply wanted to check if the Cruciatus curse would work on a being like Thanos or not, and it does work. "Goodbye," I said, and a purple aura surrounded his body and he was disintegrated into nothingness. I know that his death was quite bland, but he had lost all hope of surviving and I didn't have any personal agenda against him, so I killed him without wasting any more time. Chapter 365, Chapter 370. New York Sanctum. Loki 2 walked up to the door and knocked. Strange 2 was always here according to Peter 2, so there was a good chance that this universe's Sorcerer Supreme could also be found here. Both Loki 2 and Sif 2 had no idea about where to look, so they decided to follow Peter 2's advice. Getting out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was quite hard, but with Loki 2's illusions, it wasn't a problem. After that, Peter 2 showed them the normal clothes people are wearing all around so that they don't get caught by cops for looking suspicious. The door was opened by an Asian man dressed in red robes. "How may I help you?" the man asked Loki 2, and Loki 2 simply smiled politely. "Can I have a meeting with the Ancient One?" Loki 2 asked politely with a grin on his face. The man stared at Loki 2 intently for a few moments, then he nodded his head. "Please wait here. I will need to inform her, she isn't here at this moment," the Asian man said and walked inside. Loki 2 was about to walk in, but Sif 2 grabbed him before he could enter. "He told us to wait here, so we are going to wait," Sif 2 said while glaring holes into Loki 2, who simply smirked and decided to listen to her. After only a minute, the men returned and invited the three of them inside. "The Ancient One is waiting for you inside," the men said while pointing them towards a door. Sif 2 opened the door and found a bald woman dressed in yellow robes sitting behind a table while preparing tea for them. "Please have a seat." The woman gestured towards them and started pouring tea for all of them. The three of them sat down awkwardly, though Loki 2 was looking around the room to see if anything was interesting or not. "Wong, you may leave us," the Ancient One said while looking towards the Asian men. The man simply bowed his head and walked away, but not before closing the door. Then the Ancient One's eyes finally turned towards her guests. "Now, what can I do for you?" the Ancient One asked. Loki 2 was about to speak up, but Sif 2 swatted his arm. Loki 2 rubbed his arm but remained silent. The Ancient One was somewhat amused after seeing their display. The Ancient One finally pushed the cups towards them. "As you might already know, we are not of this world," Sif 2 spoke up after a few seconds. "Yes. I have heard about your group from Rio. He was quite pleased to meet all of you," the Ancient One said. The three of them shifted uncomfortably in their seats, but they didn't say anything. "Don't worry. I don't hold any hostility against you, neither does he," the Ancient One said with a smile on his face. Peter 2 felt his anger rise after hearing the Ancient One's words. She said that Leviathan didn't have any hostility against them. Then why did he send Nimrod back to their world after fixing him? Why did he take their Infinity Stones? And finally, why did he torture Wanda? The Ancient One noticed Peter 2's expression and she guessed what he might be thinking about, so she decided to clear the doubt. "Don't get me wrong, he might have caused you and your people harm, but he doesn't hold any kind of hostility against you or your people. To be honest, you people are simply unlucky," the Ancient One said with some pity and sympathy in her voice. "What do you mean by that?" Loki 2 asked curiously. He really had a bad feeling about all of this. "He attacked us and took our Infinity Stones," Loki 2 continued, but the Ancient One simply smiled. "Since when were the stones yours?" "They have always been Leviathan's," the Ancient One said softly, and after hearing the Ancient One's words all of their eyes grew completely wide in confusion and shock. POV Rio. "Well, to be honest, I don't care about them. My only target was Thanos," I said in a dismissive tone while looking towards Gamera and Nebula. "I can't bring myself to care about them. I have much more important matters to deal with now." Like the person Hela was dragging behind her. Hela arrived in front of me and threw the person in front of me. "Hello," the man said meekly. The man was dressed in green and black. I was kind of expecting him to be here. "Loki, you look quite healthy. Frigga had been really missing you," I said with a smile and pulled him up using my space powers. "So, he really is my brother?" "Well, adopted brother." Hela asked me, looking quite surprised. "He started to cry when I was about to kill him, so I decided to kill him after confirming if he is telling the truth or not," Hela thought out loud, and Loki completely paled. "Wait. You are still going to kill me?" Loki yelled out in shock, and Hela looked at him like he was the stupidest person in this whole universe. "I thought that it was obvious. Now be a good brother and die," Hela exclaimed, and a sword appeared in her hand, but I decided to intervene. I feel somewhat bad for Loki. In this universe, he didn't even do anything bad and he was flung into space. Hela can always kill him after he does something stupid. "Come on Hela, let him off." I said, and Loki frantically nodded his head. Hela looked at her brother for a few seconds, before dispersing her sword. See, I saved someone today, and people say that I am a bad guy. I pouted inside my mind because men don't pout. Fine, brother, it seems that you are in luck. You are going to live. Mother is going to be really ecstatic when she sees that you are alive. Our poor mother has been crying herself to sleep, Hela said with a grin, and Loki didn't even know how to react. Everyone looked around awkwardly after witnessing the weird brother and sister duo. That was really weird, Rumi commented dryly. Hela simply cackled madly after hearing Rumi's words. Looks like Hela had a lot of fun. Hela, can I ask a favor? I asked, and Hela looked curiously towards me. Yeah, sure. I am your weapon. You simply need to point me towards your enemy. I will happily bring them your heads. You don't need to request, Hela said with a serious look on her face. Well, it is a different kind of favor. It is like this. With that, I started to tell her about the favor I wanted. Hela looked thoughtful for a few moments, but she nodded her head, saying that she will try. So, what are we going to do now? Hela's army had killed every last one of those monsters, Nat asked while checking her phone. There isn't anything left to do, let's go back to Earth. With that, I opened a portal in front of us. All of us entered the portal one by one. We arrived in front of our house, and I noticed that Nat was already telling the two sisters about the laws in Elysium. I had worked a lot. With that thought, I appeared in front of the fridge and pulled out a beer. I hookeyed the bottle cap, and took a large swig from the bottle, and with that, I finally appeared outside my house with the beer bottle still in my hand. Only after a few seconds, Hela appeared beside me with a similar bottle in her hand. I like this drink. I wish that we had this drink back in Asgard during my glory days. Hela said with a huge grin on her face. Where is your brother? I asked her, and she simply grinned. I knocked him out and left him in the living room, Hela said like it was the obvious thing to do. Poor Loki, his fate is not that bright in this universe. So, Hela, would you like to go on a date? I asked Hela while looking into her eyes. I still remember about the events that happened before I went to absorb the ego stone, and like I had said before, I really like Hela. I don't know what this date thing is, but sure, Hela said while finishing her drink. I also finished my drink and hookeyed both bottles. So, what do you like to do for fun? I asked her, but apparently, that was the wrong question. I already knew what she liked to do. I thought you already knew about them, but I don't have any problems telling you once again. I like killing, slaughtering, and massacring. I also like to wage wars, no scratch that. I love to wage wars and then slaughter everyone who is opposing me. I like to torture people when I am free. Hela kept going on a tangent after that. Yeah, just like I have said. I should have thought this through, and I should have avoided that question. Hela is not like the other girls, she is very different from all of them. This is going to be much harder than I had thought. I could only smile wryly while looking at her. She was still going on about her eccentric hobbies. Chapter 366, Zealots and Dormammu. POV Rio. Eventually, I had to postpone my date with Hela because the two of us had spent all of our time chatting with each other. Hela said that she wanted to visit her dear mother along with her brother, so we decided to have our date tomorrow morning. Now, I was completely free, so I decided to visit Flavia. After all, I had promised her to deal with the zealots, and a promise is a promise. With that thought, I arrived inside Flavia's room in Camartage, but surprisingly, she wasn't here. I pulled out my phone and texted Flavia. She said that she will be back in a few minutes, so I decided to wait while lazing around. I was still in my armor. Thankfully, my armor was quite comfortable. Just like Flavia had said, she arrived after a few minutes with 2 KFC buckets and 2 cola bottles in her hand. Since I was bringing some food for myself, I decided to bring some for you too. Flavia said and placed the buckets and cola bottle on the table. All of a sudden, she froze and looked at me intently. You seem to be very different today, why can't I feel your energy? Flavia questioned with a curious look on her face. Well, I finally absorbed the ego stone today, and now, I am back to my former glory. Now I have to rein in my powers for the safety of everyone around me. I said dismissively and picked up one of the KFC buckets she had brought. Is this really KFC? I asked her while pointing towards the chicken bucket. I didn't know that KFC had chicken popcorn like this. No, technically it is from KFC, but I bought these from a fast food stall. Flavia said with a grin and sat down on the opposite side of the table. Why don't you try some? It's really good. Flavia finished with a grin and picked up her own bucket. Sure, why not? I said and followed Flavia's example. They are really nice, but why the fuck are they so spicy? This might be the spiciest I have ever eaten. It wasn't a problem for me, but that didn't change the fact that it was spicy as hell. What is this called? I asked Flavia, who was calmly munching on the chicken popcorn. Firecracker chicken, Flavia said and continued to munch on them with a calm look on her face. Today I got a surprise visit, Flavia said while eating the chicken popcorn. From whom? I asked her curiously. From our guests. Flavia said, and I already understood who she meant. They were quite an interesting bunch. I have also given them some information about you, trying to dissuade them from committing suicide. I hope you don't mind. Flavia asked me and I simply shrugged. It doesn't matter, to be honest, they are inconsequential. If they refrain from joining the war then they will stay alive or they will simply become unnecessary casualties. I said dismissively and Flavia nodded her head in understanding. That is why I warned them. I knew that you wouldn't go after them if they didn't join the war. Flavia said and picked up a cola bottle. Well, Rumi and Hela had called dibs on their whole group. I said and shrugged once again, only now have I noticed that I have finished the chicken popcorn. Yes, it happens with delicious things. I haven't interacted with this Hela so I don't know much about her. Is she your new lover? Flavia asked and I simply nodded my head. I guess no one knows much about Hela because Odin had destroyed all of her records from history. Well, I have been putting this off because I have been busy. Flavia, let's go and take care of those zealots. I said after a few moments of silence and picked up the cola bottle. Flavia was immediately excited and somewhat saddened after hearing my words. Sure, let's go. Do you need my help or can you locate them on your own? Flavia asked me and I simply shook my head. With my omnipresence, I have already located them. I had to simply locate Dormammu and the zealots had a connection with him so finding the zealots wasn't that hard. You don't have to worry about all that. I have already located them, you simply need to sit back and enjoy the ride. I said and the both of us found ourselves standing in the air. I finally finished my cola and hakai'd the bottle. Where are we? Flavia asked dryly. That was a really gross misuse of your power, Flavia pointed out with a thin smile on her face. What? I am protecting Earth, waste disposal is going to be a huge problem in the future, I defended myself and then turned back towards the city beneath us. We are currently above the city of Hong Kong. I said while pointing towards the huge buildings. They were quite far from us but still visible, all of them had Chinese signs all over them. So, they have been hiding in Hong Kong all along. Flavia said in a slightly surprised tone. I don't know about the past, but I think that they were planning to attack the Hong Kong sanctum, I said and Flavia simply frowned. Come on let's go and greet TH, before I could finish Flavia cut me off. Just kill them. I don't want to meet them. Flavia said with a hardened look on her face, well, all of them have been her students once, so, it might be hard for her, with a simple thought the whole building was surrounded by a purple glow only after a second, the whole building disintegrated into nothingness. Flavia opened a portal beside us and appeared in front of the empty space, she leaned down and touched the ground. I don't know what she was doing but I floated down and stood near her but I didn't disturb her. Even though they had lost their path, they were still my students, as their teacher, I had to bid them farewell, Flavia said softly. Let's go and take care of Dormammu, with him gone, I will be able to rest in peace, Flavia said and turned around so that she could look into my eyes. I nodded my head and a portal appeared beside me, both Flavia and I entered the portal together and the two of us found ourselves inside the dark dimension. I could feel the dark force in this place, and I also felt a strong presence approaching us. I surrounded Flavia inside a space barrier and stopped raining in my power. I sensed that the being faltered as soon as I released my powers, the being was none other than Dormammu, it stood completely still for a few moments until it decided to turn tail. Looks like our host has decided to run away, I mused out loud and the next moment both Flavia and I found ourselves in front of Dormammu who was running away, sensing us, he stopped. God of destruction. I do not have any quarrel with you, why have invaded my dimension? Dormammu asked. I could see some fear inside his smoky eyes, he was scared but he was trying to act like he was the big shot between the two of us. But you were the one who invaded my dimension first, this is simply retaliation. I said with a grin on my face and the smoky face of Dormammu frowned. Your dimension? Dormammu asked, looking genuinely confused. I could see the confusion on his smoky face. Yes, Earth, why don't you tell her Flavia, I said while looking towards Flavia. She was looking somewhat surprised when she saw us interacting in such a manner. Dormammu's smoky yellow eyes narrowed on Flavia and a scowl formed on his face. You thief. Dormammu snarled in rage but with just a wave of my hand, Dormammu was blasted away. Don't get too high of yourself, you are still existing because I am allowing you to exist, I said and released some of my power and the whole realm shuddered due to that. Dormammu simply cowered in fear when he sensed my power. So what do you have to say for yourself? I asked and Dormammu decided to keep his mouth shut. Fine, be like that, I said and pointed my hand towards his smoky body. Seeing me point my palm towards him, he attacked with the dark force, waves and waves of dark force were sent in our direction but I dispersed them using my reality powers. That was a good attack, the strongest attack I have ever seen in this life but having the power to change reality is really overpowered. Seeing me disperse his attack like nothing, he launched beams of dark force in my direction from his eyes, this time I didn't even bother to stop the attack and simply swatted it away like nothing with my hand. Are you done? I asked in clear disdain and pointed my palm towards him once again. Dormammu's smoky eyes grew wide in fear. Wait, he must have noticed what I was about to do, so yelled out in fear, but it was too late for him. He should have expected this from the beginning. Hakai, as soon as the word left my mouth, the gigantic body of Dormammu was surrounded by a purple glow, and only after a second, Dormammu disintegrated into nothingness. Now that Dormammu was dead, we no longer needed to be here, so with a simple thought, both Flavia and I were back inside her room. That was pretty anticlimactic. I was expecting more resistance from him, Flavia said with a thoughtful look on her face. A/N, now before complaining why is she still alive, please read this. I have seen a lot of readers and writers make this mistake. The Ancient One is drawing power from the Dark Dimension, not Dormammu, so killing Dormammu won't kill her. You don't know, but his first attack could have destroyed Earth several times over. I deadpanned and Flavia's eyes grew wide in understanding. Then I guess it is good that he is dead. Flavia mused and a solemn look appeared on her face. Now I can die peacefully, Flavia said with a small smile on her face. Don't you want to train Strange? I asked her and she simply shook her head. His fate is to become the greatest sorcerer supreme, but now, I don't need to be a part of it. I simply want to take a vacation and relax, but as you know, this is a borrowed life, I could never enjoy myself. Flavia said with a melancholic look on her face. Thank you for everything you have done for me, Itsuki Ryo. I hope that I can have friends like you, Luna, Momo, and Fleur in my next life. Flavia said with a smile and sat down. I wouldn't mind meeting all of you in my next life too. Goodbye, tell Luna that I will miss her, Flavia said and closed her eyes. I felt that she severed her connection with the Dark Dimension. A few seconds passed and Flavia opened her eyes with a surprised look on her face. Why am I still alive? She asked with a confused look on her face and I simply grinned. Chapter 367, It's Our Duty. Asterisk laughing noises asterisk. POV Rio. Why am I still alive? She asked with a confused look on her face and I simply grinned. This is the favor I had asked from Hela back on the planet where I have killed Thanos. She said that it was something out of her hands, but she could talk with death. I could have easily stopped Flavia from dying with my own powers, but that could have created a rift between death and me, and asking her wouldn't hurt me, and I could always save Flavia on my own if death had denied my request. So, after returning to Elysium, Hela knocked out Loki and went to meet death. After returning, she picked up a beer and completely forgot about that matter. She only remembered this again when I said that I was going to meet Flavia. Flashback. Oh. I have talked with Death and she said that she won't claim her life after she breaks off her connection from the Dark Dimension, Hela said after I mentioned that I was going to meet Flavia. When did you even talk with her? I asked Hela and she simply smirked. I went to talk with her after knocking out Loki. She said that she owed you one for freeing me and now both of you are even. Hela finished with an unsure look on her face. Some might think that Death swindled my favor, but allowing someone to live is a pretty big thing for her. Fine, and thanks by the way, I said and pecked Hela on her lips. A small smile appeared on her face and after that, Hela left saying that she was going to meet her mother. Flashback over. And that's how I stopped you from dying. Finally finished telling Flavia why she was still alive. She looked at her own body with tears in her eyes and pulled me into a hug. Thank you, Flavia said softly and separated from me only after a few moments. I wasn't expecting something like this. Now I can finish the potato chips I have been saving, she said and pulled out a bag of potato chips from a small portal. With that, she successfully destroyed the touching moment. There were other ways to save her, but none of them were practical. I could have made her the ruler of the Dark Dimension, but her human body would have exploded due to so much power. She was strong, but she was still a human. She also said that she didn't want to continue living a borrowed life. It's her own life now. All of a sudden Luna appeared inside the room and pecked me on the lips. To be honest, I wasn't surprised to see her arrival. She was carrying Adam and Eve in her arms. I am so glad that you decided to keep living and now you are completely free from all your burdens, Luna said with a huge smile on her face and put down Adam and Eve on Flavia's table. I am also glad because of that, Luna. Let me prepare tea for us, Flavia said, and with a wave of her hand, a teapot and teacups appeared on the table. Rio, why don't you take a seat while I prepare the tea? Flavia asked with an expectant look on her face. I shrugged and sat down. I wasn't a tea person, but it's okay. Flavia's tea was pretty nice. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. So, what do you want us to do? Give up after what he did to Vision? Wanda 2 screamed hysterically after hearing Loki 2, Sif 2, and Peter 2's words. After returning from the New York sanctum, the three of them decided to tell the others about their meeting with the Ancient One of this universe. What the three of you did was really stupid. What if she had called Leviathan? Thor 2 chastised his brother and Loki 2 simply rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't be a fool. Leviathan doesn't even think of us as threats. If the Infinity Stones are really the aspects of his power, then do you really think that he cares about people like us? Loki too retorted in an annoyed tone. But can we even trust the words of this ancient one? She could be working with Leviathan. We already know that she is on good terms with Leviathan, Charles too pointed out, and all of the X-Men nodded their heads. But what does she gain from lying? Captain 2 asked curiously. She is protecting Leviathan. She must have found out that he had messed with the wrong people and now she is protecting him. Stark 2 said in a dismissive tone. He was arrogant like he always has been. I can't believe this. All of you felt Hela's power. She could defeat all of us on her own even if we don't consider Leviathan. Sif 2 yelled out in a frustrated tone. She can't believe these stupid and arrogant people. We could prepare some kind of trap for her. Strong people are always arrogant and they always fall for traps because of their ego, Nebula 2 pointed out, and a lot of people inside the room nodded their heads. Then there is the Phoenix Force. How are you going to deal with that? Loki 2 asked with a smug look on his face, and everyone became silent after hearing his question. You don't have to worry about it. My counterpart and I will be able to deal with her. Danvers 2 spoke out arrogantly and several people immediately agreed with her. And Banner can deal with the Hulk. This universe's Hulk won't be a problem for him, Danvers 2 said, and Banner 2 agreed with her. Tell me, did you three really believe her lies? Infinity Stones are the aspects of a single being. Tell her to pull another one. Quill 2 said and burst out laughing, followed by Rocket 2. We need those stones back. Only we can protect the stones. We can't allow someone else to have the stones. If needed we will even take stones of this universe, Strange 2 said, and everyone inside the room except the three of them nodded their heads. Banner 2, have you found the stones of this universe? Stark 2 asked, and Banner 2 shook his head. No, for whatever reason I can't find the stones. It's like they have been erased out of existence. Banner 2 finished and frowns appeared on the faces of a lot of people. My scanner can't breach the barrier of Elysium. It is possible that the stones are in there. Stark 2 mused, and Banner 2 nodded his head after contemplating for a few seconds. It means that Leviathan already has one set of Infinity Stones. We have to stop him from causing some harm to this universe. It is our duty, Charles 2 said, and most of the group nodded their heads in agreement. He also has to pay for what he has done to my vision. He took everything from me and I will make him regret that. Wanda 2 said ominously while releasing a red miasma from her hands. We also have to take Vision's body from his hands. We have no idea what kind of destruction Leviathan could cause with so much vibranium in his hands, Banner 2 pointed out, and Stark 2 immediately nodded his head. I guess that will be enough for today. We have discussed more than enough, Strange 2 said, and the meeting was dispersed. Everyone left the room except Loki 2, Sif 2, and Peter 2. They couldn't believe the things they have just heard. Were they really so arrogant? The three of them simply looked at each other and walked out of the room without saying anything else to each other. All three of them walked by a member of X-Men, but none of them paid any attention to her since the woman was interacting with the soda machine. The woman carefully watched the three of them, and as soon as three of them were gone, she started to walk towards the washroom. All of a sudden the woman tripped and planted her face on the wall. The woman cursed like a sailor and resumed walking like nothing happened. The woman finally arrived in the washroom and teleported away after entering a bathroom stall. The woman appeared in the woods and she was standing over a naked woman who looked exactly like her. The woman was bound and she was trying to crawl away. Tear stains could also be seen by her eyes. The woman in clothes started to morph and changed into a completely different person. The woman had curly neon green hair. She carefully leaned down beside the naked woman on the ground and took out the gag. You won't believe me, but these clothes are comfortable as hell. The woman with curly neon green hair gushed out excitedly. This woman was none other than Nymphad. Several stinging hexes insert. Ahem, Dora tonks. Do you mind if I keep this? Dora asked excitedly. Bitch. Are you insane? You attacked me, took my clothes and threw me in this forest naked. Did you know a deer was getting really interested in me? Only a few moments ago the woman was scared for her life, but after hearing Dora's words she couldn't stop herself. I am speechless. You can attract deers with your sex appeal. It must be hard for you, I mean driving cars. I just took your clothes, and might have left you here naked, but it's no big deal. After all, you did try to take a look inside my noggin, Dora said, started to strip out of the clothes. Monet Yvette Clarice Maria Therese St. Croix, that's a huge fucking name. Your clothes are really comfortable but they don't fit my natural form and your cape messes up my balance. Dora said, and now she was completely out of her clothes, and as soon as she was done, her normal clothes appeared on her body magically. You will pay for what you have done to me, bitch. I will make you pay, the naked woman now recognized as Monet screamed, but Dora didn't pay her attention. Yes. Yes. Of course, Dora said and pointed her finger towards the woman. Imperio, she put the woman under control and freed the woman. Dora then ordered the woman to wear her clothes. The woman obediently wore her clothes. As soon as the woman was done, Dora touched the woman's shoulder and operated into the washroom. After that, Dora took off the X-gene suppressing collar from the woman and obliviated her. After that, Dora spent a whole minute modifying her memories. Ah, nicely done, and don't try to peek in my noggin again or I will throw you in front of a horny deer. Dora said in a warning tone and left the glassy-eyed woman in the washroom. Chapter 368, The War, I/N. Before starting the chapter, I wanted to make something clear. After all, if one of the readers has already made this mistake. The MC only has 4 arms, wings, and tails in his Leviathan form. Not his human form. How can someone even reach that conclusion is simply beyond me. Second, MC is 7 times bigger than Jupiter when he is, in his Leviathan form. I have no idea how he is going to have sex with his girls with that size, is that even possible? Now, enough of that, let's continue on with the chapter. POV Rio. So, we are going to have a war and there is no way around it. Banner asked Eric hysterically. After the news of war had spread through Elysium, his cousin decided to join the war effort. I also had something to discuss with Eric. That is why I came here and found Banner and Eric were already discussing something. Banner seemed to be really nervous and worried about his sister. I guess, not being on the run had a significant effect on his personality in this universe. Bruce Banner from the movie universe wouldn't have shied away from a conflict if someone came knocking on his door. Eric also noticed me and looked towards me. Ah. Rio, please have a seat. Eric greeted me and offered me a seat. I shrugged and sat down. Now, Mr. Banner, you won't achieve anything by complaining to me. You should be talking with your cousin, Eric said with a thin smile on his face. Banner tried to refute but after a few seconds, he nodded his head and got up from his seat. Thank you for giving me your time, Banner said in a polite and respectful tone and left the office but not before giving me a few glances. Banner. I don't swing that way, this is why I don't read people's thoughts. I have been trying to reach you for a few days, please tell me you know what is actually happening out there. I need to tell my people something. Eric spoke in a desperate tone, this isn't like Eric. I have never seen him like this. Yes. I know what is happening out there, I said monotonously. A relieved smile appeared on Eric's face and he leaned back in his chair. You have no idea how stressful it has been for me since the fleets have started to gather at our doorstep. Citizens are really worried and scared. After all, most of them remember how the humans have treated them before they were brought here and I had to calm them down. Eric said while rubbing his temple. I guess I can understand why he is feeling so desperate now. Yes, politics and kingdom management can be nerve-wracking, I said with an amused look on my face. That is why I avoided the responsibility, haha. Lucky me. You simply have no idea. Eric muttered with a defeated look on his face. So, why did you decide to meet Banner? I asked him curiously. If he was that busy then he should have avoided the meeting, right? I have no idea how much control he has over his inner giant green monster, so I had to meet him. I couldn't afford a rampaging Hulk at this moment inside Elysium, Eric said dryly, and what he said makes a lot of sense. So, how are the kids? I asked Eric and a genuine smile appeared on his face. I have no idea how I should thank you. I mean, I didn't even know about them and we are currently working on the dynamics of the family. Eric said with a smile on his face. Now, tell me what is happening out there. Eric asked once again, so I told him everything I knew. Information is important in every war and he needed information so that he could calm down his soldiers. I have already received a lot of information from Dora and I was also using my omnipresence to keep an eye on their progress. I could already sense that they were preparing an entourage for negotiations. Well, they were going to make outrageous demands so that war breaks out. They were going to do this just because it was tradition. After that, I finally left his office. Was it necessary? No. But it was fun watching Eric make dumb faces while I was giving him the information. I finally arrived in the air and kept watching the whole fleet intently. It has been 3 days since I have killed Dormammu and saved Flavia's life. Flavia decided to get an apartment in Elysium after she left a heartfelt message for her students. She wanted them to think that she had kicked the bucket, so that they don't bother her any longer. I sensed someone's presence beside me and I didn't even need to look to know who the person was. I feel really bad for them, Luna said with a saddened look on her face. Most of them are going to die simply because of the greed and stupidity of some people. Luna said and smiled solemnly. I guess this is what human nature is, the people in power always want more power. I have always known this, Luna said and intertwined her fingers with mine. Neither of us said anything after that. The two of us simply spent the rest of our time in silence. POV Nat. So it's finally starting, a thought appeared inside my head as soon as I saw the notification on my phone. Did something happen? Yelena asked when she noticed me checking my phone. Yes, it is starting, they have finally dispatched a group of negotiators. I said and pulled up the video feed on my mobile. Most of the widows have decided to sit out of the war, they simply wanted to get away from all the death and killing. But there were some like my sisters who wanted to be a part of the war effort. I only agreed because there was a huge chance that they wouldn't even get to fight in the war, but they didn't need to know that. The video feed was coming directly from Momo's satellite grid. "This is a meaningless war," Gamera said in a bland tone, and Nebula also agreed with her. "Yes, you can say that. They always wanted to gain control over the metahumans, they simply needed an excuse to justify the attack." I said dismissively, "Yes, they might be attacking because Rio took the space stone, but that's simply an excuse." Another notification pinged on my phone, so, our group of negotiators also departed. Along with the metahumans, Jennifer Walters was also there. She was a lawyer and she can turn into a green muscular woman if needed. That's a plus point. Are those metal suits? Did they really bring metal suits even after they knew Leviathan's power of controlling metals? Yelena asked with a bewildered and gobsmacked look on her face. "Ah, yes, they are pretty stupid, but that won't be why they are going to be defeated," I said cryptically. After all, I knew that Rumi and Hela were going to fight. Rumi is a battle maniac, but Hela, she is in a completely different league of her own. She is not only a battle maniac, but she is also an insane warmonger. I had seen her handiwork with my own eyes. "Hey, Nebula. That's you!" Gamera exclaimed while pointing towards a screen. "Is that really me? She looks like the stupid and dumb version of me," Nebula said in a thoughtful tone while she was intently staring at the screen. "They also have a huge lineup of superhumans. Is that Captain America?" Yelena said while looking at the same screen where Nebula and Gamera had been looking. "Yep, that's him. It has been 2 weeks since they found him and Fury had already sent him to fight. I didn't expect anything else from Fury," I said while shaking my head. "I have already decided to kill him and Rio has said that he has no problem with that." The two groups of negotiators finally arrived in front of the barrier. On one side we had negotiators of Elysium while on the other side we had negotiators of the human army. Just as expected, they made outrageous demands and there was no way that someone could agree to such demands. Thankfully no one attacked, even though it would have been useless with the barrier. Since we didn't reach an agreement, the war was about to break out. I opened my contact list and called Momo. She accepted the call. "Turn off everything," that was all I needed to say, and Momo cut the call after that. This was our secret plan and no one knew about our plan except our family. Rio knew about this but he wasn't going to tell Eric about it. Momo started to turn off everything, and I meant everything. According to Momo, the barrier generator won't have any problems, so it was going to stay up, but everything except that was going to be turned off. Nobody outside our family knew about this because Momo had a secret terminal to the whole power grid of Elysium. We have built Elysium, there is no way that we won't have any secret back doors. All of a sudden the power went out. It wasn't just for me, it happened throughout the whole island. I calmly turned off my mobile and put it inside a lead box along with my main laptop. Now, everything depends on Dora. Chapter 369, The War, 2. Rio's house, Elysium. Both Rumi and Hela were patiently waiting with their eyes closed. Rumi was quite surprised to see that someone like Hela could meditate, but according to Hela, sometimes peace of mind is very necessary. Following Hela's example, Rumi also decided to meditate. She didn't know if this was going to help or not, but she had nothing better to do at this moment. So, she sat down beside Hela and closed her eyes. Alas, it was something very much impossible for her. Her mind was bubbling with anticipation and excitement. All of a sudden the AC stopped. Yes, they were overpowered, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't have ACs in their house. Both of their eyes snapped open at the same time. Rumi had a feral grin marring her face while Hela had a bloodthirsty grin on her face. "Looks like Momo turned off the power," Rumi said in an excited tone. "Then it must be starting," Hela said and got up from the floor. "Let's go and meet those so-called Avengers," Hela finished, and Rumi nodded her head with stars in her eyes. Rumi placed her hand on Hela's shoulder and Rumi Flash stepped along with Hela and appeared near the southern part of the beach. Thanks to Dora, they already had all the information regarding the troops' positions along with their plans. Dora might be a klutz, but there was no doubt that she was the best infiltrator and information collector. So, Hela and Rumi were looking over the horizon waiting for Dora's signal. That is when they were going to attack. POV Dora. Nobody can match the awesomeness of Agent Tonks. With that thought in mind and a smug look on my face, I finally arrived in the payload room. This is where the Allied army had kept their payload, or to be exact their EMP payload. They had taken out a leaf from Rio's book and they had decided to use EMP warheads to attack Elysium. Well, that was an awesome plan, to be honest, but there was a tiny problem. Me. I slowly slipped into the room with an unsuspecting lady. I had an anti-surveillance rune and a disillusionment charm wrapped around me. I pulled out my new toy, a tranquilizer handgun, and shot the people inside the room. It didn't even take a minute and all of them were out cold. I walked up to the console and started to enter some commands. Yes, learning how to use these contraptions was one of the best decisions I have ever made. It definitely didn't have anything to do with watching hentai, believe it. Now, 5 seconds should be more than enough to freak everyone out. I pulled out 2 keys from my pocket. That key slot is quite far from me. I shrugged and transformed into Jean. Now, I can use telekinesis though I won't be strong like Jean. Yes. I gave myself a mental pat for my brilliant idea. Using my telekinesis I floated one key to the farthest key slot and I put the second key inside the slot in front of me. Snap, I turned both keys at the same time and with that the launch system was active, a grin formed on my face and I finally pressed the enter button. My eyes were glued on the timer. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. 0. Blue-colored shockwaves erupted from the EMPs and everything went dark. Well, they do seem to work perfectly. I will tell Rio to congratulate the researchers after the war ends. With the Avengers. What was that? Danvers too asked with a deep frown on her face. Those were the EMPs, we have a traitor among us. Thankfully our equipments are EMP-proof or we would be in deep trouble, Banner 2 growled out. How did they even get past the security? Captain 2 said with a scowl on his face. He was looking around seeing everyone running around like headless chickens. I have already discussed this with Fury, his security was too lax. I tried to help him but he shot off my offer, stupid bastard, Natasha 2 said with a disdainful look on her face. I would never understand why you trust these things so much. Thor 2 said while waving a radio in his hand, as it wasn't working, he simply crushed it into dust. That barrier is still up, this is going to make this much harder than we have thought, Strange 2 said with a thoughtful look on his face. And for whatever reason, I can't open a portal in there, Strange 2 mused. This world's technology is more primitive than ours, so they are probably using something else to protect that barrier. What are your thoughts about that barrier? Stark 2 asked Thor 2, he simply rubbed his chin for a few seconds. It could be magical. I could definitely feel some kind of mana coming from that barrier. Thor 2 mused with a thoughtful look on his face. Guys, they have already started to attack. Rocket 2 yelled, gathering everyone's attention. Everyone rushed towards him so that they could see who was attacking. 2 people were attacking their army, it sounded comical but the 2 of them were completely devastating the army. They immediately recognized one of them, it was Hela, the Asgardian goddess of death and war, and another was an unknown woman with silver hair and bunny ears on top of her head. Guys, we need to stop them now, Captain America or Steve Rogers of this universe spoke up. He just arrived along with Carol Danvers aka Captain Marvel of this universe. They have also noticed the EMP incident and they went to check it out. After arriving there, they found that everyone had been knocked out and there was no sign of break-ins. So, it meant that the attacker was someone inside the room. It was something they could always investigate later, they had much more important things to deal with at this moment. That woman with bunny ears is also very dangerous. Banner 2 pointed out loudly and everyone carefully watched the silver-haired woman obliterating anything in her path. They saw how the woman shrugged off an RPG like nothing. Charles 2. Take your X-Men and deal with that bunny-eared girl, we are going to deal with the Asgardian goddess. Thor 2, were you able to get in contact with Asgard? Stark 2 said to Charles 2, then he turned his head towards Thor 2 and asked. Thor 2 simply shook his head in a disappointed manner. Charles 2 looked towards his group and told them that they needed to stop that silver-haired woman. Only after a few seconds, Blink 2 opened a portal in front of them. One by one they entered the portal and Danvers decided to help Charles 2's group so she went with them. Now, let's hunt ourselves a mad goddess, Danvers 2 exclaimed loudly. Quill 2 and Rocket 2 joined her and cheered loudly. Then let's go, we need to deal with her as soon as possible, she is the goddess of death and war, she will keep getting stronger. Thor 2 said and everyone nodded their heads with determined looks on their faces. With Rumi and Hela. Several blue shockwaves erupted from their biggest ship. As soon as the wave touched those helicopters, they nosedived towards the water. That's our signal, Rumi said and Hela nodded her head. You take the left, and I will take the ship on the right, we cause as much chaos as possible, the self-righteous fools will show up on their own, Hela said with a sinister grin on her face and Rumi also smirked after hearing Hela's words. With that Rumi jumped towards the left ship, a giant crater formed from where she had jumped. Hela wasn't going to be outdone by Rumi so she also jumped in a similar manner and a similarly sized crater formed from where she had jumped. A soldier was staring at the ocean with a bored look on his face. Only a minute ago not only the radios but everything electrical had stopped working, all of a sudden he noticed something in the sky from the corner of his eyes. Passed auf. Da ist etwas im Himmel, the soldier pointed towards the sky and yelled loudly. This seemed to catch everyone's attention around him. All of them noticed the silhouette was getting bigger and it was clearly a human. Before they could do anything, the silhouette slammed down in front of them forming a dent on the deck. Watch out. There is something in the sky. The figure was clearly a female, the woman was dressed in a skin-tight black and green armor. The woman had a vicious grin marring her face. Hand Hawk Oder Werskiasen, one of the soldiers yelled and all of the soldiers on the deck pointed their guns towards the woman. Raise up your hands or we will shoot. Shut up, the woman said and slashed the nearest soldier with a sword which appeared out of nowhere in her hands. Everyone looked confused until the man was sliced in half right from the middle. One of the soldiers gathered his courage by screaming and started to shoot at the woman, but the bullets seemed to be bouncing off the woman's skin. The men stopped shooting when his head was lopped off. The woman grabbed the sliced-off head and smashed a nearby soldier with it. Both heads exploded, splattering brain matter on everyone around. The woman's grin intensified and she rushed towards a nearby soldier. All the soldiers were completely frozen. They have never seen such savagery. The woman grabbed the man's throat and kicked in the man's gut. The man's body was thrown back, but the man's head along with his spinal cord remained in the woman's hand. The woman's eyes glowed brightly. Her eyes were glowing eerily green. This woman was none other than Hela. Hela's eyes scanned throughout the room and her eyes finally landed on a woman trying to run away. Hela threw the sword in her hand and pinned the woman on the nearby wall. "No one will be leaving this place alive," Hela said, and the grin on her face intensified. This seemed to bring the soldiers out of their frozen and fear-induced state. Fewer, the soldiers yelled, but the bullets simply bounced off the woman. Fire! Fire! Only after half a minute, Hela stood alone on the deck. She was completely drenched in blood. Her vicious grin was gone and she was staring blankly at the thing she was holding in her hand. It was a woman's severed head. She crushed the head as she sent several people coming in the direction. A gentle smile appeared on Hela's face. Only after a few seconds, several people landed on the deck. Hela could feel their anger. She knew that this was going to make things more interesting. She turned around so that she could look at the group. "So, you people finally arrived. I was wondering when you were going to arrive," Hela said in a gentle tone. This would have been a beautiful scene if Hela wasn't drenched in blood from head to toe. "You are a monster. You are going to pay for what you have done here," Thor 2 thundered with an enraged look on his face. "Oh, is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Come here and make me pay," Hela said, and her eyes started to glow eerily. Chapter 370, The War, 3. POV Namuri. A/N. Before reading this chapter, one would request that you read about Namuri's powers in the auxiliary chapter where I have mentioned MCs and the harem members' powers, or you will simply get confused and think that I am creating random powers. So, the war finally started. You can always depend on Dora. She might be a klutz, but she is definitely a badass. What do you think, Alter? I asked my alter ego, who was watching the war while sitting beside me. The two of us were currently in our office. "Queen, you are forgetting that your thought process is somewhat similar to mine," Alter pointed out while smoking a pipe. "Yep, that's true, I guess. Oh, did you see how Rumi shrugged off that RPG? Can you do that, Alter?" I asked with a smug grin on my face. Alter didn't answer me and simply gave me a blank stare. Hee, annoying Alter is so much fun. "Queen, when are we going to hit our targets?" "Looks like Hela is having a lot of fun," Alter asked me and pointed out about Hela while looking at the screen. Since we were using magic to view the war, we didn't have to bother with the EMP. "Ah, yes. The targets, it is about time, so let's go," I said with a smirk, and stars appeared inside Alter's eyes. "Now, get in my shadow," I said, and Alter dissolved into my shadow. I stepped outside a giant mansion in the residential area. There were several guards around the mansion, but none of them noticed me. "You can come out now," I said, and Alter emerged out of my shadow. "Go and take care of those guards." "I will slow down the time," I said in a serious tone, and Alter nodded her head in understanding. With that, she rushed towards the guards beside the gate. I quickly slowed down the time, and before the guards could even react, Alter slashed their throats. She dissolved into one of their shadows and stabbed another guard through his chest. Just like that, Alter assassinated all the guards, and I finally returned the time to normal. That took a lot out of me. That was fun. I wish I could continue doing that. Alter whined and continued stabbing the last guard, even though died when she slashed his throat. Yandere vibes. "Stop that, Alter." I chastised her and she started to pout, but she followed my command. I finally entered the house and activated my fear-inducing power. Everything inside the house was completely silent. Only the taps of our heels could be heard. I have already sensed where our target was. I finally arrived in front of the room and Alter kicked open the door. I walked inside the room in a regal manner. After all, I am a high-class woman along with being an ultra-pervert. "Obadiah Stane, how are you?" I greeted the man who was currently cowering behind his bed due to my fear-inducing power. "Namuri Kayama. Why are you doing this?" "I haven't done anything to you," the man stuttered out in fear. I simply clicked my tongue. "You stopped me from buying more shares of Stark Industries, you tried to stop and hindered my every move, those are crimes punishable by death," I said with a grin on my face. "Alter, you can go nuts with him," I said, and a vicious grin appeared on her face. "Hi." Stane screamed in fear and cowered towards the corner of the room. "Please. I will do anything. Don't kill me, please." Stane started to beg and scream. I raised up my hand to stop Alter. "Then you have to do something for me," I said with a smile, and an elated smile bloomed on Stane's face. Please die, I said, and his face paled in terror. Alter, kill him painfully, I said, and Alter nodded her head and approached Stain, who was trying to dig a hole for himself in the corner. Alter shot a binding curse and Stain was bound. She levitated him over the bed and dropped him. A knife made up of shadows formed in her hand and she stabbed Stain in his gut. Aha! Stain screamed out, but Alter didn't stop and dragged the knife. She literally slashed open his belly. With a careful gesture, she pulled off his skin from the belly and continued pulling it until Stain's face was covered by his own belly skin. Stain was screaming throughout this whole time. Alter wrapped the skin around his face and grinned while appreciating her artwork. Stain won't die because of blood loss, but he was going to die due to lack of air. Good, let's go now, we have another target and he is much more important, I said, and Alter nodded her head like a little kid who was going to get her favorite candy. I cast a proximity alarm spell near the door and a life-sensing spell on Stain's bed. The proximity spell would tell me when the police arrives and the life-sensing spell would tell me when Stain finally kicks the bucket. I didn't even need to say anything this time and Alter merged with my shadow. I flash-stepped and appeared outside Wheaton, New Jersey. We were currently standing in front of a historic place. It was from this place that the legacy of the greatest hero of America started, though I don't know if he is going to stay alive after today or not. Alter emerged out of my shadow and looked at the bunker in clear disdain. Camp Lehigh. I already feel some kind of distaste standing in front of this place. Alter grimaced and her face turned slightly green. I simply rolled my eyes after seeing her antics. I knew very well that she hated Captain America because of his Boy Scout nature. Alter, don't be a baby and go inside, I said, and Alter pouted but nodded her head. With that, she dissolved into my shadow and returned after a couple of minutes. What did you find? I asked Alter, and she kept grinning like a loon. Her grin was so wide that I was worried that her face would split in two. There is a small army in there aside from our target. Can I kill them, please? You don't even need to slow down the time, Alter asked me while making puppy dog eyes. I smirked and nodded my head and she was immediately gone. I arrived in front of the steel door and used my fox eyes to freeze the door. I could feel the joy and rush from Alter. She was really happy. I wonder if this is the back door or the front door. Speaking of back doors, it has been quite some time since Rio had knocked on my back door. Thinking about such important prospects, I was already getting wet. With that thought of doors inside my mind, I kicked down the door in front of me. The door shattered like glass. I walked through the door and found two dead guards. Their throats were slashed. I simply shrugged and started to climb down the stairs. I started to walk through the corridors and only found dead bodies. Alter's handiwork, obviously. I felt Alter approaching me and she was dragging a knocked-out Alexander Pierce with her. Queen. I got him, Alter said in a shaky tone, and threw Alexander Pierce in front of me. Alter's whole body was filled with cuts and she was also shot in two places, her shoulder and her belly. Alter leaned on the wall and slowly slid down. I kicked Pierce. He gasped for breath and woke up. Alter had already bound him so he wasn't able to do anything. He looked around and his eyes landed on me. Namuri Kayama. I should have known it was you, he screamed out in rage. Looks like he still has some guts, so I activated my fear-inducing power and the reaction was instantaneous. His eyes grew wide in fear and he also soiled his pants. My face twisted in disgust, but I looked towards Alter. Do you want to kill him? I asked and she slowly nodded her head. A shadow knife formed in her hand. The knife was quite thin, almost like a screwdriver. I was interested to see what she was going to do with that. She slowly stabbed him in the chest but didn't make a deep wound. Pierce screamed in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Alter pointed the knife to the other side of his chest and made a similar wound. He will now drown in his own blood, Alter said with a grin and dispersed the knife. She stood up from the ground with a lot of difficulties. Queen, I am going to call it a night, Alter said and merged into my shadow. Take rest, you have worked really hard, Alter, I said in a gentle tone and Flash stepped past Pierce, who was drowning in his own blood now. I arrived in the main room and found a thrashed computer. It was Arnim Zola from what I have heard. My hands were covered in foxfire and I started to cover the whole building with my foxfire. After a few minutes, I was satisfied with the fire, so I Flash stepped outside. I scourgified my clothes and Flash stepped back into my office. Take rest, Alter, you have earned it. POV Rumi. With a loud bang, I finally landed on the ship's deck. The men and women on the ship started to scream in some unknown language, but they were pointing their guns toward me, so I guessed that they must be asking me to surrender. They started shooting and I lunged towards the nearest guy and punched his head. I significantly held back my power or I might scare off the Avengers, but my hand went right through the person's head. Fuck. Why as hell is everyone so fragile? I yelled out loud and threw away the body towards the nearest soldier. The woman was flung along with the man's body towards the nearby wall and both of them got splattered on the wall, making an eccentric graffiti. I gritted my teeth in annoyance and grabbed the gun of a soldier and smashed it on his head. His head was blown off like a baseball. That is when someone fired off an RPG towards me. I didn't even bother to dodge and the RPG exploded after colliding with my shoulder. As soon as the dust cloud cleared, I flash-stepped in front of the guy who shot the RPG and kicked him in the nuts, but his whole upper body exploded, painting a nearby woman with his guts. She started to scream hysterically. I got annoyed, so I stabbed the woman with the gun I still had in my hands. This seemed to have silenced her. That is when a portal appeared on the deck and Charles too came out along with the group of his lackeys. I felt someone brush against my mental shield and my eyes narrowed on Charles too, who had a deep frown on his face now. This Charles too was much stronger than the Charles of our world, but he still wasn't strong enough to breach my mental shields. That was pretty rude, I said while glaring at the bald man who had just tried to enter my mind. Chapter 371, The War, 4. With Hela. Oh, is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Come here and make me pay. Hela said and started to release her power. Her eyes started to glow eerily. Hela couldn't stop herself from grinning when she noticed the glint of weariness in their eyes. A red-haired woman came forward, her hands were surrounded by some kind of red miasma. Hela wondered if it was chaos magic. She had been wondering that since she had seen the woman on the moon. It won't matter even if it was chaos magic. An amused smile appeared on Hela's face. Where is Leviathan? The woman growled out, but Hela simply continued smirking. The woman glared at Hela and a red miasma started to surround Hela's body, though it didn't seem to affect her. Due to this, a frown appeared on Wanda 2's face. Even though Hela wasn't affected, she carefully checked the magic to see if it was really chaos magic or not. I might have some idea, but you see my memory seems to have gotten weaker. Hela said with a smug grin on her face when she noticed the amount of fury on Wanda 2's face. The woman screeched like a banshee and started to hurl blasts of chaos magic towards Hela. Hela simply dodged the attacks like a skilled dancer, but Hela had to jump back when Thor 2 slammed down his hammer where Hela had been standing. His whole body was surrounded by lightning. Before Hela could even land, several golden ropes wrapped around her feet. Hela snorted in disdain and a sword appeared in her hand, but before she could swing down the sword she was hit by a beam from Stark 2. Hela was blasted away in the sky while Strange 2's golden ropes were still wrapped around her foot. Banner 2 appeared over Hela's body in his Hulk form, Hulk Smash. Hulk 2 yelled and smashed Hela into the deck. A giant crater formed where Hela landed and her body went right through the deck. Hulk 2 landed near Danvers 2 and Nebula 2 started to walk towards the hole. She activated several grenades and dropped them inside the hole. The whole group waited patiently. Boom boom asterisk asterisk boom asterisk. Several loud explosions shook the whole ship and now there was a gaping hole in the hull. Ha! She was all bark and no bite. Danvers 2 exclaimed boisterously and a lot of them nodded their heads. Yes, that seems to be the case. Nebula 2 said and the ship started to tilt due to the hole in the hull. I wasn't able to find out where Leviathan is. Maybe the silver-haired woman would be able to tell us, Wanda 2 said with a malicious look on her face. Yee. That was all Nebula 2 was able to say before she spat out a lot of blood. The blue skin didn't even get to scream before Hela pulled out her spine along with her skull from her body. The whole group looked at the scene with horrified looks on their faces. What scared them, even more, was Hela didn't even have a single scratch on her body. Hela casually threw away Nebula 2's spine and skull and cracked her neck. Thanks for all that, fighting weaklings had made my body completely stiff, Hela said with a gentle smile on her face and tilted her head to dodge several shots from Quill 2's gun. You are going to die for that. Quill 2 screamed and rushed towards Hela in blind rage. The others were brought out of their shocked states due to Quill 2's scream. 2 magic circles formed in Strange 2's hands, but all of a sudden a magic circle dispersed. This seemed to confuse Strange 2, so he looked down but found his left hand was on the ground. The fingers were still twitching. Arg. Strange 2 screamed and dropped to the ground. Hela simply smirked and slapped away Quill 2, but before Hela could take another step, she was punched away by Danvers 2. Stark 2 came rushing towards Strange 2 and stopped his bleeding. Navers 2 followed Hela in the air and punched her once again. Danvers 2 was really angry, but before Danvers 2 could land the third punch, Hela caught her fist and twisted her elbow. Ay. Danvers 2 screamed out loud and both of them dropped on the deck of another ship, making a crater. Hela simply used Danvers 2's body as her landing pad. Hela carefully grabbed the bone sticking out of Danvers 2's hand and pulled out the whole bone. Another blood-curdling scream came out of Danvers' lips and Hela stabbed Danvers 2 on her shoulder with the bone. Now, Danvers 2 was effectively pinned on the deck with her own bone. Be a good girl and stay here, Hela said while patting Danvers 2's cheek and jumped towards the previous ship where the rest of the group was. She noticed Wanda 2 from up in the air and a huge hammer formed in her hands. Just before Hela could smash Wanda 2 into meat paste, some bald black-skinned woman pushed Wanda 2 away, but it was too late for the black-skinned woman and Hela's hammer turned the black-skinned woman into meat paste. Awawa. Wanda 2 screamed. She was completely devastated. That was an odd type of scream, Hela mused in her mind, but she was brought out of her thoughts when a missile hit her face and exploded, but Hela didn't even move from that place. When the dust finally cleared out, they saw that Hela's eyebrow was twitching really badly. That was annoying. Hela uttered out in disdain and started to release an insane amount of bloodlust. Everyone shuddered in fear when they felt her bloodlust. With Rumi. That was pretty rude. Rumi said while glaring at the bald man who had just tried to enter her mind, but Rumi finally moved her eyes away from him. She wanted to skin the whole group and her eyes finally landed on a metal man. Colossus 2. A smirk appeared on Rumi's face and lunged towards the metal man. Rumi was so fast that only a few were able to notice her, and the metal man was one of them, but his body was too slow to react. Rumi's fist landed on the man's chest and he was blown back along with two other members of their group. The three of them slammed on the wall and Colossus 2 ended up crushing the two people behind his back into a paste. Ororo screamed out loud and storm clouds started to appear over the ship. A blue chimpanzee. Rumi spoke out in a bewildered tone when she saw a blue monkey lunging towards her, then she remembered him. She had killed this person of this universe. It was something like Hank Fucktoy or something. She tilted her head to dodge his claw and with her other hand she jabbed his throat. He dropped to his knees in front of Rumi and started gasping for breath. Rumi had to jump back when two hands emerged from the ground trying to grab her. Rumi noticed the thunder clouds and rushed towards their group. Rumi knew that Aurora wouldn't attack her own group if she was anything like her counterpart. Just as Rumi arrived in the group she felt 3 mental probes. She immediately recognized the Baldy's mental probe. This time 2 mental probes were completely new, a woman dressed in red robes and the last one was from another woman wearing a purple latex leotard. Rumi marked them for a later reference and lowered her head to dodge 3 metal claws. Rumi twisted around her body in the air and kicked Logan 2 on the chest. Logan 2 flew back a few meters before dropping on the deck. Rumi frowned when she felt 4 mental probes. There was a new person, and Rumi's eyes zeroed in on a woman wearing red glasses. Is your whole fucking group filled with damn telepaths? Rumi yelled out in anger and her body was surrounded by armament hockey and she appeared in front of the woman in red glasses. The woman gasped in fear but it was too late for her and Rumi's fist landed on her face and her head was obliterated into nothingness. The woman's body dropped to the ground and that's how Sage 2 died. Rumi noticed the fear in everyone's eyes and jumped towards the woman in red robes. Rumi had decided to kill Charles 2 at last. Rumi was about to reach the woman when she lost her footing and the metalman smacked her away towards the ocean. Rumi floated in the ocean with a dumb look on her face. How the hell did I slip? Rumi wandered inside her head but wasn't going to get an answer while floating inside the ocean so she simply flash stepped on the deck and surprised the rest of the group. She noticed that some parts of the deck were frozen. It must be that guy, he was one of Jean's students Rumi thought while her eyes narrowed on Bobby. This is so much fun, let's keep fighting. Rumi exclaimed excitedly and a vicious grin appeared on her face. Chapter 372, The War, v. POV Nat. You know you should have told me. Yelena muttered out with an annoyed look on her face. She wasn't happy at all with the stunt we have pulled. You know, you shouldn't be like that, you should leave the fighting to the people who love fighting. I said while patting her head. Yes, some of the widows wanted to fight but only a few of them love to fight. I love fighting from time to time, but I am not someone who you can call a battle maniac. That's Rumi and Hela, both of them seek fight so that they can utterly destroy their enemy while having fun. Yes, but we could have helped, Yelena insisted and I simply chuckled. These primitive weapons won't be able to penetrate the barrier no matter how much they try. Nebula pointed out and Yelena's shoulders sagged in disappointment. Now, be a good sister and stay here. I have to do something important, I said politely and Yelena reluctantly nodded her head. A portal opened beside me and I entered the portal while waving at her. I appeared inside an empty building. You are 21 seconds late. Dora said with a calculative look on her face. I simply rolled my eyes seeing Dora's antics. 21 seconds isn't a big deal, unlike a certain someone who was late by an hour because she was hungry, I retorted and a silly grin appeared on Dora's. TCH. TCH. TCH, you were late, it doesn't matter if it's 21 seconds or an hour, being late is late and those pancakes were great. Dora exclaimed proudly and I simply gave her a blank stare. Sure, whatever you say ma'am, I said and a smug grin appeared on Dora's face. So, where is he? I asked Dora and she snorted in clear distaste. As soon as the EMPs went off he knew that there was a traitor among them so he went to hide in his safe room. He also took Coulson with him, Dora said and I also snorted in disdain. I didn't expect anything else from that paranoid bastard. So, Barton didn't come? I asked and she simply shook her head in denial. He has been AWOL since morning, Dora mused and her hair morphed. She was now sporting silver spiky hair. What kind of security does he have? I asked and Dora simply shrugged. Who knows what that paranoid bastard is into? Dora said and her face turned slightly green. Thanks for those images, I grimaced, and let's go, I said, and both of us started to walk towards Nick Fury's safe house. POV Rio. While floating in the air along with Luna, I was watching the whole battlefield. Everyone was sitting ducks in the water. The EMP trick worked like a charm, but there were 15 highly advanced ships. They seemed to be working really fine. They were continuously bombarding the barrier. Wakandan ships, I mused in my mind. Luna. I am going to greet a certain king, I said, and Luna nodded her head. I am going to stay here if you don't mind, this is the best place to record everything. Luna beamed with a huge smile on her face. I nodded my head and appeared over the biggest Wakandan ship. I slowly floated down to the deck and everyone on the ship started to disintegrate into nothingness. I was careful so that I don't accidentally disintegrate the foolish king. The foolish king has even brought his family along with him. I casually walked through the halls and arrived in front of a bunker-type room. The room was made up of vibranium. Using my magnetokinesis, I easily opened the door. I could have easily destroyed the door, but it would have been a crime to nature. Valuable metals should be protected, at least the metals which weren't shiny. Shiny things were Namuri's responsibility. I walked inside the room and a nearby guard attacked me with a spear. I simply stared at the men and he disintegrated into nothingness. Everyone inside the room flinched back in fear. Chaka, that's your name, right? You see, I get nervous around pointy things, so I lose control and then disintegrate them, I said while looking towards Chaka. Chaka's whole family was huddled behind him. Please let my family go, Chaka said in a pleading tone, and I simply stared at him with a dumbfounded look on my face. So, I can kill the rest of them, I said, pointing around towards his guards. The guards gulped loudly, but Chaka didn't say anything. What kind of pathetic king are you? I asked him in an amused tone. My father is not pathetic, Chala yelled out before Ramonda could stop him. Is that so? I asked, and Ramonda dropped to the ground and started to beg with tears falling from her eyes. You see, kid, your father is really pathetic and foolish. For so long I have left your pathetic country alone, but your father had destroyed his country, I said, and waved my hand, disintegrating 3 guards. They didn't do anything. It was just to create a dramatic effect. Please kill me, and leave the others alone, please. Chaka climbed down from his throne and kneeled in front of me, and I simply clicked my tongue in distaste. How about this? I will forgive Wakanda, but in exchange, I will take all of your vibranium, I said, and Chaka stared at me like I am the demon. Well, I was at least for him with my act. It is the blessing of the beast god Bast to our PE. Chaka started to say with a serious look on his face, but I cut him off. Well, I am going since you denied my offer. There is nothing else to discuss. I will come to Wakanda after the war ends, and I will take every last ounce of vibranium from Wakanda. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed, but don't worry. I won't kill you or your family, I said with a grin on my face. Everyone in the room had horrified looks on their faces. After all, they would be nothing without their precious metal. They would just be common people. You will have to stay alive to take the responsibility. You shouldn't have participated in the war. You should have stayed behind your barriers like a coward, like you people have always done. Alas, it's too late now. I shrugged and appeared beside Luna, but Flavia was also here now. Like always, she was munching on her potato chips. I wonder if she was an Akimichi in her past life. Rio. That was so evil, Luna exclaimed loudly, but she was smiling. But I liked it, Luna said, and jumped into my arms and started to kiss me. Flavia groaned in annoyance. Go get a room, you two, Flavia said in an annoyed tone. You are the one who is intruding in our lovey-dovey time, Flavia, Luna shot back while giggling. Ignore the minor details. Would you like some tea, Luna? Flavia asked, and Luna immediately skipped towards her and plopped down. What about you, Rio? Flavia asked me, but I simply waved her off. Maybe another time, I said, and I started paying attention to Hela's and Rumi's fight. Flavia simply shrugged and started to prepare tea for herself and Luna. With Hela. That was annoying. Hela uttered out in disdain and started to release an insane amount of bloodlust. Everyone shuddered in fear when they felt her bloodlust. Don't worry, as the goddess of death, it's my duty to guide you all to the afterlife, Hela said, and disappeared from her position. Everyone was confused because of her insane speed when they heard a blood-curdling scream. All of them turned around only to see Hela sticking her fingers inside the eye slots of the war machine too, and with a strong yank she split James Rhodes' skull and his brain dropped to the ground. Stark 2 screamed in rage and fired a beam towards her, but once again she was gone. Groot 2, all of them heard Rocket 2 scream and turned around to see that Hela was holding Groot 2 by his neck. That wasn't the problem, but Groot 2's lower body was on the ground. She threw away the body and a sword appeared in her hand. All of them saw her bringing down the sword, but none of them were able to do anything but to keep watching. Hela's arm finally stopped descending and Rocket 2 was split right from the middle. Thor 2 appeared before Hela brandishing his hammer. He was too late to stop Hela from killing Rocket 2, but he was going to stop her now. With that thought, he brought down the hammer and Hela simply stopped his hammer with her bare hand. A small smile appeared on Hela's face and with an upper slash she cut off his whole arm and kicked Thor 2 away. When Hela stopped Thor 2's hammer with her bare hand, Thor 2's face was filled with terror. Hela caressed the new hammer and turned around to see a man in a catsuit was about to reach her. Hela raised up her new hammer and shot out a lightning bolt making a fist-sized hole in Black Panther 2's chest. Since Hela was standing in one place, it gave Groot 2 enough time to wrap his vines around Hela's foot. Hela noticed that the plant thing was still alive, but this gave enough time for the others to land a devastating blow on Hela. Several blasts of red miasma slammed on Hela's chest and Hulk 2's fist landed squarely on her face, resounding a loud crack. Hela was blown away like a cannonball. Hela's body collided on the ship's bridge. Hela's body went inside, making a hole in the bridge. Did we get her? Quill 2 asked in a hopeful tone, but before anyone else could answer him, Thor 2's hammer came flying from the hole and smashed on Hulk 2's chest. Hulk 2 howled in pain and a black blur jumped out of the hole and rushed towards Wanda 2. Wanda 2 tried to back away and form a shield in front of her, but she stopped when a superpowered punch landed on her chest. The punch was so strong that there was a gaping hole in her chest. Before her brain could even process the pain, several similar powered punches landed on her chest. Her torso was looking like a beehive right now. Hela balled her fist and landed a final punch on her torso. Her torso was completely obliterated, leaving behind only her lower body and head. Hela grabbed Wanda 2's head with one of her hands and with her other hand she fixed her own jaw. "That hurt you, bitch," Hela said while looking at Wanda 2's head and threw it towards Natasha 2. Natasha 2 didn't even know what happened but found a gaping hole in her stomach. Natasha 2 dropped on the deck with a shocked look on her face. She didn't know how she died. Hela noticed that Strange 2 was drawing some kind of circles on the deck with his remaining hand. Hela rushed towards him, but Thor 2 came in between them. Hela simply kicked him away once again but found 2 more people in her path. Both of them were hiding behind shields. Hela opened her palm and Thor 2's hammer flew into her hand while she pulled out another similar hammer from her shadow and lightning crackled around her. Hela slammed down the hammers on the 2 shields and both of them were blown away. Strange 2 stopped what he was doing when he noticed Hela standing over him. He looked up only to see 2 hammers coming down and Strange 2's head was turned into meat paste. Hela turned around and threw one hammer at Stark 2 while threw the other at Hulk 2. Hela appeared near Groot 2 and greenish-black smoke started to ooze out of her hand. She slammed down her hand on Groot 2 and Groot 2 screamed in pain when he started to rot away. Hela was interrupted when a shot landed on her back. Hela turned around to find Quill 2 firing at her. She wasn't bothered by it and started to approach Quill 2. Quill 2 continued shooting her, but all of a sudden Hela stopped and tilted her head to the right. A bone passed by her head and Danvers 2 came into view. Her left hand was hanging beside her body. "You aren't a good girl and bad girls should be punished." Even though Hela said that while looking towards Danvers 2, she rushed towards Quill 2 and lightly smacked him on his chest. Quill 2 rose up in the air and Hela grabbed his foot and smacked him on the deck. Several bone-breaking noises were heard, but Hela pulled him up once again and smacked him on the ground. This time Quill 2's head wasn't able to withstand the blow and it cracked open like a watermelon. That is when Hela noticed a giant man with red tattoos had lunged towards her with daggers in his hands. Hela was shocked to see the man. There was only one thought going through her mind. How the fuck did I miss him? He must be strong. With that thought Hela slapped the man and Hela was shocked once again when she broke the man's neck with just a slap. Hela simply shrugged and grabbed the shield which was about to hit her head. Hela twisted around and threw the shield towards Stark 2. Stark 2's vision twisted around and he found himself looking at his own headless body before his world went completely black. While Stark 2 was living his last moments, Hela threw a sword towards the man who had thrown the shield. Hela backed away to dodge Danvers 2's attack once again before she firmly grabbed Danvers 2's face and with a small twist, Danvers 2's head was now looking backwards. A loud roar was heard and Hulk 2 arrived beside Hela and punched towards her, but Hela simply grabbed his giant fist and imitated Hulk 2's roar. Hela opened her palm and Thor's hammer appeared in her hand and she smacked Hulk 2 with it. Hulk 2 dropped on the ground howling in pain and Hela climbed on his chest and started to slam down the hammer on Hulk 2's face. A lot of cracks were heard in the next moments until Hulk 2's head was turned into green goo. Hela finally turned around and her eyes narrowed on the last 2 people who were still alive. One of them was badly hurt due to Hela's sword stabbed in his stomach, so Hela ignored him and approached the other one. It was Captain 2. She leaned down and grabbed his head and started to put pressure. Captain 2 screamed in pain and Hela simply smirked. "Tell Death that I said hello," Hela said and popped his head like a watermelon. Hela looked around and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. A/N, who? Hela's fight scene is finally over. Please tell me how it was. I was working on this chapter since the evening. Chapter 373, The War, 6. With Hela. A frown appeared on Hela's face when she noticed that Hulk 2's body was twitching and his head was slowly healing. Hela wondered if Hulk too would have his memories after he finishes healing. After all, she had turned his head into a meat patty. Even though Hela was quite curious to see what would happen after Hulk 2 finishes healing, she decided to finish him and be done with it. Hela approached Hulk 2's body and a long sword appeared in her hand. The sword started to ooze greenish-black smoke and Hela plunged the sword directly into Hulk 2's heart. Hulk 2's body started to rot away at a visible rate and only after a few moments Hulk 2's body was completely gone, even his blood was gone. Hela smirked and started to look for her counterpart's brother. Hela finally located him, he was knocked out cold. Hela approached Thor 2 who was no longer bleeding due to his severed arm. He had somehow closed the wound. Hela had some plans for Thor 2 and that is why she needed him alive. That was why Hela never used a killing move on Thor 2. She grabbed Thor 2 by his arm and she was about to leave but she noticed that Captain America was still alive. She contemplated for a few moments and decided to leave him. Her sword was still embedded in his gut. There was a small chance that he might live but Hela decided to leave it to his luck. She had lost interest and now she had much more interesting things to do. Hela thought and looked towards Thor 2. Hela has always wondered if divinities could be stolen from a god or goddess. She didn't want Thor 2's divinity but she still wanted to find out if it was possible or not. With Rumi. This is so much fun, let's keep fighting. Rumi exclaimed excitedly and a vicious grin appeared on her face. She immediately lunged towards the woman in the purple latex leotard. Even though she knew that the others would try to stop her, she didn't change her target. The mental probes were getting really annoying. Rumi could have ignored them but where was the fun in that and just like Rumi had thought, the Metalman came in front of Psylocke 2 to guard her but this time the Metalman's stance was very different. Rumi arrived in front of Colossus 2 and punched in his direction, and the Metalman also punched Rumi. Both of their fists collided in midair and a shockwave erupted from the collision. Colossus 2's howled in pain when his arm was burst open due to the force behind Rumi's punch. Rumi was about to punch Colossus 2 once again but Rumi had to turn around to dodge a kick. Rumi looked at the person who had interrupted her and thought that this new person was much more interesting than the Metalman. Rumi lunged towards the person who had interrupted her. It was a woman surrounded by a yellow glow. The woman was none other than Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel. You are strong. Rumi yelled out in an excited tone and kicked towards Danvers. Danvers brought her arms in front of her chest because she knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge Rumi's kick. Rumi was much faster than she had thought previously. Rumi's kick landed on her arms and 2 resounding cracks were heard from Danvers's arms. Danvers yelled out in pain. Her body was flung back by several meters until her back smacked on the ship's bridge. Danvers's body dropped from the wall and landed on the deck leaving a huge dent on the ship's bridge. Danvers passed out due to the pain. While Danvers laid on the deck completely unconscious, the others didn't stop attacking Rumi. Rumi was currently dodging laser beams fired by Bishop 2 while she was being constantly attacked by Aurora 2's storm clouds. Even though Rumi was getting struck by lightning, she simply shrugged them off. Rumi was already using armament hockey so the lightning didn't matter to her much. All of a sudden Rumi flash-stepped and appeared behind Bobby 2. Bobby 2 was quite surprised due to Rumi's sudden appearance and soon the surprise turned into fear. Booby 2 was kneeling on the ground trying to create a thin layer of ice. That is why Rumi decided to take care of Bobby 2, because of him Rumi had already lost her footing once and she would be damned if she allowed something like that to happen once again. After all, losing your footing during a fight could be disastrous for a person. Rumi backed her leg and kicked Bobby 2's head. Bobby 2's head exploded like a fruit. No. Rogue 2 screamed in despair when she saw what Rumi had done to Bobby 2. Rogue 2 forgot everything else and lunged towards Rumi in blind rage. Rumi simply shook her head in disappointment and smacked Rogue 2's forehead with her palm. The back of her head exploded like a coconut. I will kill you, bitch. Logan 2 screamed in rage and approached Rumi while brandishing his adamantium claws. Rumi simply turned around to dodge and the claws passed by her face. She balled her fist and punched Logan 2. As soon as Rumi's punch landed on his chest, a frown appeared on Rumi's face while Logan 2 spat out a huge amount of blood, but only then she remembered the properties of adamantium. They were nigh indestructible. She had heard that from this world's Logan and Fleur must have mentioned some things offhandedly. Rumi grabbed Logan 2's arm and punched Logan 2 on his chest once again, but this time she used her full power. A huge shockwave erupted obliterating anything behind Logan 2. A lot of X-Men were behind Logan 2 including M2, Psylocke 2, Colossus 2, and Aurora 2. They were trying to approach the 2 of them so that they could help Logan 2. Logan 2 let out a painful howl before his whole body crumbled into dust. When the dust finally settled down Rumi noticed that she had destroyed a lot of ships with the shockwave of her punch, and that wasn't all, she had even split the ocean into 2 while creating a huge canyon on the seabed. I should have held back, Rumi thought when she saw the destruction. A/N. Just imagine this kind of destruction and power but in the ocean. Rumi could only sigh with a disappointed look on her face. I could have enjoyed a lot more with them if I had continued playing with them while holding back but no. Rumi groaned in annoyance and rubbed the back of her head looking really ashamed. She let out another sigh and her shoulders slumped down. She could only blame herself for what she had done here. The ocean finally started to return to its original place, and water started to fill up the recently formed canyon. All of a sudden she was hit by a lightning bolt. Rumi looked up and found that the storm clouds were still there, which meant Aurora too was still alive. The ship started to sink as the ocean started to return to its original state. Rumi had no idea how Aurora too survived, but she did. Rumi looked down at Logan too and saw that he wasn't healing. Well, she kind of expected that he would heal, but that didn't seem to be the case. Rumi decided to leave Logan too, and Aurora too, and find Charles too. She was pretty sure that Charles too wasn't behind Logan too. Rumi finally found Charles too lying on the ground while coughing. He might have fallen from his chair due to the shockwave. Rumi flash stepped in front of Charles too and picked him up by his throat. "You are a monster." Charles too mumbled, but Rumi simply snapped his neck and killed him. That was an express order from Rio. Both Hela and Rumi were told to kill Charles too. Rumi threw away Charles too's body into the ocean like it was trash, and Aurora too finally arrived on deck along with Kitty Pryde too. "You two are lucky. I have lost interest," Rumi said while walking away, and Flash stepped back to Elysium. "With Nat and Dora." "Yes. I can sense them inside there," Nat said while looking towards Dora, who was goofing around. "Then open the buggering door," Dora retorted back while playing games on her phone. Nat gave Dora a blank stare and started to use her mental manipulation power. She froze Nick Fury while she made Phil Coulson open the giant door. With a loud clang, the locks were finally disengaged. "Fucking finally." Dora cheered loudly and paused her game. Nat pushed the door open and found Coulson standing beside the door with a blank look on his face. "Coulson, you are a nice guy, so your punishment is going to be light. As a magnanimous goddess, I punish you to sleep on the floor," Dora said and shot Coulson with her tranquilizer gun. Dora started to giggle when Coulson dropped on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Apparently, acting like a magnanimous goddess was funny for Dora. Nat simply rolled her eyes when she saw Dora's antics. Nat shifted through Fury's head to see if he had set up any traps in this room and found that the whole room was rigged with bombs. Nat quickly told Dora about it and the two of them disabled all the bombs, and lastly, Dora removed Fury's guns. Nat and Dora finally sat down in front of Fury. Nat finally unfroze Fury, jumped out of his seat, and his hand went towards his gun but found nothing. "How? What the fuck?" Fury exclaimed loudly when everything finally registered in his brain. You were the traitor," Fury yelled out when he noticed Dora, and she simply grinned. "Ding, ding, ding, and we have a winner," Dora said with a grin on her face, and Nat simply pulled out her gun and pointed towards Fury. "Sit down, Fury. I have something to say to you," Nat said coldly. Fury glared at Nat but followed her command and sat down. "Instead of letting you live, I should have killed you," Fury growled out. Both Nat and Dora could see the fury in his eye. "So, what are you going to say?" Fury asked while he grabbed the detonator and pressed it. Fury knew that there was a very small chance that he would live, so he decided to take the two of them to hell with him, but unfortunately for Fury, nothing happened. "Motherfucker." Fury yelled out in frustration when he noticed that the bombs didn't go off, and his eye grew wide in fear. "Hasta la vista." Fury, after saying that, Nat pulled the trigger and splattered Fury's brain on the wall behind him. "Nat, that was so badass." "Hasta la vista." Fury, Dora said while she looked exactly like Nat. Nat wanted to hide her face in shame. She didn't mean to say that, but she agreed that it was badass. Chapter 374, The War, End. POV Rio. This has gone on long enough. I think I should put an end to this farce now. Hela had killed all of her enemies except for Captain America of this world, and for whatever reason, she had abducted Thor too. Hela did mention that one of her hobbies was to torture people in her free time. Rumi had also destroyed more than 25% of the fleet surrounding Elysium with a single punch, though I feel really bad for her. She was so invested in the fight that she forgot that if she used her full strength then she was going to destroy everything. After that, she lost interest and left after killing Charles too. 7 X-Men members along with Carol Danvers of this world were still alive, but I didn't have any personal agenda against them, so I wasn't going to kill them. Nat and Dora had also finished killing Fury. Now, they were killing the remaining members of the World Security Council. After all, Namuri had killed Alexander Pierce, and after that, they were going to assassinate all the country leaders responsible for the war except the King of Wakanda, and lastly, they were going to visit the SHIELD headquarters to meet Sif too, Loki too, and Peter too. Luna and Flavia were enjoying tea with a calm look on their faces even though people were getting slaughtered. There was a moment when Flavia looked really uncomfortable. It was when Hela was brutally massacring the Avengers of Earth Zeta 71. Previously I didn't know the name of their universe, but thanks to my omnipresence I know that now. I also found out the name of our universe. Earth Prime. This was the prime universe of this multiverse, the most realistic universe of the Marvel multiverse, so, I released a huge sigh and released my mind powers. I wanted every soldier down there to hear my words. When I felt that I had connected to all of their minds, a smile appeared on my face. Good afternoon. That was the only thing I was able to say before everyone alive on the human side started to freak out. Well, I would also freak out if all of a sudden I started to hear voices inside my head. Don't get surprised, and none of you are going mad. This is your friendly neighborhood Leviathan. I felt all of their fear and horror. I could only wish that we were having a conversation under better circumstances, but it is what it is. Now, jokes aside. I want to tell all of you about your current situation. All of your equipments, ships, and armors are completely useless now. All the superpowered humans of your army have been either killed or defeated, I said, and another round of murmurs broke out. Some of them were shouting that I was telling lies while others have already lost hope. The members of the World Security Council have already been killed and the country leaders who agreed to the war are being disposed of as I speak with you. Now, your life is in your own hands. If you surrender and throw away your weapons you will live, or if you want to continue fighting then I will kill you right where you stand, I said, and another round of protests were heard but I simply ignored them. I will give you 5 minutes, choose wisely, I said, and disconnected myself from their minds. There were several visions where you killed every last one of them. Luna spoke up while looking towards me. I wanted to do that if I am being honest with you, but I wouldn't gain anything by doing something like that except decreasing the human population by a small margin. I said with a small smile on my face. Everyone responsible for this war was already dead or they were going to die. Continuing this war was completely meaningless now. The people who had antagonized me were gone now except for Chaka. I will deal with him personally. I noticed that 5 minutes have already passed, so I re-established the connection once again. 5 minutes have already passed. I hope that all of you have made your decision, so please choose your option. Surrender or death. I said, and more than half of the army threw away their weapons, but there were still a lot of soldiers who were still exclaiming, trying to gather attention. I simply disintegrated them into nothingness. I felt their fear when they saw the soldiers who still wanted to fight, simply disintegrate. Some also felt relieved after seeing such a scene. With that, the war was finally over. I know it wasn't a dramatic ending, but this was much better than killing them mindlessly. This was to send a message. If I had killed everyone, then no one would have known about the things that have happened here, but now the stories will spread, the fear in people's mind will increase. Now, I can finally relax. Luna, I am going back. I said, and she simply nodded her head while smiling. With that, I was back inside my house. I telepathically told Momo to turn everything back on. Momo nodded her head and started to turn on everything. As soon as the power returned, my phone started to ring. I already knew who it was because of my omnipresence. I accepted the call and found that Eric was complaining. Well, he was really glad that his people didn't have to fight a war, but he was annoyed that I didn't tell him anything about our plan. Ultimately he thanked me and ended the call. So, how many died? Fleur appeared beside me in a flash of fire and asked me. 21,532 died, I said with a shrug and used my space powers to get a beer from the freezer. That's a lot less than we had estimated. Fleur mused and the other girls also started to appear. Hela, what are you going to do with Thor 2? I asked when Hela finally arrived. I want to see if I can extract his divinity, Hela said with a smirk, and I simply nodded my head. It wasn't a big deal. After some time Luna appeared with several buckets of firecracker chicken for every one of us, and Namuri arrived with bags of burgers and fries. All of us decided to wait for Dora and Nat. Dora and Nat finally arrived. So, did you get all of them? I asked, and Dora transformed into Nat and pulled out her gun. I already knew what she was going to do. Yes. Nat was like, hasta la vista. Fury, Dora said, and Nat simply groaned and shook her head. I had started laughing when Nat had done that. Give the girl a break, Dora, here, have some fries. I said, and Dora immediately plopped down and started to pull out the boxes of fries. We also met with Loki too, Sif too, and Peter too. They weren't happy, but there was nothing they could have done. Peter too even attacked us, but he is still a kid. Nat said after taking a seat. I simply shrugged. So, what's the plan now? Momo asked excitedly. Holidays, we simply laze around. I said with a smile. Don't forget sex, we could try new roles. I have also found a lot of new sex positions. Namuri exclaimed loudly. All of us simply gave her blank stares, until all of us burst out laughing. We wouldn't expect anything else from Namuri. Yes, sex. We can't leave out sex, I agreed with a Namuri, and everyone laughed once again. Namuri was already ranting about her philosophical ways. You still owe me that date you were talking about. Hela said while glaring at me, and I nodded my head. I agree. I will take you tomorrow, how is that? I said, and she nodded her head in agreement. Life was good. A/N, here it is guys, that is how the war ended. I know many of you would have wanted more action but it would have been really bland. Normal humans simply can't put up a fight against the MC or any of the girls and any fighting scenario would have been forced so I decided to end it without ruining it. Now, I will be writing a few side stories with MC and girls before starting the Bleach world. These last days were very intense and I want to relax a bit, but don't worry. In the side stories, MC and the girls will travel to other worlds. Spoiler, Hela will rip and tear until it is done. PC out. Chapter 375, Side Story, Hela will rip and tear, POV Rio. I really wanted to Hakai the sun right now, but I decided to keep on glaring. After all, destroying the sun would kill all life on Earth. I yawned and pulled myself up from the bed. I looked around the room and found that almost everything in the room was destroyed along with the roof. A green ring appeared around my hand and everything was fixed including the roof, walls, and the bed. Last night was the wildest night of my life, both lives and that's really something. Yesterday no one wanted to make love or have passionate sex, they wanted wild sex. The girls were still asleep with silly grins on their faces. Last night was definitely something. I kissed all of them on the foreheads and got out of bed. All of us were completely free today so there was no hurry but I had promised Hela a date, and this Leviathan always keeps his promises. So, I made my way towards the shower. After a nice and relaxing shower, I walked out with a towel wrapped around my waist. I quickly got dressed and walked in front of the mirror. I was wearing blue ripped jeans along with ankle-high boots and a red hoodie with my name, Leviathan, written on it. I walked out of the room and arrived in the kitchen. I was not in the mood for cooking so I called a house elf and told him to make something for me and the girls. In a wisp of greenish-black smoke, Hela arrived in the kitchen and sat down on my opposite side. How did you know that I was here? I asked Hela, who simply smirked. Woman's intuition, that's something exclusive to women, Hela said with a grin and started to play with a dagger. So, did you make any progress with Thor 2's divinity? I asked and a proud smile appeared on Hela's face. Yes, last night I decided to test something out, after all, you got busy with the girls. What? You thought that I won't feel you stopping the time? Hela said with a shrug. Well, since Rumi can sense me stopping the time. Hela would obviously sense that. Yep. I trailed off. There was nothing to be ashamed of and nothing to hide. Yes. I had to distract myself from those thoughts, so, I visited Thor 2 and started testing. I found that I could extract his divinity but it would take me some time. Death told me the method. Hela said with a proud look on her face. Even though Hela seemed to be quite liberal about things like sex, she was still a novice and didn't have any experience regarding that matter. So, what are you going to do with his divinity? I asked Hela out of curiosity. Hela shrugged once again. I haven't decided anything yet. I might give his divinity to Aurora, it would help her a lot, Hela said, and a house elf popped in with food. I noticed the girls were up so I decided to wait for them to join us but they seemed to have some other plans. I received a text from Jean saying that they were going to sleep in. Well, that's how it is. So, where are we going? Hela asked after she finished her food and I simply smiled. Well, the girls won't be joining us so we can go now, if you want, I said and Hela simply nodded her head. I texted Jean that I will be gone with Hela for the day. Let's go. I said and got up from the table. With that thought I opened a portal in front of us, both of us entered the portal together and the two of us were inside a small room filled with different kinds of advanced machinery and some screens with useless information, all of them were red because of the demonic invasion. Where are we? Hela asked curiously and picked up the pistol lying on the table. Those humans were shooting at me with these kinds of weapons, though this one is much different than theirs. Hela said while fiddling with the pistol and shot at the wall. A black mark formed on the wall but Hela wasn't impressed so she simply threw away the gun. That's useless junk. Hela started to say but she was interrupted when the door exploded and several zombie-like figures walked in while growling. Are those zombies? You brought me to a zombie world. Hela asked me but I simply shook my head. Hela walked up to a zombie and like your typical zombie it tried to grab her so that it could take a bite out of her but Hela ripped its arm and smacked its face with its own arm, the zombie's skull was deformed and it simply died like that. Hela took another look at the zombie's arm she was still holding in her hands and shook her head. They have demonic energy, but they are still zombies nonetheless. Hela said and smacked another zombie with the arm. This zombie's head exploded but the arm also shattered. Hela grabbed the third zombie's head and ripped it from its body and threw it towards the fourth one's head. With a loud thwack both heads exploded. As you have noticed these guys have demonic energy, and demonic energy can only be found near. I trailed off. A demonic presence or a hell gate. Hela said with stars in her eyes and her head snapped towards the zombies down the hall. They were still growling while approaching us. You will rip and tear, until it is done, I said with a grin. Hela arrived in front of a computer screen showing everything about the demonic invasion but she simply smashed the screen and continued walking forward. Both Hela and I kept walking down the halls and found a few more zombies in there. Hela jumped towards those zombies with a sadistic grin on her face and ripped them apart, but unfortunately for her, she didn't notice the gas cylinder on the possessed engineer's shoulder which exploded in front of her. Even though it didn't do anything to her, she was still annoyed as hell. Spoilers ahead, for those who haven't played Doom Eternal and its DLCs. Yes, this is the Doom multiverse. I have brought Hela to a particular reality where the Doom Slayer was killed after he was entombed in the Katinger Sanctum by the demons. So, in this reality, there was no Doom Slayer to stop the demonic invasion or con maker. Hela is going to love it here. I racked my brain until I remembered about the Doom guy, so I started looking for different realities, and this reality was perfect for my needs. I have also thought about taking her to the solo leveling world. She would have loved to fight Sung Jinwoo, after all their powers were really similar. A/N, like the yes comment if you want to see Hela vs Sung Jinwoo, and like NO if you aren't interested. After climbing up some stairs we finally arrived in front of a gate where a man holding a gun had died because the gate had closed on him. Hela picked up the gun and fiddled with it for a few seconds until she decided to fuck it and use it as a stick. Hela kicked open the door and found a demonic red monkey roaring at her. Imp, she simply smashed its head with the gun. Yep, a gun can definitely be used as a club, and Hela was definitely fine with that idea. While Hela was slaughtering the demons, I decided to watch her while existing outside the space. We finally arrived inside a huge hall. The hall was filled with those red monkeys and those zombies. There was also something else, a grotesque-looking orb. It was a gore nest. Hela lunged towards the orb and stabbed the base of the orb with the gun. Then she grabbed a nearby monkey and broke its head and threw it towards the zombies. The zombies and the red monkey's body exploded when they collided. Two swords appeared in Hela's hands, and then she went slaughtering the demons like they were chickens. When the demonic presence finally disappeared from the room, the giant door opened. A hologram of an old hag could be seen, but Hela completely ignored the hologram and entered the lift. "Hello, my name is Dr. Samuel Hade." That was all he could say before Hela smashed the screen. "You know, you should listen to that stuff, it might be helpful for you," I pointed out while I materialized beside her. "Who cares? He annoys me. I am having fun. I will kill him if he keeps doing that." Hela grumbled with an annoyed look on her face. "So, you know the story of this world, right?" Hela asked me, and I nodded my head. "But I won't tell you, you need to find out on your own," I said, and Hela simply snorted. "Fuck the story. I also don't give a fuck about the world. I simply want to know if I can keep killing and slaughtering demons in this world." Hela asked with a serious look on her face. "That is why I brought you here," I pointed out, and Hela grabbed the sides of my head and pulled me into a hot and passionate kiss with a lot of tongue action involved. We finally separated from each other when the lift stopped. The lift opened and now we were on the surface of the red planet. "So, I will talk to you later," Hela said and started to walk towards the zombies. With a wave of her hand, she cut off its head and then jumped towards a red monkey that was throwing fire at her. Hela grabbed it with both hands and ripped it apart. Hela kept moving forward while she slaughtered all the demons she saw. We finally arrived in front of a gate saying, "Access denied, blue access only." Hela simply kicked in the door. Hela jumped off the cliff and smashed a red monkey into meat paste. This is when a new type of demon appeared in front of her. It was the possessed soldier. Hela simply threw a knife and made a huge hole in its head. Hela kept on massacring the demons like no tomorrow. These weak demons were simply not a challenge in front of someone like Hela, but she was definitely loving the massacre. The two of us finally arrived in front of a dead end, and Hela looked around for a couple of minutes, but she was unable to find a way, so I decided to materialize in front of her and point her in the right direction. "You should be trying to reach there," I said, and Hela gratefully nodded her head and jumped towards the platform. Unlike the Doom guy, Hela didn't need to climb up there using different platforms. We finally arrived in front of a giant airlock. The door slowly opened up and the two of us walked in. I materialized once again and tapped the exit airlock option on the computer screen because Hela is simply lost with computers. Hela nodded gratefully when the door behind us closed and the door in front of us started to open. That is how Hela finished the first level of Doom 2016. A/N, I won't be writing all the levels. I might skip a lot since this is a side story, but I will definitely write the important parts, and the plot will obviously diverge from the original as Hela is here instead of Doom guy. I hope you like this chapter. Peace out. Chapter 376, Side Story, Hela will rip and tear, 2. POV Hela. "I am going to kill him," I said while gritting my teeth. How dare he interrupt my fun? A few minutes ago I asked Rio for a map because it was really hard to navigate otherwise. He simply shrugged and said that I needed to realign the satellite dish, and to do that I needed to bring back power. Now, I won't be able to get back power in this facility until I clear the facility and kill all the demons. Slaughtering demons with my bare hands was a lot of fun, so it was completely fine. I finally brought back the power and then I went to realign the satellite dish. Now, just as I realigned the satellite dish, Samuel Hayden blocked my access saying that he wants to meet me. Hela, you can always kill him later, he isn't someone that important, Rio said with a shrug and calmed down. Yes, I can always kill him later. So, now I have to go meet this Vega. I asked Rio and he simply nodded his head. I was already angry when Hayden interrupted me, so I smashed the screen. Only Hayden can be blamed for that, and the screen obviously wasn't important. So, I should get going, I guess. I muttered and Rio dematerialized. I simply punched the glass pane in front of me, it shattered like any other normal glass, everything inside the room was pulled outside and I simply jumped out. I was finally able to calibrate my magic to make a small sonar map. I climbed up the tower in front of me while killing off those red monkeys. I finally jumped down the platform and arrived in front of a giant metal gate. The gates opened and demons rushed in towards me. This time there was a new demon among them. It hid behind a blue shield, possessed security. With 2 swords in my hands, I lunged towards those demons. I finally arrived in front of the Vega terminal. I entered the room and saw only computer screens everywhere in the room. It's pretty annoying when you don't know how to use these contraptions. Good afternoon, Mississippi. My name is Dr. Samuel Hayden. I have tried to talk with you before but you didn't seem interested, that is why I had to summon you here. What kind of being is that? Cut the crap. I don't care about your shit. Now, tell me, what do you want? I said and slammed my hand on the railing. I already want to get back to slaughtering demons. You are quite impatient. This woman is Olivia Pierce, she is the one responsible for the demonic invasion. She wants to use Argent energy to open a portal into hell, she must be stopped, Hayden said, and I simply nodded my head dismissively. Maybe I should congratulate her, without her I wouldn't be having so much fun. If that's all, then I will be going now, and don't you dare block my satellite access. I warned him and started to walk out of the room. That will be all for now. I heard his voice trailing off while I walked out of the room. POV Rio. Hela is quite fast and efficient. I am not gonna compare her with the Doom guy after all, no matter how enhanced he was, or is. He is still a human. Hela's divinities are perfect for warfare and massacre. She has been doing just that for thousands of years. Only a few minutes ago she slaughtered her way through the foundry, it was over in a matter of minutes. Hela's biggest advantage was that she didn't need those pesky blue or yellow cards, she simply smashed through the doors, she didn't need to turn around if a door was jammed, she would simply cut, rip, tear, or smash through the door. I have also given her my smartphone, it was connected to the satellite dish so that it could show her the full map and tell her where she needed to go. That helped her out a lot. Foundry is where she came to meet Hell Knights. She had some fun with them till it lasted, but the problem was that they didn't last long. It only took a few seconds to crack their skulls. Once she ripped off a Hell Knight's head and used it as a weapon to kill 8 demons. Now, we are finally reaching the end of this level. Olivia Pierce is already there. I wonder what Hela is going to do after meeting Olivia. Doomy guy wanted to kill Olivia but he couldn't reach inside the glass, that won't be a problem for Hela though. Hela finally arrived inside the room and pressed the screen in front of the glass. The glass became transparent, and Olivia finally became visible to Hela. Authorization, Olivia Pierce, Alpha 4-0-T. That was all Olivia was able to say before Hela smashed through the glass and grabbed Olivia's throat. Hela used her other arm to break through the glass. Olivia kept choking while Hela entered the fortified room through the glass. Hello, Olivia Pierce. My name is Hela. I love killing things, waging wars, torturing people, you get the point, right? You see, I want to thank you for releasing the demons. I had a lot of fun killing them. So, I will kill you painlessly if you tell me how to open the Hell Gate or your death won't be pretty. Hela said with a smile, but unfortunately for Olivia, Hela's grip on her neck was too tight so Olivia wasn't able to say anything. Hela noticed what she was doing so she dropped Olivia to the ground who started to cough. What are you? Olivia stuttered painfully. Hela kneeled down beside Olivia and placed her fingers near her right eye. That is not important at this moment, Olivia, you must understand your situation. I will give you one more chance to tell me how to open the Hell Gate or I will pull out your right eye so slowly that you will feel all the nerves I will be destroying. Hela said with a gentle smile on her face, but I am pretty sure that Olivia would disagree with me. You don't know whom I'm asked. Olivia spat out, but before she could finish her initial statement, she started to scream when Hela's fingers were inside her right eye socket. I told you what I wanted to know. Hela said politely. After that, Hela continued to pull out Olivia's Pierce right eye, and believe me, she was very slow and careful. She was so careful that Olivia Pierce didn't even lose consciousness due to pain. Hela could have been a good doctor. Alas, she chose a different profession. To open the Hell Gate I would need to reroute the power from the foundry to the Argent Tower. The Argent energy induction filters will take care of the rest. Olivia said weakly after Hela finished gouging out her eye. Then what are you waiting for, Hag? Reroute the power. Hela said and picked up Olivia Pierce. Obviously, Pierce wanted to fight but she knew very well that she was no match for someone like Hela. After all, she had tried to fight Hela when she was pulling out one of Olivia's eyes. Yes. Olivia said weakly and locked out Vega from the Foundry system. Then she started to reroute the power from the Foundry to the Argent Tower. It is done. Olivia said and Hela nodded her head and a grin formed on her face. Good, Hela said and snapped Olivia's neck, killing her. Hela threw away the body and cracked her neck. Looks like we are going to this Argent Tower now. Hela said while looking towards me, or where she believed I was. Seems to be the case, I said without appearing and Hela nodded her head and started to walk towards the exit of the facility. She arrived inside the airlock and clicked the exit facility option. After finding out Hela's real intentions, Samuel Hayden tried to stop her but Hela breezed through the Argent facility. 3 new demons showed up this time. The Hellraiser, Pinky, and the Revenant. She found the Revenant annoying because it kept buzzing around like an annoying fly, a giant fly. The Hellraiser was weak and Pinky was a dwarf according to Hela. It only took Hela a few minutes to arrive in front of the Argent Tower. A summoner made its appearance for the first time but Hela simply smashed its head with a sadistic grin on her face and she tore apart the other summoner which showed up right after the first one. We arrived in the center of the Argent Tower and Hela needed to reach the top to open the Hell Gate. An ugly demon, Mancubus, appeared in front of Hela. She made a weird face and killed it in an instant using the power of Rot. Hela started to climb the tower while jumping on platforms. It took her only 3 jumps to reach the top and I simply used my space powers to follow her. So, how do I activate those whatever filters she mentioned? Hela asked out loud and I materialized beside her. You know you shouldn't have killed Pierce. I deadpanned. But you are in luck since it is already blinking on the screen. I said and a genuine smile appeared on Hela's face. She tapped the screen and the Hell Gate started to open. Several demons also appeared but Hela made quick work of them. The 2 of us appeared in a place filled with blood, bones and various organs. The whole ground was dyed red because of the blood and innards of various beings. I am already falling in love with this place, you know. I definitely made the right choice when I decided to pledge my loyalty to you and I could have never asked for a better lover than you. Hela said and started to kiss my face with an elated look on her face. I am glad that you liked my surprise. I said with a smile and kissed her on the lips. Hela happily reciprocated the kiss and the 2 of us finally separated after making out for a few minutes. Don't be stupid. I didn't like your surprise. I loved it. Hela exclaimed loudly and pecked me on the lips once again. Now, let's go, Hela said and started to walk towards the structure in front of us. I had already recognized this place from the game. It was the Kadinger Sanctum. This is where Doomguy was killed in this reality. Hela made it through hell while brutally killing anything that came in front of her. She was mostly annoyed because of the lost souls. That is how the massacre started. It has been a few hours since we have arrived in hell and Hela has already killed hundreds of thousands of demons. Somewhere in the middle Hela called out her astral army and used them to slaughter the demons. Now, demons could be seen running away from Hela and her army instead of fighting her. She also got some new additions for her astral army. I simply decided to float in the air while relaxing. It wasn't a good place to relax with the ambience and background screams of terror but it will do for now. Hela and her army raised hell without mercy. Their kill count was already in the millions and Hela was merging her astral soldiers from time to time. After a couple of hours Hela reached the Titan's realm and slaughtered anything that moved. Hela said she could feel a huge concentration of demonic energy. She knew that it must be some kind of strong demon so she massacred her way through the Titan's realm. After half an hour, Hela finally found the thing she was looking for. She was disappointed to find that it wasn't a strong demon but she didn't complain because she found a powerful weapon. Hela had found the demonic crucible. Unfortunately for Hela, she needed to power up the crucible before she could use it. How can I power this thing? Hela asked me curiously while showing me the crucible. You need to collect the demonic energy from those 3 locations. I said and pointed Hela towards 3 beams reaching the sky. Hela simply nodded her head and her army started marching towards the nearest location. It took Hela half an hour to collect the required energy and now she was holding the fully powered demonic crucible. She called off her astral army and once again went to slaughter demons on her own. She wanted to see the power of her new weapon and the huge grin on her face was enough for me to know that she was really happy with her new weapon. Hela continued the massacre until a blank-skinned human appeared in front of her. The human was dressed in the same armor like the Doom guy, but his armor was much older and it was riddled with various scars. It was the betrayer. Why are you doing this? The betrayer asked Hela who tilted her head in confusion. Because I can do this and it is fun, now die. Hela said and jumped towards the betrayer with the crucible in her hands. Chapter 377, Side Story, Hela will rip and tear, end. POV Rio. Because I can do this and it is fun, now die. Hela said and jumped towards the betrayer with the crucible in her hands. The betrayer or Valen defended himself using the warhammer. It was the sentinel hammer, Hellbreaker. The demonic crucible wasn't able to cut through the warhammer and this surprised Hela quite a bit. Don't you see what you are doing will destroy the balance? Valen yelled while defending himself against Hela's relentless attacks. Even though Valen's weapon was strong, it didn't mean that he would be able to fight off Hela. This world can get destroyed for all I care. Hela said in a dismissive tone and pulled out Mjolnir from her shadow and attacked Valen with the demonic crucible and the hammer. Lightning started to surround Hela and her speed and strength started to increase. She might not have Thor's divinity, but unlike Thor, she is able to use that hammer to its full potential. A/N, from now on I will refer to Thor's hammer as Mjolnir and Thor 2's hammer as Mjolnir I. There is a difference between the two hammers, that is why I am mentioning them in such a manner. Thor 2's hammer has Odin's runes etched on it, so that only someone worthy could pick it up. Now, Hela is able to freely pick up that hammer because she is much stronger than Odin 2, which created those runes, so she can overpower those runes and directly tap into the powers. Even when Hela was only using the demonic crucible, Valen was on the back foot, and now, he didn't even have a chance of fighting Hela. Hela's attacks became more intense and Valen was simply trying not to die because Hela was going for the kill. Heh. Valen thought that he would be able to stop Hela because of his sentinel blood, but that's simply naive. Valen finally lost his footing when Hela's hammer slammed on his warhammer, and this gave Hela enough time to plunge the demonic crucible into Valen's chest. Valen screamed in pain when his body started to dry up. Even I was surprised when I saw Valen getting mummified due to the demonic crucible. Valen had a horrified look on his face just before he died. You would have made a nice addition to my army, but there is no place for a traitor in my army. Hela said. Her voice was laced in disgust and Valen turned into dust. Now. I have a huge question in my mind. How did Hela know that Valen was a traitor? So I simply materialized beside her. How did you know that he was a traitor? I asked Hela and she simply pointed towards the crucible in her hands. It absorbed his essence and became stronger. The crucible showed me his memories. Hela said and kept her eyes on the crucible. I wonder if this crucible could handle my power. Hela said and greenish-black smoke started to ooze out of her hand. The smoke cocooned the whole crucible and slowly the crucible started to absorb the power. The blade of the crucible started to transform and it turned green. It had the same color as Hela's astral sword. Ha 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 ha, the crucible of death, that would be your name from now on, Hela said while looking at the transformed crucible. Hela picked up Mjolnir and threw it inside her shadow. Then she picked up Valen's warhammer. It was an insult for something like this to be wielded by a traitor. Hela said while gritting her teeth and started to swing such a heavy hammer with just one of her hands. So, what now? I asked Hela, who contemplated for a few seconds. Let's go back to Mars. I want to kill Hayden and I also want to kill this icon of sin. Hela said and I simply nodded my head. Conmaker is also a good target. Hela pointed the crucible towards the sky and brought it down, opening a rift in the space. Even though the crucible formed a rift, I sensed that it was similar to Hela's own ability or teleportation. The crucible might have gained that ability when it absorbed Hela's death energy. That's pretty neat. Hela said while looking at the rift. Hela entered the portal and I simply appeared beside Hela using my space powers. The two of us appeared back in the Argent facility and now it was completely overrun by the demons, but unlike the possessed demons, this time all of them were actual demons. Hela slaughtered the demons using her new crucible and only a cut was enough to kill a demon. The demon would simply rot away. Hela. Hayden just left from Mars, I said, and a deep frown appeared on Hela's face. Where did he go? Hela asked hurriedly while I could see rage and anger in her eyes. Argent Nur, I said, and a portal appeared in front of us. Hela nodded her head and entered the portal. I could have teleported us directly, but that would have ruined the aesthetics of the world. Portals were hype in the Doom universe. As soon as Hela arrived on Argent Nur, she was greeted by King Novak. You must stop this madness or you are risking all the worlds, Outlander, he roared out in fury. Did you say something? Hela asked in a bored tone while scratching her ear. King Novak was so enraged that his astral form almost turned purple. Hela used this chance to attack King Novak with her crucible, but the dead king dodged right before the blade could touch him. It was a close call, but I am really impressed. Color me impressed. I had thought a ghost, like you won't be able to dodge the attack. Hela said with an impressed look on her face, and Novak decided to back away. You must be stop. After that, Novak's words jumbled up because Hela's astral sword was embedded in his throat. The form of Novak started to flicker and a few moments the figure dissolved into thin air. That's how King Novak died. Then Hela summoned her army and ordered them to raise Argent Nur into a wasteland, but she wanted Samuel Hayden found. Hela's astral army started to look for Samuel Hayden through Argent Nur. They didn't leave any stone unturned. Hela also met a few new opponents. Hela was quite impressed with the marauder, the corrupted Night Sentinel, and after killing him she made him a part of her army. Hela did the same with the gladiator. While looking through Argent Nerve for Samuel Hayden, we have arrived in the city Sentinel Prime, that is where Hela fought the gladiator. Her army finally found Samuel Hayden. He was hiding in the deepest part of Sentinel Prime. Samuel Hayden was brought in front of Hela by her army. Hayden's limbs were missing. "You know you shouldn't have annoyed me. I wouldn't have killed you after our on-screen meeting, but you tried to stop me from opening the Hell Gate. That is when your death was confirmed," Hela said and placed the crucible in front of Hayden. "What kind of demon are you?" Hayden asked in a neutral tone. Hela gave Hayden a blank stare until she burst out laughing like a maniac. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hela, the goddess of death and war." With that, Hela plunged the crucible into Hayden's head and he rotted away within a few moments. "Rio, we are going to Urdak, both Khan Maker and Icon of Sin are there," Hela said with a huge grin and opened a rift in front of her. I simply shrugged and followed her. Both Hela and I appeared in front of a giant cybernetic angelic hybrid woman. Yes. I know that wasn't a perfect description of that woman, but that is what I was able to think at this moment. "What do you want, Outlander? Why are you sticking your nose into our business?" Khan Maker asked loudly while leaning in front of us, but she didn't notice me because I was existing out of space, so I didn't count. "Because it is fun, now stop spouting bullshit and let's fight," Hela proclaimed loudly and then threw the crucible into her shadow and pulled out Mjolnir Eye and Mjolnir Eye. I didn't need to be a genius to understand why she did that, she simply wanted to enjoy the fight. POV Hela. I don't understand why these guys try to spout useless bullshit. It simply wastes time. After all, ultimately we are going to fight. I threw the crucible into my shadow, using that would kill this feathery robot with just a cut, that would ruin the fun. I pulled out Mjolnir Eye and Mjolnir Eye from my shadow and I lunged towards Khan Maker while lightning started to surround my body. I arrived in front of Khan Maker but a shield appeared in front of her. I smashed the hammers on the shield and several cracks formed on the shield, a frown appeared on the feathery robot's face. "That's good." Khan Maker attacked with golden beams and started to chant some bullshit, but I broke her chant when I smashed my hammers on the shield once again and it broke. Lightning bolts erupted from the sky and smashed into Khan Maker's body while I smashed my lightning-coated hammers on her chest. Khan Maker spat out golden blood from her mouth and once again she was surrounded by the barrier. Khan Maker also started to use lightning and started to electrocute the ground, but it was completely useless since I was surrounded by lightning too. Stupid bitch. This time Khan Maker was able to finish the chant and a golden beam fell from the sky. I threw both of my hammers at the barrier while I allowed myself to get hit by the beam and I was disappointed that it didn't do anything to me. The shield broke once again and I smashed my hammers on her head, destroying her right eye. Several lightning bolts also smashed into her body. Khan Maker screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Khan Maker started to release smaller versions of herself from her body. I charged myself with lightning and smashed the hammers on the ground, creating a huge shockwave. The shockwave destroyed all the smaller versions of that feathery robot. I threw both of my hammers into my shadow and pulled out my crucible while walking towards Khan Maker. She was lying on the ground while coughing blood. It was a nice fight while it lasted, I said and plunged my crucible into her forehead. Khan Maker howled in pain when she started to rot away. Within a few moments, Khan Maker was completely gone and the whole realm started to shake. A huge rumble erupted from the place the Icon of Sin started to rise. Khan Maker had the Icon of Sin under her control, so I needed to kill her if I wanted to fight the Sin properly. Yes, I could have also used the dagger that the traitor had, but it wasn't needed. All of them were going to die either way. The Icon of Sin was big as Khan Maker and it was covered in a similar type of armor, but it was clearly a demon with the head of a goat. The Icon of Sin's eyes were on the barrier between Urdak and Hell. Oh, so, it plans to run away. That isn't going to happen. I threw the crucible in my shadows and pulled out my new trusted hammers. I jumped towards the Icon of Sin. A small crater formed in the ground and only now the Icon of Sin noticed me. That's kind of insulting. The Icon of Sin roared and tried to swat me away, but I smashed one of the hammers on his hand. The Icon of Sin roared in pain and tried to back away, but my other hammer smashed on his horn. The Icon of Sin took several steps back due to the force of my blow. The Icon of Sin started to shake its head and started to glare at me. The Icon of Sin roared in anger and several demonic magic circles started to appear in the air. Slowly various types of demons started to appear out of the circle. I was completely unfazed by the display. I simply smirked and looked into its eyes. My army is better than yours. Arise, I said, and my astral army started to rise. The demonic army the Icon of Sin had summoned froze in fear. Looks like the memories of my recent visit to Hell is still fresh in their mind. As soon as my army started the charge, the demonic army turned tail. The Icon of Sin roared in fury, but there was nothing it could do. I looked at the Icon of Sin with a smug grin on my face. Looks like your pathetic army is gone, I said and burst out laughing. The Icon of Sin roared in fury and looked towards the sky. Meteors. Humph. I snorted in disdain and lunged towards the Icon of Sin. I smacked away 2 meteors. I started to charge the hammers with huge amounts of lightning and slammed the hammers on the icon of Sin's chest. A huge shockwave erupted from the hammers and the icon of Sin dropped to the ground. There was a huge dent on the icon of Sin's chest and its whole body was broken and ruptured from several places due to the blow. The icon of Sin whimpered in pain and I threw the hammers inside my shadow and pulled out my crucible. It's time to put it out of its misery. You were strong but most of your strength depended on your army and your army was incompetent. I said and stabbed the crucible into its forehead. The icon of Sin didn't have the power to howl in pain and it simply rotted away and died like that. Looks like you are done. Rio said and materialized beside me. Yes, though I still don't understand what a date is. The other girls said that it is something romantic, though Rumi said something about having fun, I said with a confused look on my face. Well, it can vary for different women just like Rumi had said. It doesn't need to be a romantic outing, it can be an outing where they simply have fun. So Hela, did you have fun? Rio asked me with a grin on his face and I also smiled after hearing his words. I snaked my arms behind his neck and pressed my lips on his. Yes. I had a lot of fun. I said between the kisses. I am already looking forward to the next dates. I said and continued kissing him. Don't worry. I won't disappoint you, Rio said with a grin on his face and we continued to make out after that. A/N, I decided to end Hela's date with the icon of Sin. I wanted to do the Ancient Gods part 2 but it would take one more chapter and I had to do side stories with all the girls too. The next side story will be with Rumi. The reader who can correctly guess Rumi's world is going to get a candy from Cliffcoin. Now, as for the result of yesterday's vote. Yes, Hela is going to have a fight with Sung Jinwoo but I will do that sometime later and Sung Jinwoo fans don't worry. Hela isn't going to kill him because Rio would give her express instructions not to kill him. I hope that you guys like the small do mark. Peace out. Chapter 378, Side Story, Rumi visits the DC verse, A/N, someone asked me to post the tiering system of this omniverse. I have posted it in the auxiliary chapter for easy access. POV Rio. When both Hela and I finally returned back to our world, a whole day had passed. Sleeping wasn't something important for us so both of us decided to start our day. Hela wanted to get back to Thor 2. You said that you wanted to give the divinity of Thor 2 to Aurora, right? Hela asked and I nodded my head. Then you better start preparing her, she might be strong but she isn't strong enough to gain divinity, Hela said and I agreed with her. I didn't know much about ascended gods but I knew that they needed to be extremely strong to ascend. Ardit ascended after she was strong enough to destroy Saturn-sized solid planets on her own. It was the same with Hydriana, but they were omniversal goddesses so they might have needed a higher level of power. Don't worry about that. I will take care of it, I said and Hela left after giving me a peck on the lips. I entered the kitchen and asked a house elf to bring me some ramen. The house elf appeared only after a minute with some instant ramen while muttering about unhealthy food. I looked smirked in amusement and started to slurp my ramen. After a few minutes, Rumi Flash stepped into the kitchen and sat on my opposite side, and kept staring at me intently. Let's fight, Rumi finally uttered after a few minutes. Sure, but let me finish this. I said and Rumi nodded her head with a serious look on her face. It took me a minute to finish the ramen. Let's go, I said and both of us appeared on a random broken planet. We would be able to fight here freely. I said and a huge grin appeared on Rumi's face. That's good, lately I have been feeling really bad because I need to hold back. Rumi said and activated her armament hockey. All of a sudden her armament hockey lost the white shine, instead it started to absorb all the light. This is something new. This is the final form of armament hockey. This form is so destructive that I could have destroyed the whole army with a punch, Rumi said and pointed her fist towards me. My eyes grew wide when she simply appeared in front of me. Her speed had increased by several folds. She pulled back her arm and punched me and I raised up my left arm to redirect her punch, and even though I redirected her punch I felt a huge pressure and the planet was blown apart. So you are able to attack me with just your intent? I asked and Rumi simply nodded her head and attacked me with a barrage of kicks. The kicks didn't faze me much nor did they affect me, but we were no longer standing on a planet, it had long collapsed due to the shockwaves. Now I understand why she didn't use this form when she fought Hela. She might have been able to defeat Hela if she had used this form, but she would have destroyed Earth. I am really impressed with your power, Rumi. I said and made a solidified platform under us using my space powers. I appeared in front of Rumi and punched her. With that, we started to exchange blows. I had to hold back a lot or I would have hurt Rumi. Both of us matched punches for punches and kicks for kicks. This went for several minutes and everything around was completely gone, obliterated into nothingness. I noticed that Rumi started to become desperate. It was clear that she had reached her limit. That is when I grabbed Rumi's arm and slammed my left elbow on her collarbone. Rumi flinched but kicked me while rotating her body. I raised my arm to defend myself and this gave her enough time to free her arm. Her kick landed on my arm and she jabbed towards my throat and I simply tilted my head to dodge the blow. I used this chance to punch Rumi in the gut. Oomph, Rumi grunted in pain. Her armament hockey shattered and she was thrown back several kilometers. I appeared behind Rumi. Rumi had already expected my arrival and she started to turn around to defend herself, but she flinched due to the blow I had dealt to her collarbone. That gave me enough time and I chopped the back of her neck, knocking her out. I grabbed Rumi's body and flung it over my shoulder and appeared in Rumi's training spot in Elysium and gently laid her down. I got myself a beer and sat down beside Rumi and pulled her head in my lap. She woke up after half an hour and her hand went straight towards her stomach and collarbone. "How are you feeling?" I asked her softly. "Sore, though the fight was really awesome." Rumi exclaimed loudly due to excitement and flinched once again. "You are really a beast, you were so rough with me," Rumi said with a pout and started to giggle on her own. I simply gave her a blank stare. I sighed and smiled. With a wave of my hand, Rumi was completely healed. No, I didn't have healing powers, I used my reality powers to remove her injuries. "Are you still feeling pain?" I asked and Rumi shook her head and snuggled into my palm like a cute rabbit, but I knew the truth. She was a battle maniac rabbit, but she was still my rabbit and I was proud of her. "So, do you have anything planned for today?" Rumi asked me. "No. I am completely free," I said and thought about something, since Rumi was already healed and she was already ready for a fight. "Let me take you somewhere. You are going to love it, you are going to meet a lot of opponents to fight," I said and Rumi immediately shot up from my lap with stars in her eyes. "Yes, battle maniacs are odd beings." "Sure, what are we waiting for?" Rumi exclaimed like a little kid and I simply chuckled seeing her antics. I got up from the ground and scourgified my pants. I was searching for a perfect reality for her and I just found the perfect reality. Fine, you need to calm down," I said and a portal appeared in front of us. Both of us entered a portal and appeared on a sidewalk. People around us were looking at us with fear in their eyes. "So we aren't hiding?" Rumi pointed out loud and approached the hot dog stand. "Nah. We need to be flashy to get noticed," I said and stood in front of the hot dog stand. The owner was looking at me with fear in his eyes. "2 hot dogs please, make 1 extra spicy." The man frantically nodded his head and started to prepare the hot dog. "So, we came all the way here to get a hot dog?" Rumi asked questioningly. She didn't bother with the stares, everyone was staring at her rabbit ears, her ears were continuously twitching. "That's so cute." "Nah. I was famished so I decided to get some food," I said and the owner finally finished preparing and handed us the hot dogs. "Oh, get us some soda too," I said with a smile while looking towards the stand owner. He quickly handed us the sodas and I paid the bill. Yes, I am the strongest god but I still pay bills, after all, I am not an asshole. "That's good," Rumi said after she took a bite from the hot dog. With the hot dogs and sodas in our hands, the two of us appeared in front of a giant building. The building was completely barricaded. "So, why are we in front of a prison? Don't tell me that you are going to help someone escape prison," Rumi said while giving me a pointed look. "You are wrong my dear, we are going to kill everyone in here and I mean everyone, even the guards and wardens. You remember what Hela told you before the war started, right?" I asked and Rumi thought for a few moments until she finally understood what I meant. "Cause as much chaos as you want and the self-righteous fools will show up on their own," Rumi said with a grin and started to drink her soda. "So, what are we waiting for?" Rumi asked and I kept smirking and hockeyed my soda glass. "For this," I said and a man appeared in front of me and I grabbed his throat. I raised him up in the air and pulled out my phone, a few quick taps and I was live on the internet. I turned on the front camera and pointed it towards us. Around the world. All of a sudden all TVs and screens turned off and a video appeared on the screen. Everyone in front of any kind of screen started to pay rapt attention to the man in the video. The man was wearing a red hoodie, the man was holding another man by his throat. "Hello. My name is Leviathan, none of you might know me but after today you will. In my hands I have a warden of a certain prison. Warden, tell everyone your name," the man wearing the red hoodie said. "Go to hell you bastard," the other man spat out. "Sorry, that's not possible, let's see Gregory Wolf." The man known as Leviathan read the name tag. "Since you decided not to cooperate with me, you can die." With that Leviathan snapped the man's neck. Everyone around the world gasped when they saw how easily the man killed someone on live TV. I am currently in front of this model prison named Iron Heights Penitentiary along with this beautiful girl named Rumi, Leviathan said and pointed towards a silver-haired woman with bunny ears. The woman was simply giving him blank stares. "Rumi, say hi," Leviathan said and Rumi continued giving Leviathan blank stares until she sighed and waved at the camera. People would have gone nuts if the man named Leviathan hadn't killed a guy just now. Now, moving back to serious topics. I am going to destroy this beautiful prison in 2 hours. Is there anyone brave enough on this planet to come and stop me? Leviathan said and the video was disconnected. Chapter 379, Side Story, Rumi visits the DC verse, 2. Watchtower. On a giant screen, the pictures of a black-haired young man and a silver-haired woman with bunny ears were being displayed. Hawk Girl. I want you to locate these two people, a very serious-looking man wearing a bat suit said in a grim tone. The man himself wasn't present here, he was using the DC version of FaceTime. What do these people do? Are they new criminals from Gotham? Diana Prince aka Wonder Woman asked while she was leaning back in her chair. No. The two of them came out of a portal on a busy sidewalk of Keystone City. This happened only half a minute ago, but the problem is that I can't find anything on them, Batman said in his usual grumpy manner. I am already on it, Hawkgirl said and started to look for the people on the screen using their advanced satellite network, but they didn't have to look for long as the said person hacked into their system and came online. Batman immediately arrived on the watchtower using boom tube. The man in the video, the same man they were looking for, cleared his throat. Hello. My name is Leviathan, none of you might know me but after today you will. In my hands I have a warden of a certain prison. Warden, tell everyone your name, the man now recognized as Leviathan said. Leviathan was holding a man's throat in his hand. That's Gregory Wolfe, he is the warden of Iron Heights Penitentiary, Batman said pointing towards the man who was currently choking. The other members of the League also started to arrive. All of them had seen the videos on screens and they already knew that it was the work of a villain and it wasn't some small-time villain. Go to hell, you bastard. Gregory Wolfe spat out. He shouldn't have done that, Green Arrow, who had recently arrived, spoke out. Some of the League members agreed when they saw the indifferent look in Leviathan and Rumi's eyes. They have seen it multiple times. Sorry, that's not possible, let's see Gregory Wolfe. The man known as Leviathan read the name tag. Since you decided not to cooperate with me, you can die, Leviathan said with a shrug and snapped the man's neck. The whole group was horrified but their faces hardened, a cold glint appeared in their eyes. I am currently in front of this model prison named Iron Heights Penitentiary along with this beautiful girl named Rumi, Leviathan said with a bright smile on his face. It seemed that he wasn't even bothered in the slightest with the men he had killed just now. Tell the Titans to stay put for now, but tell them to be prepared. We don't know how strong these people are, Batman said, and everyone nodded their heads. The man was treating this like a joke. He had just asked the woman to say hi to the camera. The whole team gritted their teeth seeing the display. Now, moving back to serious topics. I am going to destroy this beautiful prison in 2 hours. Is there anyone brave enough on this planet to come and stop me? It was clear that this Leviathan guy was challenging them. It was a declaration of war. Let's go. We have to stop another madman. Superman said, and everyone inside the room agreed with him. They set the destination as Iron Heights Penitentiary and they finally activated the boom tubes and left. With Rumi and Rio. That soda was pretty nice. Rio said with a thoughtful look on his face, and Rumi also nodded her head in agreement. And they are here. Rio said while looking towards the sky, and several beams appeared in front of them and a group of eccentrically dressed people came out of the beams. The fuck? You wear underwear on the outside? I thought that it was only in the comics. Rumi yelled out with a bewildered and gobsmacked look on her face. All of the League members found the situation to be really awkward. Your choice of fashion aside. Rumi began to say, but she was cut off by a small bat-shaped blade that hit her head. The blade simply dropped on the ground and Rumi deadpanned. That was rude. Rumi said dryly, and the whole scene was getting more and more awkward with each passing second. The whole League's eyes were on Rumi except for one member. The member was intently watching Rio, who looked really amused due to the scene in front of him. What kind of god are you? The woman yelled out with fear in her eyes. This gathered the attention of the League members and Rio. Rio was immediately intrigued that this woman in front of him was able to sense his divinity. It wasn't surprising though. After all, that woman has been around goddesses since she was born and she knew a lot about divinities. The woman was none other than Diana Prince aka Wonder Woman. There are no gods. Barry Allen aka Flash yelled out and rolled his eyes in irritation. Even though Barry commented something like that, Rio wasn't bothered, and the other members of the League were also vigilant towards Rio. Rio felt a presence around his mind and his eyes narrowed on John Johns aka Martian Manhunter. Rio didn't show any reaction outwardly, but he used his reality powers. John Johns looked at himself and his eyes grew wide in fear. His eyes immediately found Rio, who looked completely disinterested. What did you do to me? John Johns yelled out hysterically. In an instant, the League's attention went towards the Martian Manhunter. I didn't like your habit of snooping around people's minds, so I took away your power. Rio said with a bored look on his face, and the whole League seemed to be uncomfortable after hearing that. This man had the ability to take away powers. I am bored. Rumi, take care of them. Rio said dismissively and disappeared. A feral grin appeared on Rumi's face. We have wasted more than enough time, let's fight. Rumi took one step and the ground exploded. Once again, that was rude. Rumi said and activated her armament hockey and saw two beams coming towards her. Rumi simply tilted her head and dodged the beam, but that wasn't all. A red blur appeared beside Rumi and punched her in the face. Rumi took a step back, but nothing more than that. Rumi tilted her whole body backwards and dodged Superman's punch. Rumi twisted around her body and kicked Superman on his chest. It was clear to Rumi that the men in the underwear had no idea how to fight, so she was going to take advantage of it. Rumi lunged towards Superman, who was blown away by the kick, and Rumi had to stop when someone else decided to jump in between them. It was a muscular man dressed in a skin-tight suit with a logo of a lightning bolt on his chest. This man was also wearing underwear on the outside. The man was none other than Shazam. This man was also a novice. Rumi simply grabbed the man's arm and twisted it with all her might. "Arg!" the man yelled out, and Rumi headbutted him. Shazam felt his whole world was turning. Rumi leaned back when the red blur was approaching her once again, and she flash-stepped. Before Flash could even understand what was happening, he felt a hand tightening around his throat, followed by a loud snap. Ugh! Barry Allen screamed in pain. He felt his legs were on fire. Rumi had snapped his knees. Both of his knees were bending backwards now. Barry passed out due to the pain. Rumi was about to snap his neck too, but a massive force slammed into her gut and she was flung into the prison, destroying the walls. Superman grabbed Barry and laid him down on the ground. Superman looked at Barry's legs and clenched his fists. "How is he?" Green Lantern asked. The fight was so fast-paced that he wasn't able to react. But before Superman could answer, a fist smashed into Superman's face. The ground beneath Superman cracked due to the force, and Barry was also near Superman, so he was also injured. "Ha ha ha. This is so much fun." Rumi exclaimed loudly and punched Superman once again, but she was blasted away when a high-speed projectile crashed into her chest. "Diana, snap out of it. Oliver, take Barry away from here. I have already called for help." All of a sudden Batman's voice was heard. This finally snapped Diana out of her shock. She was still in shock from what she had seen in Leviathan. Batman arrived in his strongest suit, the Sunbox suit. The suit was so overpowered that it wasn't even funny. The suit's most absurd power was that it could alter minds up to cellular level, but for whatever reason, that power was no longer accessible. It was like the power didn't even exist. Batman was pretty sure that Leviathan was responsible for this because Leviathan had shown his powers to erase things. Rio knew about the powers of this suit, but he wasn't sure if its ultimate mind-altering powers would affect Rumi or not, but to be on the safe side he completely erased the power from the suit. There was another problem Batman was facing. This suit would supply Batman with whatever he needed to stop someone, but the suit was still unable to give him anything to stop this woman. This shouldn't be possible. It meant that this woman was simply unbeatable, and that was something he was not ready to accept. Rumi finally walked out of the crater wrapped in electro-webs. Those things didn't affect her much, and with a small force she snapped out of those wires. "That's a nice suit, but borrowed power is meaningless," Rumi said, and lunged towards the suit, and a huge sonic wave made her stop. Rumi looked around and saw that a lot of self-righteous fools had arrived. A sinister grin appeared on Rumi's face, and her armament hockey-covered body started to shine with a silver sheen. Rio was watching the fight with an amused look on his face when he felt a small pressure. "Someone is trying to flex in front of me." Rio wondered, but he knew who it was, but he honestly didn't expect it to come. "Why have you invaded my universe?" A voice was heard and a grin appeared on Rio's face. Rio turned around and his eyes were shining due to mirth. "Yours. So, tell me, what are you going to do about it?" Rio asked in a mocking tone. Chapter 380, Side Story, Rumi Visits the DC-verse, End. With Rumi and Rio. "Yours. So, tell me, what are you going to do about it?" Rio asked in a mocking tone and felt the pressure on him increase, but Rio wasn't bothered in the slightest. "Do you really think that you will be able to fight with me with that pesky power?" Rio asked and released a fraction of his power, and the being in front of him felt his whole being shudder when Rio's power crashed against him. "That is just a minute fraction of my power. Now I will ask you again. I invaded your universe. What are you going to do about it?" Rio asked once again, and the being wasn't able to give him any answer. This time the being didn't even try to use his power to pressure Rio. Rio felt the presence of the being slowly disappear, and there was a reason that Rio didn't kill the being who tried to threaten him. The being was the god of this universe, or better known as the Presence. Killing him would have destroyed the balance of this universe. The Presence was the cosmic energy or will of this universe. Killing him would mean that Rio was also destroying the cosmic forces. That would be very bad for any world. Rio smirked and his eyes went back to the fight. The remaining members of the League have finally arrived, and Rumi went into her second stage of armament hockey. Her whole body started to shine with a silver sheen. The others might not understand the meaning of this, but, to be honest, I feel somewhat bad for them. They are going to be basically treated as Rumi's punching bags. Wonder Woman was the first one to act, and she lunged towards Rumi while brandishing her bracers of submission. Superman was right behind Wonder Woman along with Shazam and Green Lantern. Rumi simply flash-stepped and appeared right in front of Wonder Woman and punched. Wonder Woman brought the bracers in front of her to defend herself. Rumi was quite surprised to see that the bracer didn't break, but a smile appeared on her face when Wonder Woman was blasted back into Green Lantern's arms. Superman finally arrived in front of Rumi and punched her. Rumi simply raised her hand and stopped the punch. Rumi slammed her palm on Superman's chest, creating a giant shockwave from Superman's back. Superman dropped to his knees due to the internal pain he felt. Everything behind Superman was obliterated, creating a giant canyon. The League completely froze when they saw the destruction. This wasn't something normal, not even Superman was as strong as this. Black Canary was shocked too, but she attacked Rumi. Unfortunately for the Black Canary, Rumi Flash stepped right in front of her before Black Canary could even release her breath. Rumi had already pulled back her hand, and with an extremely fast jab, Rumi crushed Black Canary's throat. This didn't kill Black Canary, but she wouldn't be able to use her power anymore. Hawkgirl had finally noticed what happened, and the Thanagarian woman attacked Rumi with her mace. Rumi simply Flash stepped away and appeared behind the Sunbox suit and landed a full-powered kick to the suit's knee. Rumi was surprised for the second time when her kick didn't even leave a dent on the metal. Rio knew about Rumi's mentality. Both Rumi and Hela were battle maniacs, but both of them were very different fundamentally. Hela was completely bloodthirsty and she didn't have any useless movements. She always went for the kill and she always aimed for the body's weak points. On the other hand, Rumi was completely straightforward. Her attacks were basically punches and kicks, but she also used knees and elbows if needed. Her philosophy was quite simple: if your blows aren't working on the opponent, then keep increasing your power until it works. That is what Rumi did even here. Rumi kicked the knee again, but before her kick could even land, Batman's suit turned around and swatted away Rumi. Rumi turned her body in the air, but a green astral hammer smashed her down on the ground. The hammer disappeared and a huge boulder was slammed on Rumi by Superman. Oh, that must have hurt, right? But Rumi is a masochist, so she might become excited. Don't lower your guard, Wonder Woman said loudly and took her lasso in her hands. Superman had used so much force that the giant boulder had crumbled. While everyone watching the boulder, Hawkgirl went beside Black Canary. All of a sudden Rumi simply appeared beside the Green Lantern. Rumi was bleeding from her head and some blood was flowing from the corner of her lips too. Rumi's full-powered kick landed on Green Lantern's gut. Rumi's kick blasted through his midsection and slowly his whole body was obliterated. Everyone screamed in indignation, but Rumi Flash stepped in front of the cockpit of the Sunbox suit and landed a dropkick on the top of the suit's head. The ground beneath Batman's suit cracked, creating a massive crater, and everything around the area was completely obliterated. Looks like Rumi had finally stopped holding back. The destruction was somewhat to what I had done to the Daika city. It was like Rumi had dropped a giant meteor. The prison was also gone. There were some survivors, so I simply erased them. I shrugged. They were going to die either way. The dust cloud finally settled down and the Sunbox suit was embedded in the ground. Rumi had killed Green Lantern, but other than him everyone else was alive, though Hawkgirl and Black Canary were in a pinch. Batman was also badly injured. That suit might look completely fine, but Batman had never thought that someone could land such a strong blow on the suit, so he had overlooked the seat belts. I appeared on the edge of the crater and in my hand, I had another soda glass. The soda was really nice. Rumi was standing over the Sunbox suit. She cracked her neck. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Shazam finally started to crawl out of the dirt. They looked at the destruction and they were really surprised to see the amount of destruction. Good, you three are still alive. I would have been disappointed otherwise. Now that the riffraffs are gone, the three of us can fight freely. Rumi said with a grin on her face. Don't you see what you have done? You have killed so many innocents. You killed Green Lantern. Shazam started to yell hysterically, but Rumi snorted and cut him off. Morals. What a joke. I don't give a fuck about morals as long as I can fight strong opponents. Morals were made by the weak, Rumi said, and started to release her bloodlust. You are wrong. It is our duty to protect the weak. You won't understand since you are a murderer. Superman said while gritting his teeth. He was slightly injured due to the blow Rumi had landed on his chest. Though thanks to the yellow sun he was slowly healing. Ha. I was just like you before understanding myself. I also was a hero who worked to save people, but at that time I was simply lying to myself. It was never about protecting the weak for me, it was always about the fights. Rumi said with a proud look, and Rio internally cheered. Yes, that's right. That's my girl, Rio cheered internally while sipping soda. She is also like me, a warrior. She is very different from all of you, but she has to restrain herself because of you people and your morals. She could have been much more, but she decided to bind herself in your laws, Rumi said while looking towards Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman wanted to deny everything Rumi had just said, but she knew that it was the truth. Enough of dilly-dallying, let's resume our fight, Rumi said, and Flash stepped in front of Wonder and attacked her with a kick. Wonder Woman was expecting something like that, so she simply turned her body to dodge the attack and punched Rumi. Rumi simply used her palm to divert Wonder Woman's punch, and Rumi's knee slammed into Wonder Woman's hip. Superman came in hurling towards the two of them and started to attack recklessly. Thanks to Superman, Wonder Woman got some time to relieve herself from the pain. Shazam jumped into the fray and Rumi slammed her elbow on Shazam's shoulder while dodging Superman's attacks. Shazam screamed in pain but didn't back down and continued attacking Rumi. Rumi diverted Superman's punch and punched his shoulder using a lot of force. A loud crack resounded through the place and Superman's right hand became useless for the fight. Rumi raised up her foot and slammed it on Shazam's left thigh, and her left fist smashed into Superman's face. Rumi twisted her whole body and landed a roundhouse kick on Shazam's face. Shazam lost all of his power and dropped to the ground. Shazam reverted back into his original form. Wonder Woman finally got up and immediately lunged towards Rumi using her bracers of submission. She had remembered that Rumi wasn't able to break those bracers. Rumi dodged the attacks from Wonder Woman and turned her body towards Superman, who was still dizzy due to the punch to his face. Rumi pulled her fist back and landed a barrage of punches into Superman's chest before Wonder Woman could do anything. Superman spat out a mouthful of blood and dropped unconscious to the ground. Now it's just the two of us. Rumi said cheerfully and defended herself from Wonder Woman's attacks. Wonder Woman was the best fighter among this group and Rumi respected that. Rumi held back and fought Wonder Woman toe to toe. Rumi was having a lot of fun because there was someone who could exchange blows with her. Superman was strong no doubt, but he didn't know how to fight, so he was easily defeated by Rumi. Why are you holding back? Wonder Woman screamed out in rage. It was frustrating and insulting to her pride. So that we could fight for longer, Rumi answered Wonder Woman like it was the most obvious thing. The fight went on for around half an hour and neither of them had the advantage, though Rumi was holding back a lot. Wonder Woman finally dropped to her knees when Rumi smashed her knee into her gut. Wonder Woman spat out a mouthful of blood and started to look at Rumi with heavy eyes. Wonder Woman knew from the beginning that they would lose, but her pride wouldn't allow her to run away. That was a pretty awesome fight. You were the third best fighter I have ever faced and I respect you for that. I hope that you get stronger. Rumi said with a huge smile on her face and started to walk away from Wonder Woman. Who is the strongest? Wonder Woman asked with a lot of difficulties. It is Leviathan. Rumi said and continued to walk away. Wonder Woman saw the Titans were coming and she was immediately worried. She turned towards where Rumi was and saw that she was gone. Just like she had thought, they didn't have a chance from the beginning. A/N, tomorrow I will be releasing the chapter about the aftermath of the war and reactions, so stay tuned. Chapter 381, Aftermath, I, and My Vibranium. POV Maria Hill. So you came. I thought that I wasn't going to see you ever again. Coulson said while staring at the massive field in front of him. I wasn't going to come but finally thought otherwise. I said in a neutral tone, it has been 3 days since the war has ended, or if we can even call it a war. It was a massacre, plain and simple. From what I have heard, only 2 women had engaged in direct combat. One woman slaughtered everyone brutally except for Steve Rogers. He said that the woman was a green-eyed demon. The woman killed half of the group called Avengers. They were from another universe, most of them perished in the fight. The other woman was a silver-haired woman with bunny ears. She had sunk a lot of ships with a single punch. We never had a chance. It was a fool's dream. I am really glad that Clint went AWOL on the day of the war. It was a mistake from the beginning. I said, and Coulson simply nodded his head. I scanned the whole field. The whole field was littered with coffins. Friends and families could be seen everywhere paying respect. Most of these coffins were empty. They didn't even have a body after the whole ordeal. Leviathan had turned most of them into dust. If it was the old me, then I would be fuming right now. I would be already planning for revenge, but I know better now. Leviathan is a force of nature. A god would be something more accurate. Do I believe in gods? No. But that is the best answer I have. What are we going to do now? Coulson asked me and I simply shook my head. There is nothing we could do except move on. On the day of the war, all the members of the World Security Council were killed. The country leaders of all the countries involved in the war were also assassinated on the same. Currently, we don't have a president. I noticed a group of people. They were paying respect to their dead friends. They were the survivors of the Avengers group. These people lost everything. They came to this world to fight Leviathan, and this was what was left of them. If only they weren't so arrogant, then they could have survived. I will be leaving, Philip. Meet you in the office, I said and started to walk away when I saw him nod his head. POV Loki 2. I can't believe that I was going to be the king of Asgard, if we can get back. I was quite empty. I always wanted to be the king of Asgard, but I didn't want it to be like this. My brother was quite nice if I ignore his arrogance. All of them died because of arrogance. Why did it turn out like this? Peter too asked while tears were slowly rolling down his eyes. Because they were arrogant. I said I felt bad for the kid. Loki 2. Be careful of your words. Sif 2 chastised me, but I simply ignored her words. They weren't important for now. He is right. Aurora too said from the side. After standing in front of the coffins for a couple of hours we finally decided to return. For now, we were staying in the SHIELD headquarters. When we finally arrived in front of our car, we saw something we weren't expecting. Leviathan was standing in front of the car, dressed in black clothes. I grabbed Peter too. It won't do us any good if we attack him, there is no way to fight him. Why did you come here? To gloat. Kitty too spat out in disgust. No. I came here to give all of you a one-time offer. Leviathan said with a grin. Before anyone could say anything I decided to speak. What is this offer you speak of? I asked him. You are smart. I can send all of you back to your world. I was free so I decided to visit. If I get busy then I won't be able to help you and all of you would be stuck here. Leviathan said and I immediately agreed. Yes please, we would like to go back. I said before anyone could spout bullshit. We had this chat before. Some of them felt shameful and didn't want to return. Well, they can get fucked. I am not staying in some place where people can one-shot me. That isn't something you should decide, bastard. Bishop 2 spat and I simply shrugged and looked towards Leviathan. He simply waved his hand and a blue portal appeared beside him. You guys can stay here, but I am going back. I just want to get away from all this stuff, Sif 2 said and she was the first one to enter the portal. I let go of Peter 2 who I was still holding and approached the portal. I looked back and saw that the rest of them looked conflicted and hostile towards Leviathan. I sighed and entered the portal. I appeared on top of a tall building. I immediately recognized it. We are on top of the New York Sanctum. Sif 2 said and I simply nodded my head but I kept staring towards the portal. After a few seconds, the rest of the group arrived, survivors would be more exact. Explaining everything is going to be very hectic but thankfully I will be on Asgard. POV Rio. They finally returned. I didn't expect them to be so calm. I had expected them to scream and attack but Loki too was really smart. Now, I can finally visit Wakanda. I need to take my vibranium from them. With that, I appeared outside Wakanda's barrier. I could feel the vibranium inside the barrier and to be honest, there was a lot of vibranium. I looked at the barrier and Hakkai'd the whole thing. I know it was overkill but in my books, there was no overkill. Theatrics for a bad guy is a must. I reached out to all the minds in Wakanda, they needed to know what was going to happen to them. I don't know if Chaka had told them anything or not, if he is smart then he would have told them everything but if he is stupid then his people are going to find out now. People of Wakanda, no need to panic, it is me Leviathan. Well, you should probably panic but it won't help you, I said and I could already feel the people of Wakanda panicking. Several ships came flying towards me while shooting. I allowed them to shoot. After all, they were made of vibranium and destroying anything made of vibranium is my loss. Now. I promise that I won't be killing anyone today, I said and I waved my hand. Everyone started to appear in the field out of their buildings or houses, this scared them even more. The people inside the ship also appeared on the ground and I sent those ships directly to Elysium. I started to morph every ounce of vibranium present in Wakanda. Now all of you might be wondering what I am going to do with the vibranium. It's simple, I am going to take all the vibranium from Wakanda. You should thank your king for that, I said with a shrug and all the vibranium started to enter the portal I had opened. Screams and murmurs of outrage broke out and I simply ignored them, it was not like they could do anything to me, it took me only 5 minutes to rip away every ounce of vibranium from Wakanda. When I was finally done, I closed the portal and looked down towards the people. People of Wakanda. I wish all of you a happy and prosperous future. I said in a mocking tone and then my eyes zeroed in on Chaka and his family. I disconnected the connection from everyone's mind but kept my connection with Chaka. Just like I had said, you will be the king who destroyed Wakanda. I hope your ancestors are proud of you. Now, I also wish you and your family a happy and prosperous future. I said and disconnected from his mind. I could feel his despair, anger, rage. I could feel all the emotions he was feeling just before I disconnected from him. Now that I have taken all of my vibranium, it's time to go back. With that thought I was back on Elysium and I found Luna as soon as I arrived. She smiled at me innocently. Rio, can you take me to __________ world? I could have gone on my own but I wanted to go with you. Luna said and I simply gawked, well, that's just like Luna, I should have expected this from her. Sure. I said with a grin and Luna beamed at me with a huge smile on her face. A/N, guys I am really sick today. I wasn't able to write anything today, I have written this chapter right after finishing with the war. Can you guess which world is Luna talking about? Chapter 382, Side Story, Luna the Explorer, I. POV Rio. So, you want to have your time in that world exploring? I asked Luna and she happily nodded her head. Wait here, let me get the camping kit, I said, and Luna once again nodded her head and said that she was going to call Fenris and Attila. They were also going to join our trip. Sometimes I feel really bad for Hela. Fenris is completely smitten with Luna. So I quickly teleported into our storage room and used telekinesis to get everything prepared. Luna had always preferred the normal tent over the magical one. According to her, magical tents were too luxurious for camping. I didn't have a problem with that and I somewhat agreed with her. When I was finally done, I kept the tent and the utilities inside my storage space and appeared in front of Luna. Fenris and Attila were already here, so with a snap of my finger a blue portal appeared in front of us. I could see the excitement in Luna's eyes. I grabbed Luna's hand and walked inside the portal with her. Luna was skipping due to excitement. Fenris and Attila followed us. I could feel that they were also excited. The four of us arrived inside a forest. We were surrounded by tall trees. The forest was quite calm and serene. Birds could be heard chirping around. This is beautiful. Luna exclaimed happily and started to skip. She was like a little kid. While Luna was playing around with Fenris and Attila, I decided to clear the place for our tent. With a wave of my hand, I cleared the ground and took out the tent from my storage space. I could use my powers to set up a tent, but doing it manually felt much better. Rio. I am going to explore this place with Fenris and Attila. Luna chirped from the side. Sure. I will set up our camping site, I said, and Luna nodded her head and climbed up on Attila, and the three of them left. I wasn't worried about Luna, even though this place was really dangerous, even though it was unnecessary with Luna's seer abilities. I was still going to use my omnipresence to keep an eye on Luna. With Luna, a giant basilisk and a god-killing wolf were happily strolling through the forest while a young girl in her 20s was riding on top of the basilisk without a care in the world. The woman was happily humming some unknown song. The scene was quite surreal and unbelievable. The trio continued strolling through the forest without getting interrupted. They didn't come across any kind of animal for a whole hour, but none of them looked bored or anything. The three of them were simply having fun. Luna was now sitting over Fenris, but all of a sudden Fenris and Attila paused. Fenris started to stare into the forest and growl dangerously. Fenris's god-killing fangs became visible. Attila's eyes also snapped in the same direction and she started to hiss dangerously. Hush, girls. Luna chastised both of them and patted Fenris. Put me down, girl. Luna said while patting Fenris, and the god-killing wolf reluctantly put her down. Good girl. Luna said and patted Fenris. Then Luna turned her head towards the forest. When both Fenris and Attila were staring, a loud thump was heard, followed by another from inside the forest. Luna stood at the edge of the tree lines with a bright smile on her face. Sounds of twigs and branches getting snapped could be heard from the forest. A massive figure came down from the tree line. It was a giant head. The figure's sharp teeth were clearly visible from the side of its mouth. Its reptilian eyes were narrowed on the small and slim figure of Luna. The massive beast was intently watching Luna. The head was very similar to an alligator's except for the color and size. Instead of blackish gray, this one was smoky gray. Luna approached the massive head and started to pat the beast's snout. The beast didn't react outwardly, but it allowed Luna to continue patting. A small purr escaped from the beast's lips. The reptilian eyes of the beast became soft and it started to purr happily. The massive beast started to rub its giant head into Luna's arms. Aren't you a big boy? You are so cute. Luna said while patting the beast. The beast snorted in disagreement. Fine, fine, you are big and scary, Luna said with a smile and rubbed its head. The beast snorted in agreement, and after a few minutes Luna finally stopped petting him and backed away. The beast finally came out of the tree line. The beast was massive and it had a massive fin protruding out of its back. The fin started from the back of its head and ended at the tail. The whole body of the beast sported the same color as its head. The beast was completely monstrous. Luna watched her new pet with stars in her eyes. The beast snapped open its massive jaws and licked Luna's face. If it was anyone other than Luna, then they would have died in fear. Those sharp teeth were bigger than human fingers and they could tear through a human like a chainsaw. I am going to call you Finn from now on. Do you like the name? Luna asked the beast with a cute look on her face while the beast was still licking her face lovingly. The beast thought for a few moments until it let out a huge roar while looking towards the sky. The whole forest shook due to the roar. Birds could be seen flying away from this area. So, you like the name? Let's go, Finn, we have a huge forest to explore, Luna said, and Finn lowered his head so that Luna could climb up on his head. Fenris and Attila were growling and hissing when they saw Luna climbing up Finn's head. Fenris, Attila, be nice to your brother, he is young. Finn, this is your furry sister Fenris, and this is your scaly sister, Attila. They are your elder sisters. Luna said, and Finn snorted, showing that he understood. Finn started to walk in the direction where Luna was pointing while both Fenris and Attila flanked the duo from both sides. Now, if anyone had seen this mind-boggling scene, then they would have gouged out their own eyes. After all, Luna had just tamed the biggest carnivorous animal to ever walk on the surface of the earth. The Spinosaurus. Yes, Luna had asked Rio to bring her to Jurassic World for a camping trip. She was really excited to meet these extinct animals and might tame some of them on the way. So, Finn. Tell me about your favorite food, Luna said, and Finn started to snort and growl. Luna kept nodding her head like a sage after hearing Finn's snorts and growls. The group of oddballs finally appeared in front of a massive clearing. There was a huge commotion going on down there. The whole place was crawling with humans and various kinds of dinosaurs. Humans were using various kinds of weapons and vehicles to subdue and capture these magnificent dinosaurs. The innocent look on Luna's face was long gone. This is the reason why Luna hated humans. Luna didn't know that she was going to see such a scene, and that is why she didn't connect with this world server to see the visions. She had thought that she wouldn't encounter anything other than these lovely beasts. That is why she didn't use her seer abilities. She wanted to be surprised. Watching the visions would have ruined her fun. She also knew that there was no way a beast would ever harm her. Now that Luna had seen such a barbaric scene, she decided to connect to this world server so she could see the visions. Luna finally finished watching the visions and she wasn't happy. Yes, she saw that these lovely animals are going to be saved, but that wasn't enough for her. These people needed to die in the jaws of the same animals they were trying to capture. That would be poetic justice. Finn, Fenris, Attila, are you watching them? These humans are one of the worst kinds of humans. Luna said, and the three of them growled and hissed in agreement. We would need more allies. Finn, let's head in that direction, Luna said while pointing towards a random direction. The group gave another look towards the field and left. This time the group wasn't strolling through the forest. It took the whole group half an hour to reach their destination. Luna climbed down from Finn's head and approached the tall grass field. The grasses were so tall that even the tallest humans would get lost in this field. Luna waved her hand towards Attila and gestured to her to come forward. Fenris, Finn, the two of you wait here. Luna said and climbed on Attila's head. Luna patted Attila's head and the two of them entered the grass field. Fenris snorted with an annoyed look on her face and plopped down. She wanted to rip apart those humans. Luna knew that several presences were approaching her, but she didn't react outwardly. Attila hissed and started to swish her tail in a warning manner. Luna finally reached the edge of the grass field. The grass started to rustle and Luna signaled Attila to stop. Luna climbed down from Attila's head and walked out of the grass field. As soon as she came out, she found herself surrounded by a group of dinosaurs. All of them were carefully watching Luna with their reptilian eyes. The biggest one of them was standing right in the middle. It was the pack leader. Luna started to slowly approach the leader. The leader kept watching Luna intently until it lunged towards Luna. Cliffcoin intervenes once again. A/N, sorry to disappoint the readers who were expecting Pokemon World, but I thought it was pretty obvious that Luna liked monster types of beasts and she finds them cute. Oh, make the Titan's Tower. This must be a joke, right? Robin exclaimed loudly and plopped down on the sofa. The Titans just finished bringing all the surviving members of the Justice League to their tower. Black Canary, Shazam, Superman, and Batman were in really bad shape. Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl were injured, but they were relatively fine compared to the others. Wonder Woman was laying on the table with ice packs on several parts of her body. Wonder Woman's sister, Donna Troy aka Wonder Girl, was helping Wonder Woman. Hawkgirl was also in a similar situation. She was being helped by Starfire. No, this isn't a joke, Robin. The whole league got their asses handed to them by someone random, and what's worse, we lost Green Lantern, and Flash's legs can't be fixed, Beast Boy snarked in anger. We should have been there to help the league, Raven said in a monotone. Then all of you would have been wiped out, Wonder Woman said with some difficulty and got up from the table. You weren't there, so none of you know what kind of threat we fought today. Wonder Woman and everyone remained silent to hear her words. Hawkgirl also heard Wonder Woman's words intently. After all, she was buried with Black Canary when Rumi decided to make a hole on the surface of their planet. The Teen Titans had the ability to use the Watchtower system so that they could gain access to the satellites. But for whatever reason, even the Watchtower system wasn't able to connect to the satellites. So the Titans weren't able to watch the fight. When they finally got back the connection, the fight was already over. The woman named Rumi was simply toying with us. She simply wanted to have fun. That crater was made by her with just one kick. She took out Flash, Black Canary, Green Lantern, and Batman because they were weak in her eyes. She wanted to fight the strongest, Wonder Woman said in a monotone. After that, she fought me, Superman, and Shazam on her own. She still wrecked us while holding back. The prison wasn't even their objective. They did everything to fight us, Wonder Woman spat out with a lot of venom in her voice. She really hated herself for losing like that. She was a warrior. Was she really holding herself back? She said that I have earned her respect. I was the third strongest opponent she had ever fought, Wonder Woman said. Who was the strongest? Superman. Superboy asked in an excited tone, and Wonder Woman simply shook her head. No, she defeated Superman before me so that she could fight me alone. Superman wasn't anyone special in her eyes. It was the man named Leviathan. He was the strongest opponent she had ever faced. He had 6 divinities. Wonder Woman said while looking down. We never had a chance against them. Wonder Woman said and left the room while limping. She really needed to reevaluate her whole life. Was she really holding herself back? Were morals really unnecessary? There was only one person who could answer her questions. She needed to visit her mother. A/N, a lot of you guys have been asking about the DC aftermath. So here it is. Chapter 383, Side Story, Luna the Explorer, 2. A/N, for those who still don't know. Luna is in the world of Jurassic Park. The original trilogy, and she is in the timeline of the second movie, Jurassic Park: The Lost World. With Luna. The leader of the pack kept watching Luna intently until it lunged towards Luna. If it was anyone other than Luna, then they would have at least stepped back in fear, but Luna didn't do that. She didn't need to, she had already seen the future. When the creature finally arrived in front of Luna, instead of taking a bite out of her, the creature started to lick her face. The other creatures surrounding Luna also started to approach her, and all of them started to nuzzle their heads into Luna's body. Rows of sharp teeth were clearly visible inside their mouths, but Luna didn't mind. Luna started to giggle cutely while rubbing their heads. All of them kept nuzzling their heads into Luna. Only after a few minutes all of them backed off a bit so that Luna could interact with them. All of you are so cute. I don't understand why everyone is so afraid of you, Luna said while patting the pack leader. One or the creature from the side barked something. Luna looked thoughtful after hearing the creature. You might be right. It must be because you are hunters. Luna said. The leader started to purr. So, do you guys have names? Luna asked curiously. Luna knew the truth, but she didn't want to be rude. Luna also had priorities. All the creatures tilted their heads in confusion. Then, I will have to give all of you names. Luna said and then pointed towards the leader. From now on, you will be Weskier, Luna said, and the leader barked in agreement. Weskier had red stripes on his back, a highly distinctive feature. Then Luna pointed towards the female beside the leader. She tilted her head cutely and decided to patiently wait for the name. You will be Dahlia from now on. Luna said, and the said creature softly hummed in appreciation. Luna giggled after seeing the display. Then her eyes moved on to the next creature, another female. You will be Lash from now on. Luna said, and Lash barked in appreciation. Then Luna pointed towards the second male of the pack. You will be Copper, because of the copper stripe on your back. Copper simply tilted his head but didn't look unhappy with the name. You will be known as Typhony. By the way, I think you are the cutest. Luna said while patting the third female of the pack. The creature didn't know how to react, so she simply decided to enjoy herself and started to purr. You will be named Lux, and you will be named Claws due to your big claws, Luna said while pointing towards the last 2 males of the pack. They seemed to be very satisfied with their names. With that, Luna finished naming the whole pack. Now, someone might be wondering what kind of creatures Luna named. The answer would be velociraptors. Yes, most people wet their pants if a velociraptor decides to grace them with their presence, and Luna simply walks into their nest and tames them. Image here. You guys don't have any eggs at this moment, right? Luna asked, and Weskier snorted, confirming Luna's statement. Luna nodded her head in understanding. She had seen 2 possible futures from this point. If they had eggs, then some of them would have to stay back to take care of the eggs. Then in the second future, they didn't have any eggs and the whole group would follow her. This was important because now she needed to chat with Dr. Ian Malcolm. She needed to get him out of the way or they were going to die. She would try to pull aside his team, but if they still stick their noses into her dino business, then may God bless them. Weskier, take your pack and surround Dr. IA. Oh, you won't know them. Just go in that direction and surround a group of 5 people. One of them will have a weapon. You need to be careful of that. There will be a kid too, so don't attack and don't kill any of them, Luna said with a slightly worried look on her face. She had seen the future, but even a small change could lead to a very different future. Weskier barked while looking towards his pack. His pack barked in agreement, and after giving Luna another caring look, they rushed towards where Luna was pointing her finger. Luna approached Attila, whose giant head was poking out of the grass field. Let's go, Attila, we need to get there quickly. Luna said and climbed up on Attila's head. Attila hissed and Luna giggled. Sorry. I will treat all of you with ice cream after returning to the camp, Luna said in between her giggles. Attila was complaining about overworking. She started to demand ice cream for her hard work. With the Gatherers. For those who don't know, Dr. Ian Malcolm's group was called the Gatherers. We need to save those animals, Ian. How can you not see what they are doing is simply cruel? Sarah said with a frustrated look on her face. Don't patronize me, Sarah. I know very well what they are doing out there, but please try to be realistic. Did you see their equipment? Did you see their guns? Ian asked while rubbing his temples. Dad, we need to help them. Kelly said with a pleading look on her face, but Ian didn't budge. While this was happening, Nick was keeping an eye around so that they don't get ambushed by some animals. Kelly. Adults are having a conversation and saving them isn't that simple, Ian said and started to walk away. Sarah grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. So, are we going to simply leave those poor animals to be treated like that? Sarah screamed out in rage and Ian was about to retort, but he paused when Eddie Carr decided to intervene. Guys, stop that. Sarah, don't mind, but I agree with Ian here. Wait. Let me finish. Eddie stopped Sarah when she was about to interrupt him after hearing his words. But Ian, there shouldn't be a problem if we checked out their camping site, right? Eddie asked while looking towards Ian, who started to contemplate Eddie's words. I guess we can do that, but nothing more than that, Ian said in a serious tone. Sarah and Kelly weren't happy, but they knew that they wouldn't get anything more from Ian at this moment. A smile appeared on Eddie's face when he saw that Ian finally changed his mind. John Hammond has given their group a task. The group's primary goal was to study and photograph the cloned fauna on Isla Sorna in order to preserve it from human interference. Ian wanted to leave the island as soon as he saw that the second team was here. According to him, their mission has already failed. Guys. I hear something. Nick said with a fearful look on his face. Eddie immediately pulled out his special tranquilizer gun, the Lindstrat air rifle loaded with a fast-acting, deadly neurotoxin. They started to hear rustles from the bushes from everywhere around them. I don't like this. Ian trailed off with an ugly look on his face. Eddie didn't hear Ian's words and started to approach the tree lines. Eddie, don't try to be a hero. Ian called out and Eddie stopped. He agreed with Ian's words, so he started to slowly back away towards the rest of the group. Suddenly they started to hear some small barks and Ian immediately recognized them. Raptors. Ian muttered with a horrified look on his face. The others heard Ian's word and they also paled in fear. He had already experienced the raptors once before and he didn't want to experience something like that for the second time. They were extremely fast, strong, intelligent, and vicious hunters. Run, we need to run. Don't stop, keep running, Ian said and grabbed his daughter's hand and started to run towards their trailer. The others didn't stay behind and started running too, but unfortunately for Eddie, he wasn't fast. A raptor lunged towards him from the tree line and slammed on his back. Eddie crashed on the ground and the raptor pressed his foot on the rifle. The raptors were very intelligent and smart, so they have already deduced that the rifle was the weapon Luna had mentioned. The raptor barked and 3 raptors appeared in front of the rest of the group to stop them from running away. Shit. 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 Ian cursed when he saw 3 raptors decided to cut off their path. Ian turned around and found another raptor standing over Eddie, but for whatever reason, the raptor didn't kill Eddie. Ian found that really odd. Ian looked to his left and found 2 more raptors coming out of the forest. On his right, there was another raptor. Their group was basically surrounded by all the sides. The raptors were barking and snapping their jaws at them. Just when the whole group thought that things couldn't get any worse, they started to hear loud thumps coming out of the forest. All of them shuddered in fear when the animal finally came out of the tree line. The beast roared loudly, shaking the whole forest, but surprisingly the raptors didn't even move or flinch. That is when they noticed a woman in her 20s came out of the forest riding a massive snake. There was a giant wolf too. The wolf looked very terrifying, as did the giant snake, but the cherry on the top was the Spinosaurus. The snake slowly approached the group and stopped in front of them. The group didn't know how to react to such a scene. They were completely gobsmacked. The woman climbed down off the giant snake's head and approached them. The woman stopped in front of them and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Luna, nice to meet you. The woman said, and the group was still frozen in shock and fear. Oh, make. Royal Palace Asgard. Frigga sat in front of the mirror with a complicated look on her face. There was only one thing going through her mind. She wanted to find out where she went wrong. It was clear that she had failed as a mother. Frigga wasn't worried about the cowardly behavior of Odin. This wasn't something new for Odin, he always has been a coward. This gave her the time to think about how she had failed. The answer she found wasn't good at all. She was wrong from the beginning. She failed the moment she allowed Odin to train their daughter as his executioner. That was the first time Frigga gave her wifely duties more importance than her motherly duties, and she had done it for thousands of years. Odin finally convinced her to seal Hela when he could no longer control her. She knew that as a mother she shouldn't agree with something like that, but she did. She wondered what would have happened if she had decided to fight. Then Frigga allowed the same thing to happen with Loki too. Frigga felt bad for her only son. It has been a couple of days since Hela had paid them a visit. Thor was back to health. Frigga was really thankful that Hela spared her last son. All of a sudden Frigga stiffened when she felt two familiar presences approaching her room. One of them was Hela and the other one was Loki, her son. The doors of her room flung open and Hela walked in while dragging Loki like she owned the place. "Hello mother, how are you?" Hela greeted Frigga and chills ran down her spine. No matter how much she prepares herself, she would never be able to get used to that. Frigga's eyes were fixed on her son who waved at her with a wry smile on her face. "Mother, aren't you going to greet your daughter and son?" "I expected better from you," Hela said with a mock-hurt look on her face. Frigga flinched at the jab but she didn't try to retort. "I have been well Hela, where did you find him?" Frigga said with a calm look on her face but she had to gather all of her courage to say those words. "I found him when I was massacring that foolish Titan's army." Hela said with a shrug and threw Loki in front of her feet. Frigga was immediately on her knees checking out Loki for any injuries. "Son, are you all right?" Frigga asked with a worried look on her face. "I am fine, mother, thank you for not killing me, sister," Loki said with a sneer and a sword appeared in Hela's hand. Loki yelped in fear. Frigga was immediately in front of her son trying to protect him from Hela. "Brother, it isn't too late to change my decision, and our dear mother won't be able to save you," Hela said with a sadistic grin on her face. "Why are you doing this Hela? He is your brother." Frigga asked in a pleading manner and Hela simply shrugged. "Because it's fun. At first I wanted to kill him but then Rio stopped me from killing him. Then I thought that it would be much better if I kept tormenting all of you," Hela said with a sadistic grin on her face. Frigga shuddered once again when she heard Hela's words. "So, mother, I have decided for dinner, tell someone to prepare food for me," Hela said and plopped down on Frigga's bed. Frigga didn't know how to react but there was nothing she could do. "Come on brother, don't be a wuss. We have a lot of catching up to do," Hela said and Loki turned towards Hela while grumbling. After that, Hela started to share with them about her torture escapades with a proud look on her face. Both Frigga's and Loki's eyebrows starts to twitch but there was nothing they could do, so they simply resigned to their fates. A/N. This is how Loki reunited with his mother. Chapter 384, Side Story, Luna the Explorer, End. With Luna. "Hello, my name is Luna, nice to meet you," the woman said and the group was still frozen in shock and fear. None of them dared to move a single muscle for a few seconds. Ian subconsciously reached for Luna's hand and shook it. Luna kept staring at the whole group with an innocent smile on her face. The group didn't know how to react. Ian simply gaped like a fish out of water. He was only able to mumble something incoherent. How did you tame these animals?" It was Sarah who broke out of her shocked state and asked Luna. She was still breathing heavily due to the surprise and shock. "I didn't have to do anything special," Luna said and started to pat Tiffany. Tiffany started to purr cutely, and the other raptors looked really jealous of her. "Yes, this must be a dream," Ian said with a serious look on his face but Nick punched him in the face. That hurt," Ian said with a bewildered look on his face. How did you tame raptors?" Ian yelled out hysterically and Luna simply tilted her head. "She didn't do anything special. At least she doesn't remember doing anything special." Luna separated from Tiffany and started to approach Weskier. She arrived in front of Eddie and picked up the gun. Luna broke the gun with little to no difficulty. This shocked the group once again. "Weskier, let him go," Luna said and Weskier let go of Eddie. Luna raised up her hand and started to rub Weskier's chin. "Who is a good boy?" Yes. "Weskier is a good boy," Luna said and a proud glint appeared in Weskier's eyes and he started to wag his tail. "All of you should come with me if you want to stay safe," Luna said and the giant wolf started to approach Luna. Wait, who are you? How are you making these animals follow your commands? How are you controlling them?" Nick asked Luna heatedly. Hearing his tone all the raptors snapped their jaws at him. Nick cowered in fear. "They aren't under my control, they follow me on their own," Luna said and climbed on Fenris. Fenris was baring her fangs at Nick. "Down girl, you can't eat him," Luna said while patting Fenris. "Let's go back. Ice cream for everyone," Luna said and started to leave. The group simply stood there with a bewildered and gobsmacked look on their faces. The raptors started to bark aggressively, the group shuddered and started to move. "Can you believe this?" Sarah asked Ian who simply shook his head in denial. "Raptors can't be tamed," Ian said and then his eyes landed on the Spinosaurus. "I didn't even know what kind of dinosaur that is," Ian said with a frown. "That's a Spinosaurus, the most dangerous and biggest carnivorous animal. Even A.T. Rex is nothing in front of that," Sarah said with some awe in her voice. "Dad, I am really scared," Kelly said while hugging Ian. Ian simply patted her back. He was also scared if he was being honest. "Are we going to be fine?" She broke my gun with her bare hands. She isn't going to feed us to her eccentric pets, right? Eddie asked nervously, his hands were still shaking in fear. I am not sure. Ian said and his eyes turned towards Nick. Are the two of you taking pictures? Ian asked and both Nick and Sarah nodded their heads. By the way, what kind of wolf is that? I didn't know that Hammond was experimenting on snakes too. Ian said curiously. There are no records of a wolf like that. That snake is also unique. I have never heard about a snake that big. That snake could swallow us whole. Sarah said with a frown on her face. So, what should we do now? I have a flare, we can use it to distract them. Nick whispered into Ian's ear and Ian shook his head in denial. Don't try that, we can't outrun raptors in a forest, and don't forget about that wolf and Spinosaurus, Ian said. Nick didn't like the answer because he wanted to take a chance but decided to listen to Ian's words. The whole convoy finally reached a clearing. They noticed a small tent in the middle of the clearing. They noticed a man relaxing beside the tent on a chaise longue drinking beer. I see you brought guests, Luna. The men said but didn't get up from the chair. Rio, do you want ice cream? All of you stay here and don't attack him, okay? He is my lover, Luna said while looking towards the dinos and disappeared. The gatherers blinked in confusion and shock. Beer, the man known as Rio asked them while pointing towards the icebox. Did she just disappear? Sarah asked in a surprised tone. The men simply shrugged. The group noticed that the man wasn't going to answer them, so they simply decided to sit down on the stone chairs. Do you mind if I take one? Eddie asked nervously and Rio simply pulled out a bottle and handed Eddie. He nervously accepted a bottle and sat down. How is Luna controlling all these animals? Nick asked, unable to hold himself back. He was a member of Earth First. It was a radical environmental activists group. Who knows? Rio said and Luna appeared with a huge bucket in her hand. How is she doing that? That was the last thing Ian was able to say before Rio knocked out the whole group. He was getting annoyed. Rio. It's bad to knock out people without asking. Luna chastised Rio but he simply shrugged. Well. I brought buttered pecan. Luna said and Rio was already up from his chair. Well. I haven't had buttered pecan for quite some time. Rio said with some excitement and hockeyed the bottle. Luna handed Rio a small bucket filled with ice cream. After that, she went to distribute ice cream among her pets. So, what are you going to do now? Rio asked and Luna simply smiled. I will go on a hunt with my friends. Luna said while pointing towards the dinos, Fenris, and Attila. Do you need my help? Rio asked and Luna shook her head denying the offer. I will be fine, don't worry. Luna said and started to skip around with an ice cream bowl in her hand. POV Rio. We relaxed for a few hours, and it was already dark. Luna finally decided to leave for the hunt when the moon came up. She said something about meeting new friends on their way to the hunting grounds. I have been really worried about Luna today. Using my omnipresence I kept my eyes on Luna while she went to explore the forest. I had to use my future sight to check out that Luna wouldn't get eaten by the Spinosaurus. After that, Luna finally saw the dinos getting caught and became angry. I was gobsmacked when I found that Luna didn't connect with this world server after arriving in this world. This meant she started to pat that Spinosaurus without knowing her future. I wanted to smack Luna for doing that, but Luna is way too angelic. Even the universal laws would curse me if I did something like that. After that, she went to look for a velociraptor pack. I used my future sight once again to see that she wasn't going to get injured. Now I was going to follow her, so I dematerialized and started to follow Luna. I was pretty sure that Luna was aware of my presence because she kept smiling in my direction from time to time. A frown appeared on my face when I sensed two Tyrannosaurus Rex approaching Luna's group. Roland Tembo did capture the infant T-Rex to lure the adult T-Rexes. Luna approached the T-Rexes and started to talk with them. At first, the T-Rexes looked really aggressive at the beginning, but they turned into putty as soon as Luna started to pat them. Don't worry, we are going to get back your son. Luna said while patting the mother Rex's snout. The mother Rex started to nuzzle her head into Luna's arms. I am so proud of you. Luna said while looking towards the father Rex. The father Rex puffed out his chest due to the compliment. I call you Cinderella. Luna said while looking towards the mother Rex. She was still patting Cinderella's head. Cinderella growled in agreement. And I will be going to call you Dominic, Luna said, and Dominic snorted in agreement. After getting two new pets, the whole group resumed their walk. After a few minutes they finally appeared at the edge of the camp. They could hear the infants cry. Cinderella and Dominic immediately wanted to rush into the camp, but Luna stopped them. They are expecting the two of you, and they are ready, Luna said. Cinderella and Dominic weren't happy, but they understood what Luna meant to say. Fenris. Attila, attack the camp. Attila, don't use your stare, kill them with your poison, Luna said, and both Fenris and Attila nodded their heads in understanding. Weskier, take your pack and hunt them carefully. Luna said. Weskier left with his group. Finn, you are going to attack along with Cinderella and Dominic. As soon as they notice Weskier's pack, the three of you will attack. Luna said, and all of them snorted in agreement. Luna gave the signal and Fenris and Attila lunged towards the camp. Chaos broke throughout the whole camp, yells and shouts were heard throughout the camp. They started to bring out guns and shoot Fenris and Attila, but guns weren't even remotely effective on them. The velociraptors started to hunt from the sides. They were ambushing left and right. Tum finally decided to return to the camp when he heard the ruckus. Luna took this chance and teleported near the infant Rex. Tum immediately went to hunt Dominic, but unfortunately for him, Finn was behind him. Finn chomped Tum and gulped him down. Ludlow wasn't eaten by anyone, but his end was even worse. He was melted by Attila's venom. It only took a few more minutes and everyone was dead. After that, Luna handed over the infant Rex to Cinderella and Dominic. I will call you Gasper from now. You, how is that? Luna asked, and the infant Rex barked in happiness. I slowly materialized beside Luna. This slightly surprised the dinos, but they didn't attack me. So, are you going to take them with you? I asked. Luna turned towards the dinos, and then nodded her head. Then Luna turned towards me and smiled. They are going to stay here. I am going to ward these islands with the help of the other girls. Taking them would ruin their natural habitat. Luna beamed with a huge smile on her face. I agreed with her decision. That would be for the best. Luna bid farewell to all the dinos. They looked really sad. After that, I opened a portal in front of us. Both Luna and I entered the portal while doing something really lewd. We were holding hands. With that, our trip came to an end. A/N, the next chapter is going to be the last chapter in Marvel World, ha! Chapter 385, Aftermath, 2, and Hela's Mission. Edited. With Eric. So, what do you think about the war? Raven asked in a neutral tone. Eric, Raven, and Emma were standing on the roof of his new office. They could see the whole residential area of Elysium from up here. A small smile appeared on Eric's face when he heard Raven's question. To be honest, there is not much to think, but it wasn't a war, to begin with, Eric said with a smile. He always wanted to do something like this to the humans, but he quickly realized that he didn't have the necessary power. So he started to use subterfuge. But before he could achieve anything on his own, Itsuki Ryo aka Leviathan appeared. Ryo had the strength to fulfill his dreams, to save the metahumans race. So, he decided to trust Ryo, and he wasn't disappointed. Time after time they have faced threats, but each time the threats were repelled by Ryo. But I really wanted to try our cannons, Emma said, and started to pout. Who knows, we might get a chance someday. We already know that Ryo and his family will be gone someday, Eric said with a melancholic smile on his face. They could be called friends, and that is why Ryo had told them long ago that one day he will be gone along with his family. What are the people saying about the war? Eric asked while looking towards Raven. Raven was the one who interacted the most with their citizens. They are happy that the war is over. They were ready to fight, but no one wanted to fight, Raven said with a shrug, and Eric nodded his head in understanding. What Raven said might seem to be contradictory, but it was expected. The people of Elysium were ready to fight for their freedom, but none of them wanted to fight. It might seem poetic, but it is what it is. Everything is back to normal now. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. This is so tiring. I should have denied this job, you know, Maria Hill groaned and laid her head down on the table. After Nick Fury, you are the one who had the highest rank, so you were the prime candidate for the promotion, Coulson said with a smile, and Maria Hill, the newly appointed director of SHIELD, groaned once again. So, what did Clint say? Did he agree to return? After some time Hill asked Coulson, who nodded his head. He wasn't happy that we were able to find him, but after I finished explaining everything, he agreed to return, Coulson explained with a deep sigh. The elections are going to start soon. Who do you think is going to win? Coulson asked, and Hill simply shrugged. Who knows, but I am really surprised to see how quickly we are rebuilding everything. I had thought that we were going to take more time, Hill said as she leaned back in her chair. Yes. I also had similar thoughts, you know, but we are really good at rebuilding. Coulson mused with a sad smile on his face. Yes, that we are, Hill said with a smile on her face and continued to look outside. Retirement home, Washington, D.C. You are still young and charming, Steve. Margaret Elizabeth Carter, otherwise known as Peggy Carter, one of the founders of SHIELD, said with a melancholic look on her face. After waking up, Steve was given all the files related to his former allies, including Carter's. At first, he wanted to pay her a visit, but ultimately he decided against it. In the war, he came this close to death and vowed that if he survived, then he would go to meet Peggy. I wonder if things could have gone differently, Steve said with a small smile on his face. Steve, we can't keep thinking about what ifs, we need to move on, Peggy said with a similar smile on her face, and Steve simply nodded his head. I have heard that you participated in the war. Peggy spoke softly and a frown appeared on Steve's face. That wasn't a war, Steve said, and Peggy slowly nodded her head. Even though she was in the retirement home, she could still watch TV. Even though they weren't telling everything on the TV, she was experienced enough to read between the lines. How is Bucky? I have heard that they have found him too, Peggy asked, and Steve simply shook his head in disappointment. He is not good. He is getting help, but it will still take a few months to fix his mind, and they can't do anything about his spine, Steve said in a sad tone. He can't believe how his best friend ended up after the war. I should have looked for him, and you, with Howard's help, we could have found both of you, Peggy said, and Steve grabbed her hand and shook his head. It's not your fault, Peggy, don't blame yourself for something like this, Steve said and smiled reassuringly. Just like that, Steve spent most of the day talking with his old love. Sub-Saharan Africa. Thousands of tents could be seen erected on a huge piece of empty land. This empty land didn't appear out of nowhere. To the others, this place was a forest until now. This is the remains of Wakanda. They lost everything on the day Leviathan decided to take away their vibranium. Thankfully, Leviathan didn't take away their money, or they would be starving right now. They were still starving because of the lack of resources. What are we going to do now? Ramonda asked her husband in a worried tone. Chaka and his family weren't having a good time after Leviathan took away their vibranium. Wakandon knew that Chaka wasn't responsible for their destruction, Leviathan was, but they couldn't do anything to Leviathan, so they decided to blame the easier target, Chaka. Chaka didn't have the power to stop the harassment, the guilt was also eating him away. He has wondered multiple times if he could have done it differently. Like what would have happened if he had decided to stay out of the war. I don't know. I don't know what I am going to do now. I have never imagined something like this, Chaka said while shaking his head. Should we leave this place? Ramonda asked Chaka, and he shook his head. No, this was my fault, I can't run away. I need to redeem myself, Chaka said while shaking his head. A frown appeared on Ramonda's face. And what about Chala and Shuri? You want to condemn them to lives filled with harassment? Ramonda asked heartedly. Chaka's eyes grew wide in realization. No, I can't do that, they haven't done anything to deserve such a life. I will see what I can do, Chaka said and walked out of the tent. He still had some friends and people who were still loyal to him. He wanted to have a talk with them. He wanted to know if they wanted to build a new Wakanda or build a new place for themselves. There was nothing they could do now except rebuilding. After all, they can't spend the rest of their lives wallowing in self-pity. They need to build a better place for their children in the least. POV Hela. Boring. I shouldn't have killed him so quickly now. I have no one to torture. Tormenting my mother and brothers feels really great, but I just returned after tormenting them for a few hours. I pulled out a small blue orb from my shadow. This is the divinity of Thor too. For now, I will be keeping it since Ororo's body is not ready to accept the divinity. When I finally finished extracting the divinity, he was already half dead, so I decided to send him on his merry way. Rio is also gone, or I could have asked him to take me somewhere interesting. Rio and Momo left after breakfast. They said that they were going to attend some marriage ceremony in their home world. To be honest, I was somewhat interested in the wedding food, but I held myself back. I am the goddess of death and war, I can't attend someone's marriage uninvited. I have an image to uphold. If it was my brother's marriage, then I would have obviously crashed the marriage. It's my duty as his loving sister. Didn't Rio say that he had killed Dormammu? I guess I should conquer the dark dimension. Now that I was motivated, I got up and pulled out my crucible from my shadow, and with a slicing motion I opened a rift in front of me. I entered the rift and found myself in the dark dimension. This is going to be too easy. Slowly I started to absorb the dark force present in the dark dimension. I could feel myself getting stronger with each passing second. With a snapping sound, I finally formed the connection with the dark dimension. It has also accepted me as its ruler. Good, good, now, I am going to get bored once again. I simply laid down and decided to float inside the dark dimension. That's better than doing nothing, I guess. I don't know how much time has passed since I have been here, but I felt death summoning me. Thank Deathness, I am so glad that she called, or I would have waged war against some random planet out of boredom. I quickly teleported into Death's realm and found her sitting on her throne. How have you been, Hela? She asked me, and I simply smiled. I have never been better, but I am somewhat bored. I just finished taking over the dark dimension, I said with a smirk and started to look around. Yes. I saw that. I am quite happy for you, but I have a job for you. Death and stars appeared in my eyes. Please tell me that you want to eradicate planets. You see, there is a multiverse where a group of souls have found a way to destroy other souls. I want you to get rid of them. Death said, and a frown appeared on my face. Destroying souls is something very dangerous and it shouldn't be done or it could collapse the reincarnation cycle of a world. Sure, so when do I leave? I asked her and a wry smile appeared on her face. Anytime you want. You can leave right now if you want. I am fine with whatever you decide as long as they're going to be killed, Death said, and I could practically feel my blood boiling. Okay, but how did they learn to destroy souls? I asked Death as I tilted my head in confusion. Is that even important? Death asked and I simply shook my head. Well, the guy responsible for the management of the soul system had a son, he found how to do that and taught it to the others, Death said with a shrug. If you want to answer then do that from the beginning. Remember Hela, not a single one of them should survive. All of them must be killed and their knowledge destroyed so that no one else could learn those techniques. Death said and I nodded my head. But you said multiverse, right? Do I need to kill them by going to each world? I am not complaining. I would love slaughtering all of them, but isn't that going to take too much time? I asked and Death smirked and shook her head. That particular multiverse has a prime universe system. There is only one major world and the others are created due to the excess energy coming from the prime universe. Kill them in the prime universe and they will be killed in the other systems too, Death said, and I nodded my head in understanding. When they first came to power, you were sealed away. I had no way to deal with them as I personally can't go to that world, Death said with quite some venom in her tone. Yep, she is angry. Death waved her hand and a screen appeared in front of me. I saw how they came to power and how they were defeated for the first time, but something caught my attention. It was woman. I saw how she butchered her enemies with a gleeful look on her face. She is just like me. Yes, she is going to be the general of my army and my sister. It's so hard to find someone who has hobbies similar to mine and I am not going to let her slip through my fingers. Can I have her? I asked. Death pointed towards the woman in the screen. Well, she did pass on. Sure, why not? Death exclaimed and a small blackish red orb appeared in her hand. Her soul is in there. With the dark energy you will be able to make a body for her, Death said with a shrug and tossed me the orb. I couldn't stop myself from grinning as I stared at the orb in my hand. I tossed it into my shadow for safekeeping as my eyes focused back on the form of Death. Good. Can you open the portal for me? I asked and a sadistic grin appeared on Death's face. Here you go. Death waved her hand with a grin and a pitch-black portal appeared in front of me. I quickly entered the portal as I appeared in a completely new world. A/N, here are the girls who won the vote. 1. Kuroka. 2. Yasaka. 3. Adult Ophis. 4. Graphia Lucifuge. 5. Seraphal Leviathan. Chapter 386, Two Peas of the Same Pod, I. Dark Dimension. Anohana Retsu slowly opened her eyes as she blinked in confusion. She looked around and noticed that it was dark everywhere around her and she seemed to be floating through an empty place. Anohana quickly noticed that she didn't have a string of cloth covering her body. Is this Hellverse? Anohana questioned inside her mind. Kurosaki Ichigo had dealt with Hellverse, but it was a lot different from what she had read in reports. This place was simply completely black, but for some odd reason, Anohana felt at home. Anohana tried to move around and her hand came in contact with a very familiar object. Thank God, you are here. Anohana felt relieved as she wrapped her fingers around her Zanpakuto. Ah, you are finally awake. Anohana heard a female voice. The voice was pretty melodious. In an instant, Anohana was up on her feet and she found herself pointing her Zanpakuto towards the woman. The woman was wearing skin-tight black and green armor and she seemed to be sitting on a throne made of darkness. The woman stood up on her feet and the throne disappeared into thin air. Anohana noticed that the woman was significantly taller than her. Anohana was just 5 foot 2 1/2 inches tall, whereas Hela was 6 feet 9 inches tall without her heels. Currently, she was wearing her heels, so she was 7 feet 3 inches tall. That was quite a significant difference and Hela looked quite imposing, especially with the vicious grin she had on her face. Anohana tried to sense the woman's spiritual pressure, but she was shocked to find that she was currently sporting a physical body. She also noticed that her spiritual powers have evolved into something else. It felt somewhat the same and different at the same time. Anohana knew that she was completely bare, but she wasn't bothered by that as the person standing before her was also a woman. Who are you? Anohana asked in a polite tone. I am Hela, the goddess of death and war, the woman stated with a proud look on her face. Anohana slightly lowered her Zanpakuto, but she didn't put it away. So, I suppose that this is hell? Anohana questioned as she continued looking around. As far as her eyes could see, she could only see darkness and nothingness. The woman burst out laughing after hearing Anohana's question. Anohana was slightly stunned by the reaction, but she didn't say anything. Well, I suppose I should have been expecting a question like that, Hela muttered when she finally stopped laughing. No, this is not hell. This is the dark dimension. It is a whole world on its own and I am its ruler, Hela said, and Anohana only tilted her head in confusion. She looked way too cute with the confused look on her face. Dark dimension. Is this something like Soul Society and Hueco Mundo? Anohana contemplated inside her mind. So, this is where souls like me are sent after passing on. But that doesn't seem to be the case as I have a body now, Anohana muttered, and Hela started to snicker after hearing Anohana's words. Anohana's eyes focused on the form of Hela. Yes, you are right about the fact that souls come here after passing on, but only a few of them do, but you are not one of them, Hela pointed out as she looked down into Anohana's eyes. Any lesser woman would have cowered under the gaze, but Anohana wasn't a lesser woman. She confidently held her ground, and Hela was impressed with Anohana's determination. Hela also felt proud of herself for selecting Anohana. You passed on after you allowed that fool to kill you, but you had impressed me. So, I decided to get your soul and resurrect you, Hela said with an amused look on her face. Anohana's eyes turned gloomy and menacing for a second before turning back to normal. I don't know what you are talking about. He beat me fair and square, Anohana said with a kind smile on her face, and Hela simply snorted. Oh, don't be like that. I know why you decided to lay down your life. You hated your dull life. You hated the fact that you were unable to butcher living beings any longer, Hela said with a sinful grin on her face. Anohana didn't answer for a few seconds as she kept scanning Hela from her head to the toe. Anohana had heard that Hela was goddess of death, so she must have some dominion over death. She has been a soul, so it was pretty understandable that Hela was able to watch her. Anohana noticed the menace and the madness in Hela's eyes. I know those eyes. She is just like me, but unlike me, she isn't shy of her true nature, Anohana concluded inside her mind. Hela already knew about Anohana's true nature. Anohana was a bipolar woman. She is just like me, but she likes to hide behind a mask, a true wolf in a sheep's clothing, Hela thought and grinned internally. It wasn't a mask to be exact, it was her secondary personality. How did you resurrect me? Anohana questioned politely. I used dark energy from the dark dimension. Your whole being is a mass of energy given physical form. With my divinities and all this power in my hands, it wasn't that hard, and I already had the most important piece in my possession, your soul, Hela said with a shrug. Anohana seemed to ponder after hearing Hela's words. After a few moments, Anohana gave a small nod. So, my soul is bound to you now. Am I your servant? Anohana asked curiously, and once again Hela started to snicker. No. Nothing like that. You are completely free to make your own decisions. I want you to be the general of my army, and you are the first being who I have found to have similar hobbies as me, Hela said, and Anohana nodded her head in understanding. You are just like me, both of us love killing. I can sense your bloodlust even though you are keeping it well hidden at this moment, Hela continued, and once again Anohana seemed to agree with the statement. It has been long since Anohana had lowered her Zanpakuto. She had sensed Hela's power, and she knew that she couldn't defeat Hela even if she had used her Bankai's true power. You use a sword, how about a small fight? Hela proposed with a vicious grin on her face. Anohana knew that she couldn't deny such a sinful offer. She was getting to fight someone without holding anything back, and the offer of getting bloody was too good to be denied. Yes, I would love that, Anohana said with a kind smile on her face, and Hela started to cackle in mad glee. I already like you, getting bloody together is the best way of getting to know each other, Hela declares with a mad grin on her face, and Anohana couldn't agree more with the statement. A normal long sword formed in Hela's hand as she started to release her bloodlust and power. Anohana's eyes grew wide as Hela's bloodlust and raw power slammed into her being. The difference between the two of them was monumental, but Anohana wasn't deterred. Hela said that my body is made up of dark energy. It must be the energy I can sense everywhere around me. Can I even use this energy? Anohana questioned herself, and she decided to do something easy with the energy at first. Clothes started to form on her body, everything she was wearing was made of literal darkness. She was dressed in her usual captain's shihakusho, but her obi was pitch black instead of white. Even her captain's haori was pitch black instead of white. Even though all of her clothes seemed to be completely black, but if someone looked carefully then they would be able to notice the difference. There was a small reddish tint to her clothes. Whistle color me impressed. You are a natural at manipulating dark energy, Hela praised Anohana. Anohana gave a nod of appreciation as she started to absorb the dark energy into her body, but she stopped when she felt some discomfort. That's your limit for now, though you will keep getting stronger as time passes, Hela called out, and Anohana nodded her head in understanding. She wasn't anywhere near Hela's power level, but with the true power of her Bankai, she might be able to hold her own against Hela. Let's get bloody, Anohana thought as her hand reached for her scar, but she was surprised to find that she didn't have the scar anymore. Hela said that she had made me a new body, Anohana thought, and understood why she didn't have the scar any longer. Anohana's visage started to transform as she started to release her own bloodlust and power. Anohana knew she could no longer refer to her power as spiritual pressure. Her kind and gentle eyes turned gloomy and menacing, while her kind and gentle smile was replaced by a cruel and vicious smirk. Hela started to cackle as she felt Anohana's bloodlust and raw power. This is going to be so much fun. Hela exclaimed loudly and Anohana raised her Zanpakuto in front of her. Bankai, Minazuki, Anohana called out in a menacing tone as her bloodlust and raw power were multiplied by several times. Hela was slightly surprised when she noticed the boost, but it was a good kind of surprise. Anohana's Zanpakuto started to liquefy into a thick, viscous, dark blackish-red substance. It started to flow over in her vicinity. This was something different. Previously it was only used to be a red substance. Once again Anohana frowned when she noticed that the liquid didn't stop flowing. Usually, the majority of the liquid would be gone, leaving behind a shortened katana, but that wasn't happening right now. The blackish-red liquid continued to flow down her Zanpakuto. Image here. This must be due to my new powers, Anohana concluded as her eyes focused on the form of Hela. Chapter 387, Two Peas of the Same Pod, 2. Dark Dimension. Normally, a Bankai multiplies the Shurikai's power by 5 to 10 times, but Anohana's power was multiplied by more than 50 times. Now Anohana's raw power felt somewhat close to Hela's, but there was still a huge amount of gap. Anohana's gloomy and menacing eyes grew slightly wide when she noticed something incredible. Previously, whenever she used the full power of her Bankai, it left a strain on her body, due to that she had to continuously heal her body using Kaido. But it was completely different now, her new body didn't feel any type of pressure or strain. Now she doesn't need to continuously use Kaido to heal her body. She could completely concentrate on the fight. This was incredible. Anohana finally decided to test the full capabilities of her new body. It was pretty clear that her new body was way better than her Reishi construct body, which she had for more than the last 1,000 years. Anohana's eyes focused on Hela and she rushed at her using Flash Step. Hela didn't bother to use Flash Step and used her normal speed. It was more than enough for Hela to match Anohana's speed as their blades clashed. The blackish-red liquid dripping down Anohana's Zanpakuto landed on Hela's free arm. With a hiss, Hela's arm started to melt off. Hela didn't even flinch when her arm was melting off and she simply grinned as her healing kicked in. That's some strong acid, Hela mused as she pulled back her sword, but it also came in contact with Anohana's Zanpakuto, so it was also melting off. Hela simply threw away the sword and another sword similar to the previous one appeared in her hand. Hela thrust the sword at Anohana multiple times, but Anohana nimbly dodged all of them and threw a knife made of darkness at Hela. Hela simply tilted her head and the knife passed by her head and dissolved into nothingness. Hela grinned while looking at Anohana. Looks like you are getting a hang of the dark energy, Hela commented as she continued attacking Anohana. Once again Hela's sword clashed against Anohana's Zanpakuto. Fuck this shit. Hela cursed as her sword melted away due to the acid. She didn't even register that the blackish-red liquid had also landed on her feet. Anohana had noticed Hela's feet melting off, but they started to heal before the acid could cause significant damage. Your healing factor is very strong, Anohana commented hoarsely. Well, I am immortal, Hela said with a shrug as an astral sword formed in her hand. This was Hela's true sword. Hela had used this sword when she had sworn loyalty to Rio. Anohana was curious about the new sword Hela had brought out, so she attacked Hela. She was slightly surprised that her acid didn't have any effects on Hela's new sword. Anohana knew that Hela was way stronger than her, so Hela having a special sword wasn't something out of the world. Anohana had noticed another incredible thing about her new body. Previously the acid of her Bankai couldn't differentiate between friend or foe, meaning, it even melted her. That wasn't the case right now. The acid was completely harmless to her. Anohana's Zanpakuto clashed against Hela's true sword, creating a huge shockwave. The fight continued just like that. It was quite clear that the both of them were having a lot of fun. Injuries started to appear on both of their bodies. Hela would heal in an instant due to her insane healing factor, and Anohana would simply heal herself using Kaido. Somewhere during the fight, Anohana had dispersed the black Haori, it was getting in the way. Both of them jumped back after another clash. Anohana had a deep gash on her chest which was surrounded by a green glow and it was healing at a visible rate. Hela didn't have half of her face, and it healed in a matter of seconds. Even though Anohana's injury seemed to be deep, there wasn't any blood or organs spilling out. Anohana had remembered what Hela had told her about her new body. Her body was just a mess of dark energy. What type of sword is that? Anohana questioned while gesturing towards Hela's true sword. I will tell you if you tell me your sword's power, Hela retorted, and Anohana started to cackle after hearing Hela's words. That is not a fair deal, Anohana pointed out, and Hela simply smiled. If you beat me then I will tell you, Anohana said, and this time it was Hela who started to cackle madly. I didn't know you were such a fool. I had thought that you would have noticed the difference between our powers, but it seems like you haven't, Hela said with a sadistic grin marring her face, but Anohana simply smirked. Now. Why would you do that? You are stronger than me, but defeating me with all of your power will be easy, you don't want that, right? Anohana asked, and Hela gleefully grinned. No, I don't, Hela said as she gave Anohana a small appreciative nod. Both Hela's and Anohana's brains worked on almost the same wavelengths. If Hela used her full power to subdue Anohana, then it wouldn't be fun anymore. Let's continue, Anohana said, and Hela nodded her head as the two of them lunged towards each other with maniacal grins on their faces. After a few moments, only loud noises of metal clashing could be heard throughout the dark dimension. Both Hela and Anohana kept moving around the empty space, creating small shockwaves when their swords collided. Even though the two of them were getting injured, neither of them had even an ounce of blood on their skin or clothes. As when Hela got injured, it was due to Anohana's acid. The acid was so strong that it was evaporating her blood too. Anohana's body was just a mass of dark energy, but she still felt pain when she was injured. That is why she had been continuously healing herself when she was injured. Both women were grinning like maniacs, sometimes they even cackled in mad glee as they kept fighting. Finally, the battle came to an end when Anohana was able to land some of the acid on Hela's face and chest. While Hela's face was melting off, she took the chance and created a sword in her free hand. Hela stabbed the sword through Anohana's shoulder, successfully pinning her on the wall behind Anohana. It was a makeshift wall made of darkness Hela had just erected using her dark energy manipulation power just to pin Anohana. Before Anohana could even realize what was happening, Hela's face and chest were already healed. Even her clothes were fixed. Hela created another sword and stabbed it through Anohana's other shoulder. Anohana finally realized what was happening, so she tried to use her own darkness energy manipulation power to disperse the platform she was pinned on, but the wall didn't even budge. Anohana stopped trying when Hela's true sword was placed on her throat. You are good, but you aren't that good. You might have learned how to control dark energy, but your control isn't anywhere good like mine. Hela said with a smirk, and Anohana released a sigh and her whole body sagged. I accept my defeat, Anohana said, and Hela pulled her sword away from Anohana's throat. The wall behind Anohana dissolved. Anohana groaned as the swords were still lodged through her shoulders. That was a marvelous fight. Hela exclaimed excitedly, and Anohana nodded her head in agreement. With a lot of difficulties, Anohana lifted her left hand and pulled out the sword lodged inside her right shoulder. Yes, I haven't had that much fun in a long time, Anohana said, pulling out the other sword. Her visage started to transform into her gentle and kind persona. The gloom and menace in her eyes were replaced by gentleness and kindness. Her cruel and vicious smirk was replaced by her usual gentle and kind smile. A green glow surrounded Anohana's shoulders as she started to heal her shoulders. So, have you decided anything? Hela asked as she created two thrones made of darkness. Anohana sat down on her throne and she seemed to ponder for a few seconds. Can I have some time? I need to come to terms with myself. Anohana asked, and Hela simply shrugged. Sure. Hela said, but internally she was having completely different thoughts. There is no way I am going to let you leave. I already like you, and beings like us are pretty rare, and we have already bonded, Hela thought. I won, so what is your sword's power? Hela questioned, trying to change the topic. My Bankai absorbs the power of anyone I kill. With each kill my Bankai's strength increases. Until now it only absorbs the spiritual powers, but I don't know if anything has changed or not. But I think the power has probably changed, as a lot of things have changed, Anohana said, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. You are the first person who I have told about my Bankai's true power, Anohana said with a kind smile on her face. Everyone thought that my Bankai's special power is the acid, but I have rarely used my Bankai's full power. Anyone who had seen my Bankai's full power until now had ended up dying, Anohana said, and Hela gave her an appreciative grin. So, what about your sword? Anohana asked curiously, and once again the astral sword formed in Hela's hand. My sword isn't anything impressive like yours. This is my true sword. This sword represents the power of death I have, Hela explained, and Anohana gave her a subtle nod. It is more than impressive, Anohana muttered as she got up from her throne. So, what now? Anohana asked, and Hela simply grinned and didn't say anything else. A/N, for today, I have started to post my new HP fanfic on this site in the books and literature section. It is named Crimson Destiny, HP fanfic. Give it a try. It is a female MC/FIC with Yuri. There will no Futa or anything like that. And it will be a weekly release FIC. Chapter 388, and then they Fusent, ed. R. 18. POV Rio. She is cheating. She has to be. Dora exclaimed in anger as she stood up and pointed towards Luna, who had a "look how adorable I am" smile on her face. Only Hela seemed to be missing. Well. She was having her own type of fun in the dark dimension. I can't believe she decided to resurrect Anohana Retsu. I do like her character from the canon. Well, what can I say? I must have some sort of kink for eccentric women. That aside, the girls had been playing snakes and ladders since the morning. Well, it wasn't just the two of them. Jean and Aurora were there too, even Momo played for a couple of hours. Dora is the only one who didn't win a single game. I don't know what you are talking about, Nymphadora, Luna said while acting completely oblivious to the fact that she used Dora's forbidden name. Don't call me that. Dora exclaimed with a scowl on her face. Nymphadora, Nymphadora. Luna exclaimed while giggling and ran away. Come here and I will show you, Nymphadora. Dora growled as she started to chase Luna around the table. The others kept watching the two with an amused look on their faces. As soon as Luna heard Dora's words, she teleported to the stairs and started to rub her chin. Namuri, you have transformed Dora into an exhibitionist. So Dora, which body part did you name after yourself? Luna asked Dora. Namuri cackled madly after hearing Luna's words. Dora growled like an angry tigress as she flash-stepped behind Luna. She wanted to grab Luna, or at least she tried. As soon as she appeared behind Luna, she tripped and slid down the stairs with a grumpy look on her face, and Luna teleported back to the table so she could join in the next game. Come on Dora, tell us which body part you named after yourself. I chimed in from the couch and Dora's grumpy look transformed into a pout. All of you are meanies. Dora exclaimed and continued pouting. She didn't even notice that she appeared on my lap as I pulled her into my arms. Sorry, I won't be mean to you, I said and placed a kiss on her forehead. Dora humphed and snuggled into my arms. So, did you girls decide anything, yet? I asked loudly. Oh, someone is being impatient to send us away. Momo asked from the other side of the room. She was playing chess with Fleur. I didn't bother to give her a reply and simply rolled my eyes. The girls have been planning to go on a girls-exclusive vacation, now that everything was over. You know the usual things, get a tan, do some shopping and take care of themselves as a whole. We haven't decided anything as of yet, but there is no need to hurry. We have all the time we need, Momo said, and I nodded my head. When all of us finally finished sorting out everything after the war, I could practically feel the sexual tension in the air. Now, as their dutiful and thoughtful lover, I decided to take care of their urges before they could jump my bones. So, we had a week-long sex orgy while the time outside our world was frozen. We didn't leave a single place where we didn't fuck. After fixing the house, I unfroze the time and here we were now. Hela wasn't involved in this as we weren't physically intimate, yet. The girls decided to relax and do some normal things like playing board games for the whole day. Namuri was Namuri, so she decided to update her gentlewomanly collection. This world is filled with various types of porn, some normal, some were parodies. So, it was kind of whole new genres for Namuri, so she was having a field day. Rumi, for the first time, wasn't being roomy. Unlike the other times, she was simply relaxing. She was lying beside me on the couch while sipping beer. It was originally the two of us who were watching the TV. And done. Namuri exclaimed cheerfully as she closed the lid of her laptop. She got up from her seat. She was only wearing a thong and a towel was hanging by her shoulders. She was an exhibitionist, nothing new there. Namuri walked up to me and plopped down beside me. She knew how much I loved to play with her tits, so she slowly removed the towel from her shoulders, exposing her more than impressive bust. One of my hands left Dora's waist and snaked around Namuri's shoulder as I started to fondle her wonder knockers, and a satisfied grin formed on her face as she snuggled beside me. Dora also noticed the absence of my second arm around her waist and shot a baleful glare towards Namuri, who allowed a small moan to form on her lips when I pinched her nipple. I felt a small shift as Dora used her powers to make her ass rounder. She gave Namuri a competitive look as she started to grind her ass over my crotch. By the way, I have prepared a list of places we could visit. Do you want to check them out, Momo? Namuri questioned, her voice slightly quivered due to my ministrations. Sure, why not? Send it over, Momo chimed as she continued her game. Okay. I am sending you the list. I have resorts belonging to Kayama Indus. A moan escaped Namuri's lips. Kayama Industries in all those locations. I can book them whole for ourselves if you want, Namuri finished with some difficulty. Namuri waved her hand and her phone flew into her hand. After a few taps, Namuri finished sending the list to Momo. Momo gave a small nod as both Fleur and Momo decided to take a small break to check the list. I am impressed. You have worked quite hard on this, Fleur complimented Namuri. Namuri could only moan as I was playing with her boobs. That's the problem, Fleur. There are just so many locations, Momo answered in a frustrated tone. Come on, show me the list too, Rumi muttered tiredly and Flash stepped beside Momo. Do we really need to decide? Why not visit all these places? Nat suggested, and all the girls froze for a moment until all of them simultaneously nodded their heads. Girls, looks like we will be going on a world trip, Namuri complimented as she started to kiss my jawline. Yeah, and it's not like we have any shortage of money, I said, and I was already hard as a rock as Dora kept grinding. I will be back in a sec. I said and appeared inside our bedroom along with Namuri and Dora. As I teleported inside my bedroom, I froze the time outside my bedroom. Trigger warning and lemon starts. I tossed Namuri on the bed as I used my space powers to bind and gag her using her own BDSM equipment. Kukuku, looks like I have an advantage over you, I let out an evil laugh as I said while looking towards Dora. At first, Dora didn't understand what was going on, so she gave me a dumb look until realization hit her like a truck. Let her go. Dora exclaimed righteously. Why? I love how she is now, look how wide her legs are spread, isn't she beautiful? I asked with an evil grin forming on my face. Why you won't get away with this, you vile man, Dora screamed in rage but her hair morphed pink giving away her act. Oh, yes, I will. Now, the question is what am I going to do with you and your friend here? I said while chuckling evilly. What do you want? Dora asked reluctantly but there was a pink flush marring her cheeks. Strip slut. I commanded and Dora gave Namuri a worried look who had a pleading look in her eyes, though we weren't sure what she was pleading about. Dora reluctantly started to strip and soon she was only wearing a pair of bra and panties. My, aren't you a cute little lamb, I said and pulled out my hard cock. Suck it. I commanded. Dora gave me a hateful glare as she went down on her knees and started to lick my shaft. Her act was moments away from breaking. I groaned in pleasure when she took me inside her mouth. Hey, you are really good at this, keep going, slut, I growled out as Dora forgot the act and started to suck me faster. I finally felt myself going over the edge so I grabbed the back of Dora's head as I shoved my dick down her throat and released my load. Dora wasn't bothered by it and gulped down everything. He, aren't you a good girl, you drank everything, I said and Dora finally remembered that we were role-playing so the passionate look in her eyes turned into a hateful glare. Cuckoo. I love that look in your eyes. I wonder if you will still glare like that after I fuck you silly, I said with a grin and vanished my clothes. I highly doubt that. Dora said, her voice was hopeful and hateful at the same time. I slammed down Dora on the floor and tore off her bra and panties as I plunged my whole length inside her. Dora gasped. Why? Dora stuttered out as I started to piston into her in reckless abandon. Dora let out a guttural moan as she reached her first orgasm and her insides clamped down on my length. Aren't you enjoying this, slut? You even came. I said and I slapped her ass leaving a red handprint. Dora moaned and sputtered something. I looked towards Namuri. I could see juices dripping down from her honeypot as she kept giving me a pleading look. Look at your partner, screaming and moaning like a slut, I said while pointing towards Dora who could only moan. I kept slapping her ass as I kept pinching her boobs. "Ple please," Dora muttered. Please what? I asked and twisted her nipple. Fuck me harder. Dora stuttered, as I rammed my length inside her. Beg. Beg me, tell me who do you belong to, I commanded and slowed down my pace. Please fuck me harder, fuck me like the slut I am and I am your slut. Dora screamed and a smile appeared on my face. Good, you are a good girl and good girls deserve a reward. I said as I finally emptied my load inside her. Dora's eyes rolled back and she started to breathe heavily. Namuri's bound form appeared between us as I forced Namuri's head into Dora's crotch. Namuri's gag was removed and she eagerly did what I asked her. Lick my cum from her cunt while I breed you from behind, you would love that, wouldn't you? I asked as I rubbed her pussy. Namuri shuddered and climaxed. How much of a slut are you? You just came, I said with a grin as I slipped her panties aside and I plunged my length inside her slit. Namuri gasped in pleasure and I started to ram my length inside her. One small eternity later, lemon over. I placed both Dora and Namuri on the bed, both of them had passed out with stupid grins on their faces. Our mixed cum could be seen dripping down their legs. I scourgified both of them and pulled the covers on them. I wore a pair of normal shorts and unfroze the time. I appeared on the couch and a beer bottle appeared in my hand. I simply hakai'd the bottle cap and took a long swig and leaned back in the couch. The girls were already busy gossiping about their trip in full gutso. Chapter 389, Internal Conflict and Spending Time with Hela. Rio's house, Elysium. This is where I currently live, Hela cheerfully said as she led Anohana towards her master's house. He might have been pretty insistent that he didn't want to be referred to as master, but that didn't mean that Hela couldn't say it inside her mind. This house is pretty weird, why do you have vines and plants hanging down your house? Anohana questioned while pointing towards the roof. No idea. Hela shrugged in a dismissive manner. It must be something about living in the wild, Hela wondered, and Anohana nodded her head in agreement. Yes, that might be a thing in this world, Anohana thought, but all of a sudden she froze when her eyes landed on the giant snake. Is that normal? Anohana questioned with wide eyes and Hela simply snickered. Yes, that's pretty normal. Her name is Attila, she is a basilisk. Don't worry, she is really gentle, Hela said in between her snickers. Anohana didn't know what to think about that, but she decided to stay away from the giant snake. Let's go in, Hela said as she opened the door and walked in. Anohana obediently followed her, but she kept looking around curiously. The two of them finally entered the living room and found a group of women excitedly chatting among themselves. The group stopped chatting as they noticed Hela's and Anohana's arrival. Girls, meet Anohana Retsu. Hela introduced Anohana and the said woman gave a small wave towards the girls with a gentle and kind smile on her face. And this is Rio, the man to who I had decided to swear my loyalty to, Hela said, gesturing towards the only man in the room. He was sitting on the couch and watching TV. It only took Anohana a few moments to realize the relationship between the men and all the women present in this house. Even Hela had admitted that she had sworn her loyalty to the men. She clearly understood the meaning of that. Hello, my name is Anohana Retsu, it is nice to meet all of you, Anohana said and politely gave a small bow according to the tradition. Nice to meet you too, Anohana-san, please make yourself at home, Rio said as he got up from the couch. Anohana's apartment, Elysium. It has been 2 days since she was resurrected by Hela. Rio and the other girls have asked her to stay for dinner which she had accepted as it would have been rude to reject the offer. But after dinner, she asked if she could get her own home or something like that. Anohana Retsu might be a lot of things but she didn't want to impose on their relationship. She was a polite, kind, and a gentle woman. There was no way that she was going to impose on someone else's kindness, her own nature wouldn't allow that. So here she was sitting near the window basking in the moonlight, her zanpakuto resting in her lap. She was dressed in a loose black shihakusho and she was slowly undoing her braid with a calm look on her face. She finally finished undoing the braid revealing the unblemished skin right in between her collarbones. She traced her fingers in between her collarbones, this is where her scar used to be. The scar was way too memorable to forget in a day. Her demeanor flickered for a moment the calm look on her face was gone, replaced by a menacing look. Anohana stopped tracing the place where her scar had been and placed her hands on her lap as she stared into her own reflection at the mirror. She paused and turned towards the moon as her hands started to trace the hilt of her zanpakuto. I have changed and I didn't even notice. Anohana thought staring at the moon. What should I do now? I am so lost. Anohana Retsu thought and she stopped tracing her zanpakuto. She picked up her zanpakuto and pulled it out, she stared at the edge of the blade. Old friend, what should I do? Give me some guidance, Anohana thought staring at the edge of the blade. A few minutes passed, but she kept staring at the edge of her blade, her gaze faltering. You have served the Godai 13 for more than 1,000 years, don't you think it is about time that you do something for your own happiness? A voice resounded inside Anohana's mind. Anohana's smile widened after hearing her zanpakuto's voice. You have lived for so many years while denying your true nature, don't you think it's about time you embrace your true nature again? The voice continued but this time Anohana's smile disappeared into a frown. Anohana Retsu wanted to refute the statement. But no matter how much she tried she couldn't because the statement was true. Finally, after a minute-long internal debate, Anohana simply smiled. You know me too well. Anohana trailed off while staring at her zanpakuto. So, you are saying I should follow my desires? Anohana questioned and her zanpakuto seemed to hum if it was possible. There is no one to judge you. If someone like Hela can have a lover while being her true self then what are you afraid of? The Anohana I knew was never afraid, that woman followed her desires her zanpakuto retorted and once again Anohana had to grudgingly agree with that. Her zanpakuto was way too good, there was another reason Anohana had asked for her own place. She was jealous of Hela. Hela was someone just like her, if Hela could be accepted by the others, have a lover and lead a happy life then why couldn't she? You just need to find the right person, her zanpakuto's voice rang inside her head and Anohana didn't know how much time had passed as she kept blankly staring at her zanpakuto. Follow my desires. Anohana Retsu mused as she sheathed her zanpakuto and once again she started to stare towards the moon as she started to trace where her scar was supposed to be. POV Rio. So what's eating you up? I asked as I appeared beside Hela and plopped down beside her. Hela was sitting at the edge of our roof while staring towards the ocean. Her feet dangling down the wall. She also had a bottle of fire whiskey in her hand. It's nothing, Hela muttered dismissively as she took another swig from the bottle. It must be something if it's worth getting drunk for, I muttered as I snatched the bottle from her hand and took a large swig myself. I already had some idea why Hela was feeling like this but I didn't want to make any comments. You know the other girls are pretty nice to me but no matter how much I try I feel a gap between myself and them, a gap I could never overcome, Hela said and snatched the bottle from my hand. Understandable. Hela didn't have anything relatable with the other girls. Both Nat and Rumi loved fighting but Hela couldn't completely relate herself with them. Both of them loved fighting but that was it but Hela loved to kill for the sake of killing. Neither Nat nor Rumi had hobbies like that. The other girls didn't hate Hela but they simply didn't have anything in common between them to relate. Finally I found someone who could relate to me but she no longer wants to kill and cause massacres, Hela groaned in frustration and took another large swig from the bottle. I cringed at that, I can't do anything about Anohana but I think I could help Hela. I can see the problem, let's go out, I said and Hela gave me the stink eye but I wasn't listening to her opinion. Both of us appeared inside our garage and knocks. Hela glared at me but I acted completely oblivious to her glares. Come on Hela, everyone should take a break sometimes and cause havoc, I said and unlocked my car. Hela kept staring at the contraption in front of her until her shoulders sagged and she entered the car. I used my powers to remove the hood of the car. I had decided to take Hela on a road trip and get drunk on the trip. It didn't have anything to do with her problems but it could take her mind off the problems she was having. We drove out of Nox as I made my way towards the highway. Hela finally finished the bottle she had in her hand so I used my powers to get her some more bottles. I admit this feels nice. At first I wasn't into your idea at the beginning. Hela grinned as she stood up and spread her hands enjoying the wind against her skin. I picked a bottle myself from the back and took a large swig. Most of the time I couldn't get drunk but that didn't mean I couldn't get drunk. I simply needed to stop my powers to purify the alcohol so Bob's my uncle. It has been a long time since I had done something stupid like this. The law was too strict in the MHA world so I couldn't do anything like this with the girls in that world but we have done this back in the HP world a lot of times. Who is that fucker? Hela growled in anger when someone started to chase our car. Hela wanted to attack the stupid offenders and blast their contraption into oblivion but I stopped her. No don't, getting chased by cops is also a part of the fun, I said with a grin and Hela pondered my words for a few moments until she nodded her head. Getting followed by mortals. I can see the appeal but can't they lower that annoying noise? I want to make them choke on their own intestines, Hela grumbled. That wasn't exactly right but I didn't bother to correct Hela. With a wave of my hand I turned off their sirens. Annoying Hela isn't a good thing and I don't know how she might act now that she is about to get sloshed. Hela gave me a satisfied nod and chugged down a whole bottle of fire whiskey. Yes, the night was pretty young and I am pretty sure that the two of us were going to get sloshed when we finish. Chapter 390, Defeating a Goddess. R18. POV Rio. When the two of us finally returned to Nox, we were pretty much sloshed and my car was just a heap of junk on four wheels but neither of us were blindly drunk. I got out of the car and stared at the mess I had made. Momo would give me an earful. Hela kicked open the door as it was completely jammed. Hela got out of the car with a fire whiskey bottle in her hand and a huge grin on her face. That was lovely. Hela exclaimed loudly as she twirled around. I admit I didn't have high hopes but it turned out really marvelous. Hela cheered as she took another swig. Do you remember their faces when you slammed your contraption into their contraption? Hela asked as she wrapped her arms around my neck. Yes. I do remember. He couldn't believe I would do something so risky, I said with a grin as I looked straight into Hela's eyes. For a few seconds, we continued staring into each other's eyes until I leaned down and started to kiss her roughly and she returned the favor with similar determination. Hela ripped off my shirt and started to drag her fingers on my skin. I already knew what kind of play Hela wanted so I decided to lower my strength to her level or I might flatten her. That would be a fatality. Hela pushed me back slamming me on what was left of my car. Hela lunged at me and smashed her lips on mine and her hands continued caressing my torso. Hela bit my tongue trying to draw blood but nothing happened. I could feel that Hela was getting frustrated due to that. I knew how this was going to end so I stopped the time outside this property. I slightly moved back so I could grope her glorious chest. I started to grope and pinch her breasts like they were pizza dough. Hela purred into my mouth and I started to trail kisses down her jawline and left a mean hickey right under her jawline. Hela growled and pushed me back. My body slammed on my car's hood and the front wheels of the car broke out of the chassis due to the immense force Hela had used. I could always fix my car later and it was already a wreck. For now, I wanted to concentrate on our primal fun. Hela jumped on me and pinned me to my car's hood. She glared at me and started to kiss my collarbone and jawline while running her fingers through my hair. I could see the madness in her eyes. I grabbed the front of her skin-tight armor and ripped it apart from the middle revealing her marvelous boobs. I lowered my head and roughly bit her right nipple. Hela's head shot back in pain and pleasure. Not wanting to lose our little game. Hela tore off the crotch area of my pants so that she could get her hands on my lil bro. Well, it wasn't so little anymore though. After gaining back all of my power, my lil bro has grown by 2 inches and it has also grown thicker. My lil bro was ready for action as it was already standing 9 inches tall. For a second, Hela stared at my member with awe in her eyes. Hela started to stroke my member, though she was much gentler this time. Your sword is impressive. Hela commented and bit my earlobe. But can you defeat this goddess with your sword? Hela questioned me in a teasing tone. Let me show you. I growled into her ear and used force to reverse our positions. The floor beneath the car cracked as I smashed Hela on the car's hood, or what was left of it. I grabbed the lower region of her skin-tight armor and ripped it off. You better be ready. I said and pushed into her folds without any delay or foreplay. Hela bit down on my shoulder in pleasure as her nails dug into my back. So tight. I grunted while I kept pushing into her. Thankfully I was durable or her folds would have crushed my lil bro. I didn't stop when I felt her hymen. For a moment, I stopped and stared into her eyes to see if she was ready or not. Hela stared straight into my eyes as her legs closed behind me, trying to pull me inside. That was enough for me to know what she wanted, so I pushed inside, breaking her hymen. She didn't even flinch when I broke through her barrier. She kept looking at me hungrily as her hands kept worshipping my torso. I finally sheathed my whole length inside her. "Come on, show me what you got," Hela growled out in a challenging tone. I didn't need to be told twice, and I started to pound her with a lot of power. The car beneath us was almost flattened, the engine was spilling outside. The ground started to crack and a crater started to form beneath us. Yes, that's it, Rio. Fuck me. Dominate me. Make me your whore. Hela started to yell, and I was determined not to disappoint her. I kept fucking her like no tomorrow. Hela obviously loved the show of dominance. I am close, something is coming. I feel so good. Hela screamed and came. Her pussy tightened around my member like a vice grip, trying to milk me for all my worth, and only after a second, I emptied my load inside her. Hela screamed my name and used this chance to reverse our positions. "So Hela, what are you going to do now?" I asked teasingly, and she started to gyrate her hips while I was still inside her. Hela smirked after hearing my words. "I think you are going to love it," Hela said, and raised her hip and slammed down using all of her strength. I am glad that I only lowered my strength, not my defense. Hela raised her hip and slammed down once again. "Tell me, do you like it?" Hela asked in between her moans as she flicked her jet black hair to the side. That was so sexy. Hela's eyes were glowing eerily, and there was a wild look in her eyes, and I couldn't stop myself from falling in love with her. She was just so beautiful, terrifyingly beautiful. Hot, sexy, and murderous, that was a dangerous combination. "Oh, yes," I exclaimed and started to thrust while matching her rhythm. Hela didn't seem to mind it and started to moan loudly, definitely a screamer. One eternity later. It has been days since the two of us have been fucking. I have already thought that no one could beat Fleur's sex drive, but she would lose to Hela, any day, any time. Our whole garage, living room, kitchen, drawing room were in ruins. Fuck it. The whole Knox was in ruins. There was nothing intact in the whole mansion. Knox was still standing only because of the frozen time. I was blissfully pounding into Hela from behind while I was pushing her head into a wall. Hela's whole torso was pressed into the wall. "Yes, don't stop. Don't stop. I am close," Hela moaned between her pants. The wall was unable to hold any longer and it collapsed. Both Hela and I were flung outside Knox, but neither of us stopped. I rolled her around and leaned down so that I could kiss her. "I am coming," I muttered while kissing her. Me too, me too." Hela yelled and came, her whole body started to spasm. Unable to hold back anymore, I also came inside her. I slowly pulled out of Hela and our mixed cum started to pour out of her snatch. I laid beside her and both of us started to look towards the sky. Neither of us were bothered that we were currently out in the open. I snaked my arm under her back and pulled her closer. For a couple of minutes, neither of us said anything. The two of us kept lying on the grass in complete silence. My first time was everything I have dreamed of, though I never thought that my dream would ever be fulfilled. Hela said softly and snuggled closer to me. "I have always thought that I would get some was of a man," Hela said in a melancholic tone, and I turned her towards me so that I could look into her beautiful glowing eyes. "I am glad that you are happy now," I said, and tucked some of her hair behind her ear. I leaned forward and our lips met. We started to kiss, but unlike the other times, this time the kiss was completely passionate. The two of us kept kissing each other and Hela snuggled into my arms. We only separated when my lil bro started to poke her. Hela looked down and a smirk appeared on her face. "I see, we have to do something about that," Hela said with an innocent look on her face. "Oh, do you have something in mind?" I asked her, and Hela guided my member towards her entrance. "Yes." Hela moaned as I pushed inside her. This time we were much more passionate and we didn't stop after that. We continued for another day. This session was much more romantic, no rough play. After taking a nice shower we finally returned to the living room, which was in ruins and several walls and pillars of the house had collapsed. "Yes. I am really satisfied with this, my husband," Hela said with a loving look on her face. Sometime during the last day of our extremely long sex marathon, Hela started to refer to me as her husband. To be honest, when she called me that for the first time, I felt my heart flutter. I think I should quickly marry the other girls too. Surprisingly, Hela decided to wear black and green robes after we finished our shower. "But I need to fix this or this house will collapse as soon as I restart the time," I said, and Hela nodded her head in agreement. Green rings started to appear on both my hands. Slowly everything started to return to its previous state. Even the garage and car were fixed when I was finally done with it. Both of us plopped down on the couch and I finally unfroze the time. Neither of us were in a hurry to return, as it was only early morning now and the other girls were pretty busy planning their eventual trip. Husband. Hela trailed off in a sweet tone. She must have noticed that I felt giddy after hearing her calling me husband. Seeing my reaction, Hela started to cackle madly. A sigh escaped from my lips and I started to look if there was something interesting on the TV or not. Even after looking for about 10 minutes, I didn't find anything interesting and Hela didn't have any interest in human contraptions, so she mostly ignored everything. All of a sudden Hela grabbed my hand, stopping me from moving on to the next show. She had stopped me on a skull's logo with a 5 embedded inside it. Husband, what is that? Hela asked excitedly like a little kid while pointing towards the screen as the trailer started to play. That seemed to make her even more excited. I rolled my eyes and played the movie. Hela snuggled into my arms with an excited look on her face as her beautiful glowing eyes were fixated on the TV. Chapter 391, Two Faces. POV Rio. I simply can't understand why mortal women would like to wear something tiny. It barely covers my privates. It's better to go around naked instead of prancing around while wearing something like this. Hela grumbled with an irritated look on her face. Well, I do enjoy the view, I muttered as I sipped my beer. Hela shot me with an annoyed glare, but moments later, her glare softened. You can look at me all you want, husband. Not only look, but also do much more than that. Hela's sinful words rang inside my head. There is no way I could deny such a sinful offer, but unfortunately, I had to reluctantly deny her offer as the two of us had just finished another week-long sex marathon only a few hours ago. Too much of anything can ruin the fun. Sorry to disappoint, but I remember clearly mentioning relaxing. If we start now then we will be doing everything else except relaxing, I pointed out with an amused look on my face. Hela pouted, but the alcohol was good so she didn't complain anymore. Hela was currently wearing a pair of green bikini matching her glowing green eyes. She didn't mind wearing something so tiny as it was only the two of us, but she also didn't mind wearing less as it was only the two of us. Though it didn't stop her from complaining about the tiny clothes she was wearing. It has been a week since our first time together. Well, that's the case if you aren't considering the frozen times. The other girls have already left for their world tour. They did invite Hela, but she couldn't go as Death had already summoned her for another mission. Hela had finally wrapped up everything yesterday and now she was completely free until something new popped up. So, after another long sex session, I was finally able to convince her to relax while doing nothing except sipping good alcohol. So, I prepped my yacht in the morning and here we were, lazing under the sun trying to get a tan. I don't think either of us can get a tan even if we stay under the sun for years. Though lying under the sun felt really nice. Anohana's apartment, Elysium. What should I do? Anohana Retsu asked herself as she stared into her own reflection in the mirror. She placed her hand on the place where her scar used to be. That scar had been an important part of her life and now it was gone. What's there to think about? Isn't it obvious? Anohana Retsu heard a treacherous voice inside her mind. Her eyes grew slightly wide in surprise after hearing the voice. It has been hundreds of years since she had heard that voice. It took Anohana Retsu a moment to gather her bearings. So you finally decided to answer me? Anohana questioned and the voice simply scoffed at the question. You were the one who decided to toss me aside. You were the one who decided to give up your true nature. The voice snapped. Anohana Retsu couldn't say anything as the voice was right. Hello sister, it has been quite some time. I think it has been hundreds of years, isn't it? A second voice rang inside Anohana's mind. Yes, it has been hundreds of years, sister. At least you weren't tossed aside like me, the first voice answered and the second voice started to chuckle. I understand that I wasn't being true to myself. I have been lying to myself while I was simply being cruel to you, Anohana said in a guilty tone. Her voice quivered as the words left her mouth. Both voices inside her head were shocked and surprised after hearing Anohana's words. Neither of them had thought that Anohana would ever admit something like that. I envy Hela, she can kill just for fun and she is still accepted by everyone. I enjoyed those times. I miss those times, I have been lying to myself. I was simply trying to convince myself that I have changed, but I have been simply denying the truth, Anohana said in a firm tone. Her whole visage started to change. I don't want to keep lying to myself. I don't care if others are going to judge me, I am going to follow my desires. If Hela can be accepted then I will be accepted too. Anohana Retsu thought. Wow. The first voice inside her head muttered in a surprised tone. Yes, sister. Wow. The second voice also muttered in a surprised tone. So, are you interested in that man? The second voice questioned. For a few moments, Anohana didn't answer. I won't deny that he was cute, but I don't even know if I could ever adapt to a polygamous relationship, Anohana muttered in an unsure tone. A polygamous relationship wasn't something new for her. She had seen multiple polygamous relationships throughout the years she had served in Godai 13. It was a pretty common practice for the four noble clans of Soul Society. Some rich merchants also practiced polygamous relationships, so she wasn't averse to the whole idea, but she didn't know if she could ever fit into something complex like that or not. The dynamics between the other females might cause a lot of problems too. Well, that doesn't mean you can't get to know him. I do agree with you. He is cute, the first voice said, and Anohana didn't bother to humor her with an answer. We can discuss that later, the second voice muttered as Anohana's visage finally finished transforming. Her kind and gentle eyes were gone, her eyes weren't glowing with kindness like they usually did, her eyes were barely open, but now her eyes were gloomy and menacing, even her kind smile was gone, replaced by a malicious and cruel smile. Yachiru Anohana. I have missed using that name, I have missed the fear my name induced into everyone. I miss that feeling of euphoria, Anohana Retsu or Yachiru Anohana mused as she picked up her Zenpakuto. Minazuki, I have been rather cruel to you. Both of you, will you forgive me? Anohana asked and pulled out her Zenpakuto from its sheath, but the voices inside her head didn't answer for a few moments. Minutes passed, but Anohana didn't hear an answer, but she didn't back down. She kept staring at the blade, her gaze remained unflattering. Then, vow. Vow that you would never toss me aside, promise me that you will embrace your both sides, the first voice demanded. Promise that you will embrace both of your sides, you won't abandon my sister or me like you have done before. You won't lie to yourself for a fake paradise. You won't change yourself to avoid being judged by insignificant insects. The second voice demanded. I promise. From now on, I will embrace both of my sides. I won't be lying to myself for the sake of others. I won't deny what I am for the sake of the others, Anohana Retsu said in a determined tone, and her visage started to transform again. Moments later, Anohana was back into her usual kind and gentle persona. Anohana was a bipolar person. She was a kind and gentle woman, and at the same time, she could be a vicious, cruel, and sadistic woman who would murder countless beings just for the sake of fun. Her cruel and vicious side was the dominant persona, but she had been suppressing that side for so long that currently both of her persons were kind of balancing each other. It didn't mean that her evil side had grown weaker, instead, her kind and gentle side had grown stronger. Now that both of her natures were kind of balancing each other, it was easier for her to switch between her personas. Just like Anohana, her Zenpakuto was also bipolar. She had never shared this information with anyone. Her Zenpakuto had two spirits just like Jushiro Yukitake and Shuinsue Kairaku, but unlike them, her Zenpakuto had only one blade. One of her Zenpakuto spirits represented her Shurkai, this spirit represented her kind and gentle personality. That is why her Shurkai had healing abilities. The other spirit of her Zenpakuto was completely opposite of the first one, this spirit represented her Bankai. Her Bankai was designed to kill and slaughter, its abilities were completely opposite to her Shurkai's. In the beginning, Anohana's evil side was dominant, so her Bankai represented her evil side. Anohana Retsu closed her eyes as she enjoyed the power coursing through her body. Thank you, Minazuki. I won't ever let you down, either of you. I promise. Anohana Retsu muttered while staring at her Zenpakuto. Her voice was low, but it was firm and serious. Anohana Retsu quickly braided her hair and decided to leave as it was almost time. She had an answer for Hela. She picked up her sheathed Zenpakuto and used Flash Step to appear in front of Ryo's house. Anohana was disappointed to find the house empty. She released a defeated sigh and she was about to return to her apartment when Hela appeared in a wisp of greenish-black smoke. Hela was dressed in her usual black and green skin-tight suit. So, have you finally made a decision? Hela asked curiously as she raised her brow. Anohana took a deep breath. Yes, I have. I have decided to accept your offer, Anohana said in a gentle and kind tone, and a huge excited grin appeared on Hela's face. Chapter 392, The World Trip. POV Nat. Where are the others? I asked as I pushed up my shades and marked off another mark off my itinerary. They are on the way. Namuri has been sulking, Ororo said as she sat down beside me with a coffee cup in her hand. After hearing her words, I simply rolled my eyes. Looks like Namuri is whining about not getting Ryo's D, again. Well, you can't blame her. It has been a month since we last slept with Ryo. I miss him, I said while nodding my head, and I picked up my coffee cup. True that, Ororo muttered and started to sip coffee from her own cup. Though Namuri can always go back and have a quick lay with him and then return, Ororo pointed out, and I had to bite back a few choice words. You are forgetting the fact that Namuri is a legit masochist. According to her, she is punishing herself for the ultimate pleasure, I said with a grin. Ororo shook her head with an amused look on her face. I am honestly going to miss this coffee though, I almost whined. It's completely unfair that this coffee isn't available worldwide. We can always come back here. Ororo said in an unsure tone, but didn't finish the statement when she noticed my annoyed glare. Ororo paused for a moment until a grin made its way to her face. Is the big bad spy afraid of going out and buying some coffee? Ororo questioned with a grin, and I simply groaned as I started to rub my temples. Are you guys going to drop that? I asked in a defeated tone. Never. It was Luna who answered my question. I could only let out another defeated sigh. The other girls finally arrived and sat down around the table with their own coffee cups. My eyes landed on Namuri. She had a perverted glint in her eyes. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and she seemed to be panting. Nothing new there. That's a legit sick depraved pervert. So, this is it. We are finally leaving Brazil, Jean said while looking outside the window. All of us were currently sitting inside our private jet and we were about to leave Brazil. It has been a wonderful time even though we were missing Rio. So, Egypt it is. Fleur muttered as she sipped her coffee. Or we could go back to Elysium for a small break, Dora pointed out, and before anyone could make any comments, Namuri decided to present her opinion. No. Namuri said while shaking her head. We can't go back now. I need to hold myself back from giving in to the temptation. I want him to push me down on the floor, abuse me, use me for his sick perverted urges. I am trying to build up his angst by avoiding him, and going back now will ruin all of my hard work. Just thinking about all those scenarios are making me want to cream my panties. Namuri exclaimed with a lewd look on her face and plopped down on her seat. Ahem, it seems like I need to change my panties. After a few moments, Namuri fake coughed as she got up from her seat. With a huge grin on her face, she grabbed her bag and entered the washroom. That was something. I looked around and everyone was completely gobsmacked by her display. Except for Luna, obviously. She was giggling away with an innocent look on her face. Namuri should be prohibited from interacting with other normal people. Thank God her nature isn't contagious or all of us would have been transformed into sickos just like her. The fuck? Why is Dora blushing? Oh well, anyway. Hela is going to join us in Egypt, Momo said, shrugging off the whole incident like it was completely normal. Well, she was Rio's first lover and Namuri was the second, so she is probably used to Namuri's antics, but Momo still deserves respect to shrug off that incident like nothing. So she finally finished everything she needed to take care of? Rumi asked, looking slightly interested. She also looked almost unfazed by the incident. The three of them are from the same world, so probably Momo and Rumi have learned how to ignore Namuri. My eyes turned towards the washroom door and like I had thought, Namuri didn't even bother to lock it. Yes, she finally took care of everything, but she might have to leave if something pops up, Momo said, and everyone nodded their heads. That's good, she needs to relax, Fleur said, and everyone including Luna seemed to agree with that statement. She isn't like any of us, her work is really important. Just think of her as the necessary evil of the Omniverse. She needs to relax, Luna said in a solemn tone, but after finishing speaking she beamed with a bright smile on her face. Camping with her in the wild without any food or water would be really awesome, Luna gushed out excitedly, and all of us started to chuckle, and the depraved pervert finally returned from the washroom. After that, we kept making small talks and I decided to take a small nap because of the time difference between Brazil and Egypt. I didn't know how long I had to stay up after landing, as it was my responsibility to secure everything. I finally felt someone shaking my shoulder. Even without opening my eyes, I knew it was Luna. After Rio unlocked my potential during the battle with Black Order, I have started to sense everyone's presence even when I am not using my mental powers. Luna's presence was a blob of pure white light. Are we there yet? I asked as I opened my eyes. Luna beamed at me. Oh yes, we are about to land, Luna said and plopped down beside me. The others were also sitting around calmly. The jet finally touched down. Look for a tall woman wearing something green and black. Momo reminded us and all of us nodded our heads. We didn't have to look for long as we found the said woman standing right in front of the lobby, as she seemed to be looking outside the window. A shorter woman seemed to be accompanying Hela. Oh right, that's Anohana Retsu. I remember her. About time you guys showed up, Hela grumbled, but she still seemed to be happy to see us. By the way, why were you guys standing here? Jean questioned curiously and Hela scowled. I am responsible for that. Being around humans can be really tiring. I brought her here before she could start pulling out spines. It was Anohana who answered the question with a gentle and kind smile on her face. That's a genuinely good reason. Can't argue with something like that, but for whatever reason, I feel something odd about Anohana. According to her aura, she should be someone like Hela, but her whole personality is a contradiction of her aura. Forgive me for imposing, I didn't want to come, but Hela was really insistent. I hope my presence doesn't bother any of you, Anohana said with a small bow. She was dressed in her usual pitch black shihakusho. Just like I said, her persona is a complete contradiction to her aura. She is a kind and gentle woman from what I have seen, but that doesn't seem to be the case as she gets along with Hela. Is her whole persona just an act? She must be a damn good actress, but she seems to be genuinely a kind and gentle woman. There must be something else going on here. I can't seem to comprehend her being. It's just so confusing. You don't have to worry about something like that, Anohana-san, you are free to join us. The more the merrier, Momo said in a polite tone. Anohana gave her a kind smile after hearing those words. Nat, you have arranged our transport, right? Fleur asked and a mischievous glint appeared in my eyes. Oh, I have obviously arranged our transport but I don't think everyone is going to like it. After that, we quickly made our way towards the parking lot. I looked around and found what I have been looking for. I led the whole group where 4 red jeeps were parked. A guy was nervously pacing around the jeeps. Image here. Oh. Nat, you didn't. Jean gasped and started to rub her temples. The others finally seemed to understand what was going on and all of them groaned. Dora seemed to be jumping in joy and both Hela and Anohana seemed to have confused looks on their faces. I quickly took the keys from the guy and sent him on his merry way. We would have to drive on our own. Fleur questioned and everyone nodded their heads. We don't even know where we need to go, Nat, Fleur said and gave me a pointed look. I simply smirked and shrugged. That's the fun. I said with a grin. Hell yeah. I had a lot of fun getting followed by noisy mortals, it was a lot of fun. Hela cheered with an excited look on her face and I almost cringed. Noisy mortals, does she mean cops? Do you perhaps know how to operate this contraption? Anohana asked curiously and Hela started to laugh boisterously. That's a stupid question. Obviously, I don't. Hela exclaimed in a cheerful tone and I don't know how to react to that. Raise your hand if you know how to drive, Momo said and only 5 of us raised our hands. Momo, you don't know how to drive? Fleur asked as she noticed that Momo hadn't raised her hand. I can drive but my skills are so-so. Momo said and started to pout. You made Rio's car and don't know how to drive? Dora asked with a stupid grin on her face and Momo scowled. The people who make rafts don't necessarily know rafting, Momo snarked and everyone chuckled. Come on, Momo. That's not a fair comparison, Rumi pointed out then her eyes focused on Dora. How the hell did you learn to drive? Rumi asked curiously. Everyone was curious about her answer. From YouTube, Dora said like it was the most obvious thing to do in the world. I think you should avoid driving. It's for the collective good of everyone on the road, Luna said in a blunt tone and I almost saw an arrow piercing Dora's fragile ego. There is no need to argue. We already have 4 drivers and our YouTube driver can have some hands-on training on the road, Jean said and everyone agreed. Dora also perked up after hearing that. Then, what the hell are we waiting for? Ororo asked and all of us quickly entered a car and just like that our trip continued. Chapter 393, Mars Colonization Project. POV Rio. A whole year has passed since the war has ended. Not much has changed since then. At least nothing much has changed in Elysium. Humans might have been defeated in the war but anti-mutant sentiments were raging at an all-time high. Humans have started to blame everything on metahumans. According to them, metahumans are responsible for every single misfortune in their lives. Sometimes, I simply ignore humans and their whining. A husband got caught cheating on his wife with his secretary. He blamed metahumans for that. A lot of people even believed him. I mean what the fuck? Then a child caught cold, once again metahumans were blamed. Currently, I was heading towards Eric's office. I could have used my space powers but I decided to take the scenic route and spend my time looking around. It feels kind of nice when I see how Elysium has developed in the last few years. I arrived in front of his office and knocked on his door. I could sense a lot of people inside Eric's office. Most of the time, only Emma and Raven were beside Eric when he invited me. Maybe he has recruited some new elders, though I hope not. The door opened with a swish, everyone's eyes were focused on me. Without saying anything I approached the empty chair and plopped down. Looks like the meeting hasn't started yet. Even though I am omnipresent, I ignore most of the menial things. So, what did you want to talk about? I asked as I leaned back in the chair. Everyone looked at each other nervously. Rio, why don't you sit back and have a drink? I might have called you but I don't know how to bring up the topic, Eric said in an apologetic tone and I simply shrugged. I will have a beer if you don't mind and I don't have much to do so I can laze here. I said in a dismissive tone. With a small twitch of Eric's finger, a beer bottle came floating towards me. I accepted the bottle and hokkai'd the bottle cap. After that, the meeting started and I tuned out most of the menial things. Finally, the topic of humans blaming everything on metahumans came up. Rio, you know a lot about space, right? Raven asked and I simply nodded my head. I already knew where this was going. Where is the nearest planet we could colonize? Eric asked. He was somewhat embarrassed about asking for help. Well, there is Mars and there is Titan. Both aren't fit for colonizing but that problem can be solved easily if I decide to terraform them, I said and shrugged. Everyone was completely gobsmacked after hearing my words. Rio, we can't ask you to do something like that. You have already helped us so much, we simply can't ask anything more from you, Eric said, and I simply smirked. Oh, don't worry. Doing something like that is practically effortless for me, I said with a shrug and snapped my fingers. A reddish glow erupted from my body, making everyone around me flinch. They're done. I am done with Mars, though it would probably take a week to form the atmosphere, I said with a shrug, like it was no big deal. To be honest, it wasn't a big deal for me. Just like that, with a snap. I couldn't even silence my wife with a snap, a guy grumbled with a gobsmacked look on his face. At least he isn't stupid enough to say something like that in front of his wife. No need to thank me. It wasn't much of a bother for me. If that's all, then I will be leaving, I said and got up from the chair. Rio, we still want to thank you. This means a lot for us, Eric said, gesturing towards themselves. We simply want to live away from all this hate and ridicule. Getting blamed for every misfortune isn't something all of us can withstand, Eric said softly, and I gave him a small nod. Don't worry about it, I said, and left his office, and that is what started the Mars colonization project. It didn't even take a few hours for the news to spread. I didn't bother how the citizens of Elysium reacted to the news, as I was busy training Aurora. After the vacation, Momo and Fleur were once again busy with their research. Luna was busy with Quibbler, and Namuri was busy with her business and gentlewomanly collection. Nat was busy spying on people. At least she didn't turn into a certain red-haired, bespectacled freeloader sick pervert. 2 perverts were enough for me. I didn't want a third one. Dora was busy doing stupid things and collecting more depraved dudgeons. Only last week she asked to have sex on her motorbike. I had to remind her that she didn't own a motorbike of her own. That was a mistake. Since then she had been whining about a motorbike. Buying her a motorbike isn't a big deal, but should I condemn the metahumans by giving her a motorbike? It just took me 5 minutes to come to a decision. I am the Leviathan of destruction, I should relish in destruction. So, I decided to buy a super motorbike for Dora. The rest of the world could burn for all I care. Jean was busy trying to become a doctor. She was already a good doctor, but according to her, she still had a lot to improve, and she wanted to become a specialist related to all health-related issues. She was immortal, so it was quite possible. She also learned about healing from Anohana whenever she was free. Rumi was being Rumi, so she was busy training and picking fights with Hela or Anohana whenever she could. It was quite a surprise for the girls when Anohana revealed her nature in front of them for the first time. Anohana was quite surprised that the girls still treated her normally. If you are wondering about my relationship with Anohana, then no, sorry to disappoint, I haven't made any type of progress in that department. She was gentle and kind to everyone, so it was quite hard to understand her signals, in case she was giving me signals. Hela was busy being the ruler of the dark dimension. It wasn't as easy as she had imagined. There were various beings who would try to escape dark dimension. Poor Hela had to prevent something like that from happening. Then she would torture the poor fools who had tried to escape. That was an obvious plus point according to Hela and Anohana. Having unlimited access to torture subjects is a piece of great news for the two of them. Flavia was busy arranging tea parties and munching potato chips. She would spend most of her time in our house lazing around. According to her, faking her death and leaving Camartage was the best decision she had ever made. She said that she missed being the Ancient One, but everyone looking up to her like their salvation and shouldering the responsibility of saving the Earth from dimensional threats could be really tiring. I kind of understand what she meant. That is why I avoided any responsibilities like a pro. Eric started a whole new division for the research and development for the colonization project. Naturally, Momo, Fleur, and Flavia decided to join. The research was kind of Momo's and Fleur's thing, so it wasn't surprising that the two of them decided to join. Flavia joined because she had prior experience of making spaceships capable of intergalactic travel and because she didn't have anything better to do. It took them only 2 years to finish the first phase of the Mars colonization project. 150 metahumans were going to be sent to Mars to establish the foundation for their new civilization. Every single one of them were handpicked by the experts for their metahuman abilities. Each one of their abilities will be necessary for colonization. Momo, Fleur, and Flavia were among this group. Momo and Fleur would never miss a chance like this. They were going to colonize a planet from scratch. It was a historic moment for the three of them, who readily accepted the offer. Momo and Fleur won't have any problem surviving in space if something goes wrong. That left Flavia. She was going to be protected by Momo and Fleur, and if they fail, I can always save her with just a thought. The other notable members of the first phase were Eric Lenshare, as he didn't want to miss such an opportunity, and he was the one to propose the idea, so he wanted to be in the group who would lay the foundation of their new civilization. The others were Susan Storm, Jean Grey, she was invited later when they realized that they needed to have a medic, Jonathan Lowell Spencer, Benjamin Jacob Grimm. They wanted to invite Bruce Banner too, but they didn't know how the Hulk was going to behave in space, so they had to put him off the list. It took them another 3 years to establish everything on Mars. I have been traveling in between Mars and Elysium so that I can keep Momo, Fleur, and Jean some company when they weren't working. Dora has gone nuts after getting the motorbike, and she did get to enjoy sex on a motorbike. During this time Galactus showed up. He wanted to consume Earth, but I sent him away telling him to look for some other planet to consume. He wasn't happy, but there wasn't much he could do, as I could be very persuasive if I want, and he is technically my underling. It took them another 2 years to completely move on to Mars. Though Eric decided to leave a small sentry back on Elysium. It was there so that they could bring in new metahumans. During these years the humans have started to blame the metahumans for everything, but there wasn't anything they could do as the human governments were still licking their wounds from the last war. They didn't even know that the metahumans have already left Earth except for a few. My house was still on Elysium, as I have decided to make a new house on Mars. Elysium was still the most protected place on Earth. When the Mars colonization project started, Momo had upgraded the security system of the island. Now, if you want to pass the barrier, then you must be recognized the barrier itself. Something like that wasn't hard to do. Momo connected the barrier to the AI. Her AI already had access to Momo's satellite net, so the AI used the satellites to recognize the identities of the people approaching the barrier. This AI was also responsible for recognizing the new metahumans, so everything was almost seamless now. It looked like everything worked on its own, but the AI was continuously working in the background. The AI aside, everything else was perfectly fine as the metahumans have colonized Mars. Images here. Chapter 394, The Eccentric Sisters. Rio's house, Elysium. Ah, a warm bath after a massacre is the best. Hela released a satisfied groan as she leaned back in the bath. Anohana had noticed that Hela wasn't shy about exposing her body, as her chest was exposed above the water. Anohana didn't mind much, as both of them were women and this wasn't the first time they were having a bath together. But unlike Hela, she rested her back normally, and she was much shorter than Hela, so her impressive bust was submerged under the water. I completely agree with you. It was a lot of fun though, Anohana said with a gentle smile on her face. Don't worry, this job wasn't anything special. Once I had to kill almost 1 billion, Hela muttered, and Anohana nodded her head in understanding, but there was a jealous glint hidden in her eyes. The two of them had just returned after massacring a whole everything on a continent. The residents of that continent had tried to cast a ritual so that they could gain access to Death's authority. Obviously, Death didn't appreciate that, and that is where these two said women came in. Both of them were drenched in the blood of their victims and both wanted to take a bath. Anohana hasn't learned how to teleport as of yet, so she has to stick with Hela. Hela brought her to Rio's house on Elysium and found that the whole house was empty. Hela knew everything about the Mars colonization project, so deduced that her husband was probably on Mars. She still confirmed it with him through her connection. After that, Hela invited Anohana for a bath. At first, Anohana wanted to refuse, but Hela was insistent if nothing else, and Anohana thought that it would be probably rude to deny the offer. So, Anohana, what's your story? You never told me, Hela asked curiously as she poured herself a strong drink. Sometimes the girls liked to laze in the bath while having a nice drink, so they had a liquor cabinet beside the bath. Anohana seemed to be contemplating Hela's question, so Hela decided to ask if Anohana wanted something. Sake, please. If you have some. Anohana said softly with her usual kind smile on her face. For a moment Hela had to look around, but she quickly recognized the sake bottle. She poured a generous cup for Anohana. She accepted the sake cup and gave Hela a grateful nod. Anohana took a small sip as she leaned back in the bath and released a content sigh. There is not much to tell. I was born in the slums of Rakongai, basically the slum of Soul Society. Life was really cruel in those parts. It was a kill or be killed place, obviously. I decided the former option, Anohana said with a longing smile on her face. Hela paid rapt attention to Anohana's story. I quickly got used to the killing. I was really good at it too. So that is when I started to enjoy killing. It gave me a feeling of euphoria. After doing that for a couple of 100 years, I decided that I needed a name. Not having a name was a huge inconvenience. So, I named myself Ichiru Anohana. I was known as the most diabolical criminal to ever exist in Soul Society. My stories were quite famous, Anohana said with a soft smile on her face. My reputation got the attention of Genryusai Yamamoto, so he sought me out. It was something new and I was bored with the usual stuff, so I decided to join him. Together along with several others, we were created the Gotii 13-inch. I laid the foundation of the 11th Division and I became the first captain of the 11th Division, earning the title of the first Kenpachi. At some point, I was taught medical techniques by Tenjiro Kurinji. After that, I sought medical knowledge so that I could prolong the fights. After some time, I took a mission to eliminate the warriors on the edge of the Rakongai. That is when I got my scar. After getting a new body, it is gone, but sometimes I still find myself tracing the place, Anohana said as she traced the place between her collarbones. I had already lost interest in fighting as there was no one except Yamamoto who could match my strength, and I was also fed up with the others judging me. I was already planning to hide my true nature. That is when I met a boy. He was quite strong and loved fighting and killing, just like us. It was obvious that I didn't use my Bankai's true power, Anohana continued. Even if I wasn't using the full power of Bankai, he was able to injure me. That is how I had received that scar. Ultimately it was me who came up on top, but I decided to spare his life as he was able to injure me. I know that I was holding back massively, but it was still a feat for someone so young. After a few years, I handed the title of Kenpachi to someone else. By that time I have already hidden away my true nature and I have also given up on fighting. I decided to join the 4th Division, the medics of Goti 13, and become a full-time healer. After hundreds of years, the boy, whose life I had spared, the boy who had given me my scar joined the Goti 13 and slowly rose up in ranks. He was finally given the title of Kenpachi when he became the captain of the 11th Division. He became the 13th Kenpachi. By that time I had taken up the name Retsu Anohana, but he was still able to recognize me even though I was a completely different person by that time. He challenged me and I simply denied. He kept trying but I never accepted. That is when the Quincy's attacked. I didn't participate in the battle but they destroyed us. There is a rule about Kenpachi, there could be only one Kenpachi at a time. Since I was still alive, the current Kenpachi couldn't reach his full potential. So, I was practically ordered to die, and to be honest, I have been suppressing myself for too long and I simply wanted to pass on. So, I kept beating the shit out of him while breaking the mental barriers he had placed on himself. Since I was going to die, why not have some fun before passing on? When I satisfied with his strength, I decided to pass on, and that is my story. Anohana finished with a soft smile on her face and she sipped her sake with a calm look on her face. Hela appreciatively nodded her head after hearing Anohana's story. Though you don't need to care about those insects in white robes. I massacred the whole lot of them. They were simply pathetic fools. Their so-called king kept begging like a little bitch. He was a wuss, he simply gave up when he saw he couldn't win. Hela snorted with disdain and Anohana was slightly surprised after Hela's revelation. I wish there was a way to watch memories. Anohana muttered in a saddened tone and Hela started to cackle. Husband has something called the pensieve, I can borrow that from High. You will be able to watch the memories using that, Hela said and Anohana simply smiled. Then I must impose on you, Anohana said with a kind smile on her face. Hela laughed and happily agreed with her. So, what's your story? Anohana asked. It is somewhat similar to yours but different at the same time. I was born in Asgard. Consider it a different planet. My father, Odin, wanted to conquer the 9 realms, basically other worlds. So, he molded me into his weapon, his executioner, his enforcer, Hela said with a grin. I started to enjoy the wars and slaughter. When I was finally old enough to receive divinity, I became the goddess of war and death. I kept waging wars for my father. Anyone who dared to oppose my father or his dream would be cut down by my sword. Due to my divinities, I was nigh unbeatable in wars. I started to gain more power and I started to reach my father's level. That is until I started to enjoy killing. Until that point, I simply killed them because they opposed my father or because my father asked me to. That is when I started to genuinely enjoy killing and my kill count started to rise up. But for whatever reason my father started to change, he became reluctant to continue anymore but at that point, it was impossible for my father to stop me. So, I continued waging wars along with my personal army and that is when I was approached by Lady Death. She wanted me to be her avatar. I was the prime candidate due to my divinities. After some time I agreed. For nearly 500 years, I continued doing what I wanted but my father finally decided to put an end to it. Throughout these 500 years, my father had tried to stop me multiple times, but I was too strong to be stopped by someone like him. So, he decided to lock me away. He sent his precious Valkyries after me. I laughed at their futile attempt of trying to stop me as I butchered them. That gave him enough time to activate the seal and I was locked away. That was until husband arrived and freed me. Even though I was in my weakened state, he defeated me easily and I decided to follow him. There is no shame in following a strong man, and now, here I am. Hela finished her story with a grin. You are just like the sister I never had. I would have loved to have an elder sister like you. Anohana said with a smile and Hela pulled Anohana into her arms for a sisterly hug. Rio's house, Mars. Aurora was lying on the ground while breathing heavily. Her whole body was covered in sweat. Rio extended his hand as he helped Aurora to get up from the ground. Rio gave her a bright smile and locked his lips on hers. The two of them finally separated after a couple of minutes and Aurora kept staring into Rio's eyes. Sorry for pushing you this hard for the few last years, Rio said in an apologetic tone. Aurora simply smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, I don't mind it as it was for my own good, Aurora said with a smile, pulled Rio for another kiss. Well, you won't need to train anymore. You are finally strong enough, though we would need to do something else before you could receive the lightning divinity. Don't worry, it won't be training, it would be simply leveling up, Rio said and Aurora nodded her head with a genuine smile on her face. Her hard work has finally paid off. We will be leaving tomorrow morning. Rio said and teleported both of them inside the house. Chapter 395, Side Story, Ororo's Ascension, I, edited. POV Rio. My eyes opened and I pulled myself out of the tangle of female limbs. I smiled at the scene, but I needed to wake up Ororo so that I could take her to train. I gently shook Ororo, she yawned like a cat and pulled herself out of the bed. Good morning, Ororo said as she wriggled out of the bed and snaked her arms around my neck. I simply grinned and locked my lips with her. I grabbed her butt and gave her a squeeze. Ororo moaned into my mouth and ended the kiss. She smirked and raised her eyebrow. Looks like you still want to play with my ass, even after you played with it to your heart's content last night, Ororo said, and I shook my head. I will never get enough of it, I declared proudly and gave her ass another squeeze. Ororo simply chuckled due to my antics. So, when are we leaving? Ororo asked curiously. As soon as we finish breakfast, I said, and Ororo was already dragging me towards the shower. After a quickie and a shower, both of us found ourselves in the kitchen. I decided to prepare some sandwiches for both of us. Ororo could have probably prepared a sandwich, but I didn't want to take the risk. I wonder if they will ever learn how to cook. I finally placed the sandwiches in front of Ororo and I sat down beside her. I took the first bite, satisfactory. So what should I expect? Ororo asked while eating. Fighting, of course, I said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ororo gave me the stink eye and snorted in amusement. It only took us a few minutes to finish our breakfast and the rest of the girls were only coming down now. I quickly greeted them and pecked them on the lips one by one. All of them were still basking in the afterglow. So, when are you guys going to return? Rumi asked me while calmly sipping tea. Don't know, everything depends on Ororo, I said with a shrug while looking towards Ororo, and she also shrugged when she noticed that everyone's attention was on her at this moment. I don't even know where I am going, so. Ororo trailed off and other girls decided to leave her alone since she also didn't know where we were going. Yeah, their dynamic is kind of good like that. With a wave of my hand, a portal appeared beside Ororo and me. Let's go, I said while pointing towards the portal. Ororo nodded her head and quickly stepped into the portal. I waved at the girls and entered the portal too. The two of us found ourselves standing inside a wide hallway. The walls were lit up with blue lights. This place seems to be quite depressing, Ororo pointed out in a dry tone. You won't see me arguing with that, I said in a bland tone. Yes, this place looked really depressing. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything else. This was, after all, a dungeon. I feel several life signs ahead, though, they don't seem to be human, Ororo said, and blue lightning started to crackle around her hands. Only after a couple of seconds, a group of goblins appeared down the hallway. They were rushing towards us with primitive weapons in their hands. Goblins? Ororo questioned with a slightly surprised look on her face, but her eyes were focused on the group of goblins rushing towards us. A lightning whip appeared in Ororo's hand. With a loud crack she bisected all the goblins into two from the middle. We are in a dungeon, right? Ororo accused me and I simply grinned. Yes, we are inside a dungeon. A dungeon is the best place to level up, isn't it? I asked, and Ororo nodded her head with a confused look on her face. Even though she seemed to nod her head, she didn't seem to be sure about her own question. I understand, but what kind of dungeon are we talking about here? Ororo asked and tilted her head in confusion. Before I could even answer, I felt a massive pull over my body. It was trying to forcefully move me somewhere else, but it was obvious that it wasn't working. At the same time, the whole dungeon floor shuddered and the lights turned off. Slowly a black monster started to form in front of us. That monster looks to be quite strong, I pointed out and swatted away the force trying to move me away forcefully. The monster's eyes focused on me and it roared loudly. The monster looked like it was a mix between lizardman and a minotaur. Yeah, definitely strong, Ororo said, and lightning armor surrounded her body and lightning whips appeared in each of her hands. Even though the monster was pretty much ignoring Ororo, it didn't mean that Ororo was safe. Once again the force appeared wanting to move me away from this place forcefully. Hakai, I said, and a purple glow surrounded my body and the force was obliterated out of existence. That force was pretty important for this world, but it can get fucked. The world should be grateful that I didn't destroy heaven out of spite. While I was busy dealing with the force, Ororo had already engaged the black monster. The monster roared in pain and fury when Ororo's whip landed on the monster's face, leaving a deep gash and destroying an eye. The monster clawed at Ororo, who simply jumped back using her more than impressive speed. Her speed might already be in the SSS rank. The monster also had some sort of regenerative ability as its wounds were getting healed, but its eye wasn't healing. So, it might be able to heal, but it can't regenerate an organ. Minutes passed as the battle raged on. At this moment, neither of them seemed to have any type of advantage in the fight. Ororo was much faster, so she was able to land blows on the monster, but the monster had regenerative ability. The monster was continuously healing itself. The monster was also intelligent. The monster had noticed that Aurora was much faster, so currently, the monster was protecting its face and neck whenever Aurora attacked. The stalemate finally broke after a couple of minutes. With a shift lunge, Aurora was finally able to get close enough to the monster so that she could wrap her whip around the monster's neck. With a strong yank, Aurora removed the monster's head. The huge monster's body dropped to the ground with a loud thud, and its head dropped only a few feet away from the main body. That was somewhat tiring. Aurora pointed out, but she didn't have to work that hard to kill the monster. It would have been easier if she had used her stronger attacks. I have taught her everything I knew about lightning. The lights finally returned in the dungeon. That wasn't a normal monster, right? Aurora asked, and I shook my head. No, it was a special type of monster which only appears if a god steps foot inside the dungeon. Since I am here with you, the monster was spawned, I said, and Aurora nodded her head in understanding. With a wave of my hand, Aurora's stats appeared in front of me. Usually, they are only visible on an adventurer's back, but using a little bit of my reality powers and my mind powers, it became visible to me in such a manner. The laws of heaven were already weak as I had destroyed the heavenly force. I didn't even have to use a little bit of effort. Just as I had thought, Aurora's stats were all SSS ranked. Aurora, please sit down. I am going to raise your level, I said, and Aurora quickly sat down, but not before giving me a questioning look. Is it going to hurt? Aurora asked, and I shook my head. No, but it could make you feel dizzy or tingly, I said, and tapped the upgrade button on the screen in front of me. Aurora was surrounded by a blue light and her level changed from 1 to 2. All her stats went back to 10. Or the I rank, but it was fine as she didn't lose her stats, but they became her invisible base foundation. I have decided to bring Aurora to the world of Danmachi so that she could level up to finally receive her divinity and achieve godhood. We were currently inside the Dungeon of Babel, or the dungeon located beneath the Tower of Babel. These 70 floors will be enough for her. Since she isn't a god yet, she could still get stronger by absorbing Excelia. Wow. I feel awesome. Aurora exclaimed loudly, and I simply smirked. Good, let's go and kill some monsters. What do you say? I asked with a grin, and Aurora eagerly nodded her head, and both of us started to head down the hallway. Chapter 396, Side Story, Aurora's Ascension, 2, edited. POV Rio. It took us only half an hour to arrive at the entrance of the 5th floor. I know we could have rushed, but I told Aurora to kill everything. Aurora's basic stats were slowly increasing. Her growth rate was way faster than the average adventurers of this world. We finally descended the stairs and the lights changed from blue to green. I don't think that we are going to see new types of monsters on this floor, Aurora mused, and I nodded my head while rubbing my chin. No, we aren't, I said as Aurora started to slay goblins and kobolds with a lightning sword in one of her hands while in the other she had a lightning whip. The lightning whip was the primary weapon, but since we had to pass through narrow corridors too, she decided to make a sword in case a monster is able to get close to her. We finally finished clearing the 7th floor too, though we were yet to meet any other adventurers though. Even though these 3 floors were filled with goblins and kobolds, these monsters were a lot stronger than the goblins from the 1st to 4th floors. We also got a couple of new types of monsters. Frog Shooter, a frog monster, War Shadow, a dark humanoid monster, Killer Ants, a red ant monster, Purple Moths, Needle Rabbit, a rabbit monster with a horn, Blue Papilio, a butterfly monster. Though there were only a few instances when these monsters made an appearance. Goblins and kobolds were the common monsters. I waved my hand and Aurora's stats appeared in front of me. She is progressing quite well. Her agility and magic finally reached the H rank while the rest of her basic stats were still in I. Even the 8th and 9th floors were filled with goblins and kobolds, but they were stronger than their predecessors. The 8th and 9th floors were much wider and bigger than the previous floors. There was a thin line of grass under our feet while the walls were covered by moss. Unlike the previous floors, these 2 floors were lit by phosphorus. It was almost like sunlight. The kobolds are much faster here, Aurora muttered as she beheaded a kobold with her sword. The kobold was able to dodge her whip due to the narrow corridor and reach her. Aurora wasn't able to swing her whip perfectly due to the narrow path. Once again there were a few instances when monsters like Frog Shooter, War Shadow, Killer Ants, Purple Moths, Needle Rabbit, Blue Papilio made their appearances, but they weren't common. If you haven't noticed, the goblins are stronger too, I said dryly, and Aurora simply shrugged. I haven't noticed. Aurora shrugged in a dismissive manner as she continued killing the monsters. Of course, you won't notice as you kill them as soon as they appear. I decided to take another look at her basic stats, and her magic has reached G while all of her other stats were H ranked. Even her agility was still H ranked. Looks like her lightning powers are being considered as magic in this world. That must be why it is progressing so quickly. She has been constantly using her lightning powers to kill the monsters. We finally descended to the 10th floor and met the first group of adventurers. We only received odd looks from them, but both of us simply ignored them. As we ventured deeper into the floor, we quickly noticed that the mist was getting thicker, but Aurora wasn't bothered because of her sharp senses. Finally, new monsters started to appear on this floor. Orcs, giant bipedal pigs, and they smelled revolting. I could never look at pork the same. I am gonna avoid pork for some time. Aurora grumbled as she killed the group of orcs. Looks like I wasn't the only one who was disturbed by the revolting smell. You have my full support, I said, and choked due to the disgusting smell. I am the strongest being in the whole omniverse, and here I am being defeated by orcs. I mean, what the fuck? I really wanted to erase orcs from the omniverse. Thankfully, we only found orcs on the 10th floor. I simply used my space powers and dematerialized. Aurora shot an annoyed glare in my direction, or where I was before dematerializing. It was never mentioned in the canon that the orcs smelled so disgusting. Oh. It's only in this particular universe. I should have checked before coming to this universe. I simply chose a random Danmachi reality for Aurora. Oh well, it's not a big deal. We finally descended to the 11th floor, and both Aurora and I released a relieved sigh. That wasn't nice, you know, Aurora said, and gave me the stink eye for abandoning her. I chuckled sheepishly as I rubbed the back of my head. Moments later, I was finally able to gather back my bearings so that I could make an excuse. It was instinctual. I said with a straight face. I would have hugged her to sate her anger, but she wasn't smelling that good at this moment. Yeah, sure. Aurora said dryly, and I scourgified her to get rid of the smell, and I immediately pulled her into a hug. Yes, my anger is sated, for now. Can we continue? Aurora asked in an amused tone, and I nodded my head. Thankfully the 11th floor didn't have any orcs. I used my powers and a smug grin appeared on my face as I noticed that there were no more orcs after the 10th floor. Another thing I should have checked sooner. Looks like my head is still muddled because of that near-death experience. The 11th floor was filled with monsters like imps, a small demon monster, bad bats, a dark bat monster with sharp fangs, silverbacks, a large monkey monster, and armoreds, an armadillo monster. None of these monsters except the armoreds gave Aurora a problem. The armoreds' armors were really strong. We finally descended on the 12th floor, and the mist on this floor was way thicker than the previous floors. I sensed two more groups on this floor, but they weren't anywhere near us, so it wouldn't be a problem. They were probably near the entrance of the 13th floor. Aurora made quick work of all the monsters on the floor as we kept looking around. All of a sudden Aurora jumped back and a very rare monster landed where Aurora was previously standing. I noticed this monster since we had entered the 11th floor. The monster squeaked towards Aurora. She immediately activated her lightning armor. Her instincts were quite good. Well, I would have been very disappointed otherwise. All the training and hard work would have gone down the drain. The monster expanded its wings and launched fireballs in Aurora's direction. The infant dragon is a level 2 monster which is rarely seen on the 11th floor or the 12th floor. Aurora's whips landed on the infant dragon's scales and it wailed in pain. The monster might be strong, but Aurora was way stronger as she had killed a black monster on her own. It took Aurora only half a minute to slay the monster. That was the second strongest monster that I have faced in this dungeon, Aurora said as she deactivated her lightning armor. Don't worry, this is just the 12th floor. There are a lot of stronger monsters in this dungeon, I said, and Aurora nodded her head in agreement. That's good then, Aurora mused, and both of us started to head towards the 13th floor. Aurora has also gained some battle junkie traits, but unlike Rumi or Hela, her traits were very mild and subtle. It was a minute side effect of training with Rumi and me for so long. Most of the time Aurora would try to avoid a fight, but if a fight breaks out then she won't back down. Even her battle junkie traits would start to show up. We finally arrived on the 13th floor, or the middle floors of the dungeon. This part of the dungeon was also known as the cave labyrinth. While she was slaying monsters I have been constantly updating her stats. I decided to check Aurora's stats. Her magic was nearly E rank while all of her other stats except her agility were peak G rank. Her agility was F rank. Can you feel if you are getting stronger or not? I asked. Aurora seemed to ponder for a few seconds and then she nodded her head with a grin on her face. Yes. My lightning powers and my agility have increased. I can also feel improvements in other departments too, but those two are the most noticeable, Aurora said with a thoughtful look on her face. The two of us finally descended to the 14th floor. Both the 13th and 14th floors only consisted of tunnels, and this part of the dungeon is called Cave Labyrinth, so the 15th, 16th, and 17th floors must be the same. Aurora faced various types of monsters like the wyverns, a pink dragon wyvern, crystal mantis, lamia mormises, a small version of lamia, hellhounds, dogs with fire-breathing ability, almirages, a rabbit monster, minotaurs, ligerfangs, a tiger monster. These monsters were way stronger and faster than the monsters we have seen on the upper floors. Even though the monsters were stronger, Aurora didn't have too much trouble with them. As soon as she started having trouble she would activate her lightning armor and it won't be a problem for her any longer. Like this, the two of us finally arrived on the 17th floor. We also met the two groups on our way down here and they simply gawked when they saw Aurora slaughtering the monsters. As soon as we arrived on the 17th floor, the two of us were attacked by Goliath, the monster Rex of the 17th floor. The Goliath was a level 4 monster. This was surprisingly a weak monster even though it was a level 4 monster, the Goliath's base stats must have been very low. Or Aurora was simply too strong. It only took Aurora a few minutes to bring down the 7 meters tall monster. None of the other monsters posed any threats to Aurora, so it took us a few minutes more to reach the 18th floor, the Rivera. Aurora, let's take a break here, I said, and Aurora gave me a confused look. I immediately understood what she meant to say. Don't worry, monsters don't spawn on this floor, I said casually, and Aurora nodded her head in understanding. Chapter 397, Side Story, Aurora's Ascension, END, edited. POV Rio. I pressed the astral button in front of me and Aurora was surrounded by blue light. When the light finally faded, Aurora's level increased from 3 to 4. It has been a couple of days since we have left the 18th floor Rivera. 19th to 24th was something completely new. It seemed like we were inside a giant tree. The ground, ceiling, and walls were made of wood while the floors were lit up by glowing moss. Yes, definitely something new. These floors were filled with insect-type monsters, and most of them were poisonous even though poison was completely useless against the two of us. Aurora can only be hurt by magical attacks. These floors were a treasure trove for herbs and ingredients, but since neither of us needed any healing potions or anything like that, we simply ignored it. The 24th floor was significantly larger than any of the floors we have been to. While Aurora was busy slaying monsters, I went around collecting gems around the 24th floor. I wasn't going to sell these gems for money. I just wanted to make something for the girls in my free time, and it was good that these gems came in various colors. It wasn't a big deal as I could always change their colors using my reality powers. The two of us finally descended to the 25th floor and decided to enjoy ourselves for a few hours before descending to the 27th floor. To descend from the 25th floor you must navigate your way through the water pathways. Floors 25th to 27th were also known as the Water City, and it is also known as the second line. All the monsters we found on these floors were water-based monsters. We also found giant mosquitoes on these floors, but Aurora didn't face much problem slaughtering these monsters. Her magic was almost S-ranked while the others were trailing behind. The 28th to 36th floors were a lot different than the other floors. The number and the strength of monsters had increased drastically, and I knew that only level 3 adventurers could continue descending. Even though Aurora was still stuck on level 2, she wasn't having any problem with these monsters as her base foundation was much stronger than anyone's base foundation in this world. She easily breezed through the floors. It took her a lot of time since the number of monsters have increased drastically. The 37th floor was a pretty unique floor. We had already reached the deeper parts of the dungeon. We entered the first wall and we started to make our way towards the monster Rex Eudeus, but we found the Colosseum before we could find Eudeus. Aurora had a lot of fun there as it was the perfect place to grind for someone like Aurora. I was continuously upgrading her stats as she kept killing the monsters. The Colosseum kept spawning monsters only for them to be slaughtered after a second. After half an hour Aurora got bored because the monsters weren't strong enough for her, so she decided to leave. What she failed to notice was that she was constantly getting stronger because I was updating her stats. She used her lightning powers to teleport right outside the Colosseum. We finally decided to leave, and after another hour we finally located Eudeus. The fight was quite long since Aurora wasn't using her stronger attacks like the railgun or the other area of effect attacks. Slaying Eudeus gave a massive boost to Aurora's powers and all of her basic stats became SSS ranked, and I decided to increase her level after descending to the 39th floor as it was a safety point. A/N. I didn't want to expand the dungeon arc anymore into the dungeon as it would get boring since there is only the one-eyed dragon that could pose any kind of threat to Aurora. The other monsters are completely useless against her. Now, the two of us were on the 63rd floor, and finally, after facing so many monsters, Aurora was finally able to reach level 4, and even if we finished this dungeon, Aurora wasn't going to get another level. So, are we going to continue? Aurora asked, and I simply shook my head. No. It won't bear any fruit for you. This dungeon only has 70 floors and we are currently on the 63rd floor. 7 floors more, but to be honest, it would be boring and useless, I said while shaking my head, and Aurora looked slightly dejected but she still nodded her head. So am I finally strong enough to handle divinity? Aurora asked expectantly, and I simply grinned and nodded my head. Yes, I think it should be enough, I said, and with a wave of my hand, a portal appeared beside us. Aurora walked into the portal, but all of a sudden I paused. My eyes started glowing red and my whole body was surrounded by a red glow, and I started to release unimaginable levels of power. The whole universe started to shudder and soon my power surrounded the whole Danmachi multiverse. Everything around me started to crack and disintegrate due to the raw power I was releasing. All of a sudden the red glow surrounding my body faded and a huge grin appeared on my face. I almost died due to those orcs. Now the whole Danmachi multiverse will feel what I felt, and pork would never be the same in the Danmachi multiverse. Now, I wasn't petty, so everything will return to normal after 5 years. Mwahaha. I cackled in mad glee like a supervillain, and after a minute I finally calmed down. Heh, enough. I shouldn't dally around any longer, or Aurora might think that I am ignoring her. With that thought inside my mind, I stepped inside the portal and I appeared on a barren planet. Aurora was looking around with a deep frown on her face. Some buildings were still on fire, and not just any fire, green fire, the signature flames of Hela. Hela did this, right? Aurora asked me, but someone else answered her question. Yes, it was me and Anohana. It took us approximately 3 days to exterminate everyone on this planet. I heard that you took Aurora somewhere for training. It has worked wonders for her, Hela said with a grin on her face. As soon as we arrived here, Hela had noticed us and teleported here. Aurora didn't know what to say, but I pulled Hela into my arms and planted my lips on her. Aha, husband, I have been missing that. It has been almost a week since the two of you had left, Hela said when we finally separated. But why? Aurora asked weakly. She was still having problems wrapping her head around the fact that Hela and Anohana had just killed everything on a planet, and she could proudly admit that. The other girls knew about Hela's nature and hobbies, but hearing and seeing are two different things. They had found a way to escape their mortal coil using technology. Death wasn't happy. So, here I am. Hela said with a shrug, like it was an obvious fact. It was an obvious fact for beings like us. I mean, if a race found a way to escape their mortal coil, then it was an obvious fact that death would be displeased, and they weren't doing that by gaining bloodline or becoming strong or something like that. They were doing it by butchering their own bodies. There are vampires who are immortal. There are other various races around the omniverse that are immortal. Death didn't go after them because it was their lineage. Some even became immortals by gaining strength like the cultivators or ascending to godhood. Death spared them too because they weren't abandoning their souls. But the beings of this world were becoming immortal by shedding off their souls and becoming robots. That was a big no-no for death. After some time, Aurora finally understood what Hela meant. Hela, I think she is ready to achieve godhood, I said, and Hela nodded her head. Yes, I noticed. She is a lot stronger now. I think 4 times stronger than she was, Hela mused with an impressed look on her face. Aurora blushed when she heard the compliments. Let's change the scenery, you, follow me, Hela said, and disappeared in a wisp of greenish-black smoke. Both Aurora and I appeared inside the dark dimension. The 3 of us were standing on a platform made of darkness. Welcome to the dark dimension, Hela exclaimed proudly. The place was kind of gloomy. No surprises there, as it was the dark dimension. I see, you are trying to customize this place, I said in a dry tone while looking towards the dark skull aesthetics floating around everywhere. She was also trying to create a flying fortress or something like that, but it was a work in progress. Aurora almost laughed out loud, but Hela didn't seem to get my sarcastic remark, and she took it as a literal compliment. It looks good, doesn't it? Hela gushed out with an excited look on her face. Come here, Aurora, lay down here, Hela said, pointing towards an elevated platform made of literal darkness. Surprisingly, the platform had a skull too. Aurora laid down on the platform with a nervous look on her face. Hela pulled out a blue orb out of her shadow. Small lightning bolts could be seen crackling around the orb. Oh, this is going to hurt like a bitch, Hela said, and Aurora's eyes grew wide. Why? That was all Aurora was able to say before Hela slammed the orb on Aurora's chest. Aurora's body arched up and she gritted her teeth in pain. That wasn't nice, Hela, I said while giving her the stink eye, but I couldn't blame Hela. After all, she wasn't responsible for the pain, as Aurora would have felt pain either way. I started to use my mind powers and soul powers to lower her pain. Lightning bolts started to erupt from Aurora's body. The bolts landed on both Hela and me, but neither of us were bothered in the least by the lightning bolts. Her whole body was surrounded by lightning bolts, and she finally landed in front of us and opened her eyes. Her eyes narrowed on Hela and glared at her. That was rude, Aurora said, and the lightning bolts disappeared, but Aurora didn't notice that her clothes were gone. Well, that was a good thing. Somehow her beauty seems to have increased even more. She looked stunningly beautiful right now. And that ass, I groaned as I turned hard. Sorry, but I couldn't give up the chance. Here, take this, consider this an apology, Hela said, and handed Aurora the Mjolnir eye. A smile appeared on my face. Aurora kept watching the hammer with awe in her eyes. Thanks, I guess, and I wasn't mad at you, Aurora said softly in a cheerful tone, but gawked when she found that Hela was somehow naked. Enough, now let's fuck. Husband, that must be uncomfortable. As a dutiful wife, I will take care of it, Hela said in a teasing tone while staring towards the tent on my pants. Hela got down on her knees and ripped off my pants. Aurora shrugged and grinned as she also got down on her knees beside Hela. Right now, I had only one thought going through my mind. I am the luckiest bastard in this omniverse. Chapter 398, Shenanigans and Sisters. Luna's Sanctuary, Vesta. A/N, I have decided to name the new home of the metahumans as Vesta. It was recommended by Vinicius Act 25. Mars is the Roman god of war, and Vesta is the goddess of hearth and home. I thought it would be appropriate. This is life. Flavia let out a satisfied groan as she sipped her excellently prepared tea. She did have the usual assortment of potato chips just beside her teacup. Luna, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, hummed in agreement. While colonizing Mars, Luna had asked for a personal forest where she could keep her cute and lovely pets. No one denied her request, and a forest was a good thing to have, and Rio brought this forest without anyone's help, so they didn't have any say in it in the first place. But Luna still decided to go ahead and get a permit. Yes. I agree with you. Having a forest is necessary. Everyone should have their own forests for their cute pets, Luna said with a calm look on her face as she sipped her tea. Flavia didn't know how to react to that statement. She should have expected something like that from Luna. So, are you planning on getting any new pets? Flavia asked, and after thinking for a bit, Luna shook her head in denial. As of now, I don't have any plans on getting new pets, but it might change in the future, Luna said with an innocent smile on her face. Flavia cocked her head sideways. Attila seems to be having fun, Flavia muttered dryly as she noticed the giant basilisk staring at herself in the mirror. The beast was wearing red lipstick on the lips, courtesy of Luna. Flavia didn't know what to think as the giant basilisk was prostrating herself in front of the mirror. Once again she remembered that she was spending time with Luna, and suddenly everything started to make sense, again. Flavia knew that Luna was probably the most eccentric woman in the omniverse, but she couldn't imagine herself not being Luna's friend. POV Rio. Jean cuddled into my arms and released a content sigh. Both of us basking in the afterglow of our not-so-small lovemaking session. Jean's hands were caressing my chest and abs. She is probably trying to etch my torso into her memory. Jean noticed the thoughtful look on my face as she craned her head upwards so that she could look into my eyes. What are you thinking about? Jean asked curiously as she started to caress my cheek. Suddenly a thought appeared inside my mind. You know, I conducted an experiment today. I trailed off. I wanted to sound mysterious so that I can draw Jean's attention. Hook, line, and sinker, she took the bait. Jean perked up, instantly interested in the experiment I had conducted. It was pretty rare that I did something. Most of the time, I would simply laze around. May I ask what type of experiment? Jean asked curiously as she quirked her eyebrows. I ate an apple today, and you are still here. I said with a serious look on my face. A frown appeared on Jean's beautiful face as she scrunched her face. What? Jean exclaimed loudly, not understanding the meaning of my words. Internally I grinned deviously. You know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. I ate an apple today, but here we are. I said with a stupid grin on my face. The frown on Jean's face disappeared and a blank look made its way to her face. For a few seconds, she kept looking at me blankly, and then she silently snarled. That was the worst joke I have ever heard, she spat out in disdain. No, you are going to pay for that, mister, Jean growled as she climbed on top of me and started to grind her naked ass over my groin. Oh. I love this. Maybe, I should keep cracking bad jokes like that if you are going to make me pay like this, I replied with a grin, but a sadistic grin appeared on Jean's face. I have rarely seen that smile on her face, but whenever I did, I have enjoyed it afterward. Oh, don't worry, Jean cooed into my ear. I am going to have so much fun, maybe then you will learn not to make such bad jokes. Jean growled out and she bit my earlobe. She started to trail down my jawline, trying to leave hickeys as she kept biting down. Ah, yes, then I must ask for forgiveness, don't you think? I asked Jean and rose up as she grabbed my erect member. She lined it with her entrance and started to rub the tip, but she didn't allow me to enter. I groaned in pleasure. Of course, that is why you are going to lay down and... Damn it, Namuri. I have told you multiple times not to peek. You are free to join if you want. All of a sudden the sadistic grin on Jean's face disappeared and a scowl formed on her face as she screamed towards the door. I had already noticed Namuri approaching us, but I didn't say anything. I decided to watch the drama with an amused look on my face. Namuri cackled in mad glee and burst into the room while wearing a cloak. My, what do we have here? Two little lambs playing naughty naughty. Namuri said and started cackling once again. Only now, I noticed the illusionary long fangs inside her mouth. I decided to play my role. What are you? Are you a vampire? I asked in a fearful tone, and Jean finally understood what was going on. Kakaka, so, you recognized me. But I am not your run-of-the-mill vampire though. I am Countess Nemurina, the true Dracula. Namuri proclaimed and started to laugh evilly. Please don't drink our blood. Jean snuggled into my arms and stuttered out fearfully. Kakaka, the two of you are in no condition to demand anything. I will drink a lot more than just your blood. Namuri said and licked her lips. She kept staring at us hungrily. Namuri opened her cloak and just as I had thought, she was completely naked under her cloak. She was only wearing nipple clamps, 2 elbow-length latex gloves and latex stockings. Kakaka. I am going to have so much fun, Namuri said and jumped into the bed. Oh, yes. We are going to have a lot of fun. Dora didn't bother to pay any attention to anything as she raced down the hall in their house. She was rather busy being careful not wanting to trip and plant her face on the ground. Dora quickly made her way to the parking lot. She did trip several times because of that and she even planted her face on the wall. It was just one time but it happened, so it counts. Dora was hurrying so much because she was excited to ride her motorbike. After a lot of convincing she was able to get Rio to buy a motorbike for her and they also had sex on the motorbike. That was a dream come true for the closet pervert. She could have bought a motorbike on her own but Rio would have confiscated it so she had to do it the hard way and she didn't even have to spend her own money. Yes, she felt really good about the last part. Ah. I think I would have fallen in love if I wasn't in love with Rio, Dora cooed inside her mind, but she completely ignored the fact that she always kept falling. Dora climbed on the bike and picked up the helmet and put it on. She put in the key and the bike purred when she turned on the power. It was an electric motorbike but the company has added some features to the motorbike to make it feel like a normal racing motorbike. Images here. She quickly drove out of the house with a silly grin on her face but it was well hidden due to her helmet. She didn't have any destination in her mind as she simply wanted to ride her motorbike. She had always dreamed of riding a bike into the sunset with her boyfriend sitting in the back since she was small. It was a silly dream but no one said that Dora wasn't silly. After riding around Vesta for a couple of hours, she decided to buy herself some food as she felt hungry. Even goddesses needed food. Dora muttered internally as she bought herself some ramen. She asked the shopkeeper to pack it. After that she made her way towards the nearby park. It was a nice place to sit and eat. Throughout the whole day, a lot of people could be seen eating and having fun with their friends. Dora plopped down on an empty seat and opened the ramen bowl. She sniffed the marvelous aroma and released a content sigh. After that, she dug in with a gleeful look on her face. POV Rio. It has been a couple of days since I had the role-playing threesome with Jean and Namuri. After a lot of hours, I was finally able to subdue the fearsome Dracula, Namurina. It was a hard fight but as always, I came out on top and I meant that, literally. But now, I was bored out of my mind as I had nothing to do. You simply can't laze around, lazing around also has a limit. The girls were busy doing this or that and I didn't want to disturb them. Looks like Dora is free. I appeared behind her without making a sound and tapped on her shoulder. Erect, Dora exclaimed and tossed the bowl in her hands. I snickered inside my mind. I used my space powers to save the bowl and its contents. Hello, Dora, I said with a grin and waved at her. Once again, I used my space powers to rise a barrier around us so that no one can see or hear our interaction as the whole park was filled with various people. You utter twat. I almost spat out my heart. Dora exclaimed loudly and placed her own hands on her chest. She grabbed my hand and placed it on her breast. See. I was this close to dying. I would have been the first goddess who died by spitting out her own heart and that's something I don't want to achieve, Dora said with a horrified look on her face and I simply gave a squeeze. Dora glared at me and swatted away my hand from her chest. Humph. Dora snorted and plopped down on the bench and started to pout. I started to snicker loudly and she shot me another annoyed glare. Give me back my food. Dora barked out. Even though I snickered, I still returned the bowl. I sat down beside her and snaked my arm around her shoulder. Dora immediately busied herself by stuffing her face with food. So, can I have some too? I asked Dora and she shot me another scathing glare. For a few minutes, she didn't speak and continued eating while shooting me glares from time to time. Fine, sorry. I shouldn't have scared you, I said and finally, a smile appeared on Dora's face. You have somewhat sated my anger. Dora said in a neutral tone even though her expressions told me something completely different. So what do I have to do? I asked curiously. I also wanted to know what she wanted. You must take me to a nightclub, it has been some time since I have been in one, Dora demanded and I started to rub my chin with a thoughtful look on my face so that I could simply annoy her. Dora frowned when she noticed that I didn't say anything for a whole minute. I could clearly see the annoyance building upon her face. Fine, I will take you, I said and Dora nodded her head with a satisfied look on her face. You are going to sit in the back, Dora said and I was immediately worried about the greater good of the others on the streets, rails, and sidewalks. Meh. I will stop her if she messes up. After Dora finished her food, I teleported both of us right into the parking lot. Dora climbed on her bike and put on her helmet, and I simply conjured myself a helmet and sat in the back. The motorbike purred into life and Dora drove out of the parking lot. The ride was not something I had expected, though a normal guy in my place would have died due to fear. Dora was not an ideal rider. Dora had brought me to one of the biggest nightclubs in Vesta. She had brought us to the basement. The bouncer simply allowed us to enter when he saw Dora and me. There was no one in Vesta who didn't know me. I knew that in school, children were being taught how I saved their race from the oppression of humanity. I shook my head. I could have done without something like that. Dora led me through the club. I simply shrugged and followed her. The music was pretty loud and the whole dance floor was filled with guys and skimpily dressed women. Dora led me straight to the bar. 2 OMFG margarita, please, Dora said, and the bartender's eyes grew wide when his eyes landed on me. I immediately used my mind powers. Don't yell. I am just here to enjoy and have a dance with this beautiful lady beside me, I said into his mind, and he nodded his head in understanding and started to prepare the drinks. I immediately used my reality powers to disguise myself. Looks like someone is well known around here, Dora said in a teasing tone, and I shot her with an annoyed glare. Dora acted completely oblivious to the glare as she started to whistle while looking away. As soon as we got the drinks, she chugged down her drink and started to stare at me intently. I chugged down my drink and she started to lead me to the dance floor. After dancing together for a few minutes, Dora spoke up. You know, I was wondering if you want to play a role with me. I mean in the bedroom, Dora said in a suggestive tone and winked at me. I placed my hands around her waist and pulled her closer. So, what do you have in mind? I whispered into her ear and licked her earlobe. Dora shivered in my arms. After a few moments, she was finally able to gather her bearings. I was wondering about forced BDSM. Dora trailed off and licked my earlobe. Yes, the night was going to be really wild. I woke up and shook my head. I noticed that Dora was still hanging by the wall. She had fallen asleep with a stupid look on her face. She was drooling too. I fucked Dora's brains out after we returned from the club. I hung her up by the wall and had my way with her. She had a lot of fun when I used her like that. By the time we were halfway done, the other girls had returned, so I sent a mental message to them and invited all of them for a wild orgy. Moments later, all of them teleported into our bedroom. I used my space powers to keep Dora frozen. This turned her on even more because we were going into the dimension of neglecting play. Yes, a closet pervert with questionable fetishes, though I can't blame her much as she was Namuri's best friend. Dora was obviously neglected while I paid my whole attention to all the girls one by one. It took days to satisfy Hela, and after that, once again I paid attention to the other girls and I completely ignored Dora, who was still hanging by the wall and she was still frozen due to my space powers. When I finally finished with the other girls, Dora was just a quivering mess. She came as soon as I touched her, and as I started to take her roughly, she lost her ability to form any sort of understandable statements. Since the time outside our bedroom was frozen, it wasn't a problem. I used my powers to free Dora and laid her on the bed. She cutely snuggled into the nearest body of heat, which was roomy. I made my way towards the bathroom. After a nice and long shower, I made my way towards the kitchen. I started to prepare a full-course English breakfast for everyone. I decided to increase the ingredients as I sensed that Flavia and Anohana were getting ready to visit our house. Well, it was no big deal. All of a sudden a wry smile appeared on my face. I was expecting them to arrive much sooner. It looks like I need to add 2 more on the list. Just as I finished thinking that, 2 women dressed in skimpy armor appeared inside my kitchen. Neither of them were human, even though both of them looked completely human. They needed to seal off all of their powers, or they would have destroyed this world, or they could have driven all the mortals into insanity. Without saying anything, the 2 women lunged at me. I didn't bother to stop them. The 2 women wrapped their arms around me and started to bawl out their eyes. If any of the omniversal gods saw these 2 women like this, then they would have a stroke. I started to pat their backs. It's fine. See, I am here. I won't be going anywhere. I cooed. These 2 were really my family members. Please don't leave us again. We have missed you so much, Hydriana said, pulling herself out of my chest. You are a big meanie. How can you leave the 2 of us? Ardit said and puffed out her cheeks and glared at me. Sorry, but the 2 of you know that I am not exactly Nemesis, right? I asked them. This could be a problem because even if I have his memories and experience, the 2 of us were different. We know, but you are the only family I have except Ardit. You have all the memories and experiences of Nemesis, and if I am being honest, I like the changes, Hydriana said with a soft smile on her face. Yes, what Hydriana said. And we can always start by being friends if you are uncomfortable with us. Ardit offered, and I nodded my head. I have also missed the 2 of them, and I won't mind being friends with them. I may not be Nemesis, but I can't deny all those billions of years of memories. They were like my sisters. No, they were my sisters and I would like to have that relationship with them once again. Sure, I would love that, I said with a smile, and both of them nodded their heads excitedly like little kids.